is about the F-16 coalition. I mean, I think if F-16s had arrived in Ukraine, like, we would know about it. So any updates on that? And the second one is the Czech government buying shells. So, you know, arrival dates, I saw something like 4 months. Is that accurate, or is it going to be a bit quicker than that?
So the F-16s, I'm kind of torn. I'm torn between I hope that they are there, and that will give Ukraine air superiority and they can control the skies. But at the same time, I kind of don't want them to be there because if they are there, that would mean if they're not there, I mean, that means that imagine how much stronger they will be when the F-16s finally arrive. Uh, I've heard arrival date May, June for the F-16s, and I heard like within a couple of weeks for the shells, the first shipment of the shells, not months, just weeks. Does does that answer your question? And welcome, Ioana.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so I was out of the space for a little while because I had to take care of other things. For the coalition for the F-16, I know that there is a number of countries, Netherlands, Denmark, Romania, Belgium, all said to contribute in this. There was training done in Denmark. There is also training done in Romania. And the last news I've heard was that the F-16s will be deployed in Ukraine before the summer. So I don't know exactly what the question was. I can search for more information for the about the F-16 coalition. And honestly, I really expect the moment when those F-16s will be in the air above Ukraine. The last news I've heard from Romania was that the Romanian pilots are flying independently right now, so they do not need a trainer with them in the plane. And what can I say is that the Ukrainian pilots began training in the same time as Romanian pilots at the airbase in Pitești. So probably the same thing applies to them.
Perfect. Thank you. I know that Romania has been doing a lot of the training of the pilots, and it would seem to me like that's a smart thing because you're kind of close by. Mockers, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been waiting for more information on this story, and now I'm seeing that it's been confirmed by a number of news sources. So, Odessa has been hit earlier on today. There is about 2.5 minutes between Jankoy and Odessa with regards to the missiles. So, this was specifically an attack on Zelensky's motorcade in Odessa with a Russian missile. The explosion happened close to the Greek mission. So it happened shortly before the Mitsotakis and Zelensky meeting, 150 meters from where the Greek mission was located, including their prime minister and their security teams. Joint statements will be given by the two leaders shortly. So the motorcade of President Volodymyr Zelensky was around 150 meters from the Greek mission when an attack by a Russian missile was noted. It is said that there is no issue with the security of the Prime Minister and the Greek mission. Official government sources stated, we are all fine. Now then, this particular meeting was organised under conditions of extreme secrecy, and includes, apart from the Prime Minister, only 8 persons. Anyway, they obviously are dealing with the situation, and I don't know whether they've actually had a chance to meet yet, but there was definitely an attack which was supposed to be on Zelensky himself. And, well, I haven't actually had a report from the Ukrainian side on it yet, but I'm sure very soon they'll put out some information. But, well, it's something that obviously Russia are going to continue to try and take him out. But yeah, it's something that I wanted to report on because there's a lot of people, you know, now starting to talk about it, and yeah, it's it shows that there was some sort of breach in security, and well, they've got a small gathering of people to pick from as to who might be that person. So I think right now they're on a bit of an information lockdown.
Yeah, on a need-to-know basis. I wonder if this could trigger something internationally, since Greece was there and Greece is in the EU and NATO. That would be kind of bad for Russia if they were to hit them. What kind of repercussions? I wonder what kind of repercussions like Greece could take against Russia if they were to, you know, if he would have been hit and killed.
Well, it was obviously targeted at Zelensky, and these were missiles in the centre of Odessa while they were both in town. So explosions interrupted a church service, and there was video showing that you know, they were bombing again residential areas, but it is stated that one of the explosions was quite close to the motorcade of Zelensky, and so that's yeah, just once again another attack aimed at taking Zelensky's life. However, it doesn't appear to have been successful. It only says near his motorcade. And the Greeks are basically saying everybody's fine, don't panic, we'll talk later and give a statement. So waiting for that, I suppose. Would you like some better news?
Yes, please.
Shall I go for it? Yeah. So Armenia have asked the Russians to get stuffed, basically. So Armenia have, I love this when half my tweets disappear. Sorry, I've sent an official letter to the Russian Federation to say that they no longer require the services of Russian border guards at Zvartnots airport. So they're basically weeding out any Russians still within Armenia and telling them to get knotted. So that's quite funny.
Sorry, I was answering a message. That is. Oh, crap. That was a phone. Do you have any other news? Because I don't have Telegram. So I don't get those good news. I just get really old news from Swedish newspapers. The one article that I have is that Reporters Without Borders are going to give Russian 4.5 million households in Russia access to independent journalism. These are Russian journalists stationed outside of Russia that can speak freely without repercussions from the government, and they will give them the real news. And to me, that is really interesting because that would, cut back. You can counter the propaganda from within rather than without. Go ahead, Mockers.
I would also like to note that there's an awful lot of Russian money been going through Greece, and there's an awful lot of Greek ships that are currently carrying Russian product. And I'm just thinking that a great message would be to stop that nonsense.
Absolutely. Do they also carry the stolen grain, the stolen Ukraine grain, or what kind of products are they shipping?
I think it's mostly oil products that they've been carrying, but yeah, it's necessary to cut down and throttle that effort. And I think this would be a good time to pull the trigger on that kind of response.
I wonder why the EU and NATO isn't doing like putting their foot down harder on Greece, because that would seem like the thing to do. Do you have any ideas?
Well, I suppose they are private shipping companies that are run by Russians. So, difficult for them to sort of get involved. But I have a feeling now there's going to be some sort of sanctions placed on these companies. Further sanctions placed on these companies.
Oh, sorry, I'm so used to raise my hand that I didn't want to barge in on this conversation. So, first of all, this is a diplomatic scandal. Actually, I think the Russians going after a foreign delegation on the territory of Ukraine. Not that is the first time. They tried this several times. I believe they even damaged an embassy in Kiev earlier during the war. They attacked Kiev during the visits of very important foreign officials. I don't have the list right now, but I remember that at that time we were commenting on this. So it's not the first attempt to provoke things like this. I don't know really about the Greek fleet that is helping Russia. Indeed, a lot of ships are owned by Greek shipping companies, and the Russians are using them. But I tend to believe that the Greek ones are kind of, on the safe side. Even if maybe for some of them they are part of the Greek fleet. But what I wanted to mention here, and I think it's relevant, is that recently Greece announced that they will send their former Soviet air defense equipment to Ukraine because they will receive some new equipment from United States and the other allies. So basically, I think that's what is bothering Russians so much that they even attempted to target this motorcade, which is again, I think, an international incident, and I think it should be treated as such.
So it's really interesting that they haven't like that, because remember when we were discussing Turkey lost. I'm sorry, my brain is working faster than my mouth. So Turkey they wanted to buy the Patriot system and couldn't. And so they bought the S-300 air defense system from Russia. And then they were kicked off the F-35 program by the US because they went and bought a system from Russia. And I believe that Greece had an S-200 system. So I don't know when they bought theirs, but with this as well, then why hasn't this been more news? And why at least not Sweden. I'm going to go after the Swedish papers. But at the same time, why have the Allies gone after Greece harsher or harder? Because that seems like a thing they should have done to nip this in the bud.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to put a tweet in the nest because I found a very interesting tweet from Bifitar that is talking about the Greek fleet. Apparently, they are selling their ships to Russia, and Russia is using them to circumvent the sanctions. So I'll still be trying to do this to put this in the nest. I don't know why it doesn't. It doesn't work. Kind of strange, but yeah. Sorry, Jenny, if I'm not very paying attention very much right now.
No worries. I don't even know how to trim the nest. I've just learned how to put particle or to pin things in the nest, which made me really proud of myself. Yeah.
I think I managed to let it takes a few seconds to be there in the nest, so let's hope it will be there.
Yeah, because
Yeah, so I,
oh, go
go
ahead.
ahead, Jenny, please.
No,
ahead.
go. No, go. You go.
I was just I wanted to say that I will be looking into what happened. This I know about the big explosions. It was reported earlier in this morning, and actually, I don't know if this is the explosion or there were several incidents because that strike in Odessa had victims. Actually, I've seen this in the Kyiv Independent, in a post from Kyiv Independent uh, this morning. So yeah, it's strange that something like this happens. That those drones from the occupied territory to Odessa, there is quite a long distance. So that's some attempt from the Russians.
Yeah. Interesting. I need to
I
look
mean,
into that
yeah,
story.
they were targeting Odessa several times, but they did that during the night. This, as far as I understood, happened during the day. So that sounds quite strange for me.
Yeah, and I understand that they want to get uh, Zelensky, but they would risk when there's another foreign dignitary there as well, um, where they could start something much bigger. That's interesting. Uh, do you have any updates on boats?
On both,
Yeah, on
um,
your ship.
yeah, I do. So that's it was a good day today. There was a big bulk carrier of more than 170,000 tons that left the port of Yuzhny. Those are usually carrying iron ore, and there is another one that went in. The name is Winnie, the cousin Winnie. 172,000 tons. I really like those big ships, and yes, I did the, the numbers. 33 such ships went into Ukraine since September 16. 33 really big ships, really big ships. You should look for the pictures of those. They are quite impressive. So besides cousin Winnie that just arrived in Ukraine and will go to the port of Yuzhny because it's the deepest port, there are at least 5 others. I was just keeping track of them right now. That went into Ukraine, and outbound we had 8 today. The total outbound number for the month of March is already 64 in 6 days, which is quite good. And a combined capacity of 1.7 million tons, approximately. That's like me assessing, the quantity that they can carry according to the dead weight, because it's not really the quantity that is declared as a dead weight. And inbound we have 51, which is also good, but maybe the number will increase a little because sometimes there are other ships that appear later during the day. So this would be the maritime update for today.
This is big for their trade, isn't it? For Ukrainian
Oh, I
trade,
think
because
so. Yeah. So,
wasn't
oh, I'm sorry.
no,
I'm sorry,
but
Jenny.
wasn't it
Yeah.
a lot less yesterday? Aren't there more boats coming in today than yesterday? Or am I remembering?
Yesterday we had 6 in, so it's not a lot less. First, during the morning, I've just seen about 4 of them, but then it was 6. So the average is good. It's 7 or more ships per day, which is kind of what the capacity of the ports in Ukraine is, because you can't really bring all the ships in. The capacity is limited. What I have observed, and is quite interesting to see, that is that the rate at which the ships are loaded and are leaving the ports increased significantly during the last months. So before, it took like 2 weeks or even more for a ship after arriving in Ukraine to leave Ukraine. Right now, for the smaller cargo and for chemical tankers, the turnover, let's say, rate is about 2 days, um, and it's quite small for even for bigger ships. For example, the one that left today. Let me just reorder my table according to the outbound ships. So for Edwin, it arrived. So it's the big ship. Yeah, it arrived on February 23 and left today, which is quite amazing, because it's, as I said, it's a big ship. But we had 2 ships that arrived on March 1st. No, 3 of them arrived on March 1st. One that arrived on March 3rd, and one that arrived on March 4th. So imagine that in 2 or 3 days, the ships are going to Ukraine, are unloaded, loaded, and leaving the ports, which is quite amazing. As I said, for the bigger ships, it might take longer, but for the smaller ship, the turnover rate, the rate at which they come and go from the ports, it's really amazing. I see you have a hand. So Tony Newsam, go ahead.
Hi, Joanna. I can't DM you. Do you recall I was speaking about the journalist Latika regarding that ship that was left Australia last week? Do you remember we spoke yesterday?
Yes, and I followed you, so now you can DM me.
Okay. So just while I've got you, is there any way that you can find out whether that ship was in fact carrying coal?
Well, I asked one of my friends. I didn't get an answer yet. So as soon as I find out, I'll send you a DM. So I asked, but the person that gives me this information is quite a busy person. So yeah, it may take a while.
Yeah, okay. So that will be pretty much concrete if it was coal or whatever it was. Yeah, from that your source.
Yeah. So I will say this because it's important. Normally, the load of the cargo that the ship is carrying is secret. It's the concern is, the commercial law and so on. Normally, you don't have the right to disclose the cargo of a ship. Well, it's not such a big secret because you can, for example, with satellite photos, see exactly at what berth of ship is located, and according to that, you can kind of figure out what type of load the ship will be carrying, because it's different. For grain, it's one type of loading facilities. For iron ore another type, for coal another type, and so on and so forth. So kind of you can know, if you are in the shipping business, you can know exactly what the load of a ship is. It's not 100% sure, and as I said, normally it's not to be disclosed, but for example, for the big bulk carriers that go to Yuzhny, the ones of 170,000 tons and plus, we know that is iron ore because it's the only thing that they can carry and because of the dock that they choose. So it would be kind of like this. If we are to find out that indeed it was coal, it would be kind of a deductive experience, not really like a commercial legal confirmation.
Yeah. Uh, uh, if I recall correctly, we'll confirm that it left from a port which is usually a coal port. Okay, just leave it with me. I'll get back to her and I'll DM you the thread that I've been speaking to her about. She's a good journalist, and it'll be a big scandal here if in fact it was coal. And can I just mention to the Australians down here, they're probably sleeping because it's 1:30 a.m. here, but maybe they're up. Just to look out for petitions or my tweets, because the army surplus auction begins tomorrow, where there's a lot of items that could be going to Ukraine. So hopefully we can get them withdrawn from sale. Stretchers, Unimog recovery vehicle, Land Rovers, air conditioning units, military air conditioning units, just a whole array of stuff. So yeah, people down there, just stay tuned and see if I can get this petition up for tomorrow morning. Cheers. Thanks, Diana.
No problem. So I wouldn't like to take part in a scandal in Australian press in any way. I don't know why is the reason. What is the reason for the Australian authorities not to disclose if indeed it was coal? I'm not saying it was, but it kind of seems like it was because the ship did leave that port and it was loaded full. So yeah, I don't know what reasons are. Some countries are choosing not to disclose what they are delivering to Ukraine. For me, it's kind of, not so important. Australia has a lot of coal. Coal is cheap. It's not like they are delivering submarines or F-16s or helicopters that they can deliver, by the way, to Ukraine. So
Yeah,
yeah, coal is not just such a big business. And Ukraine does need coal in this period in winter. They are not using it as a primary source for, heating and other stuff, but they asked for this as a reserve, and they specifically asked the Australian government for that. So
yeah.
yeah, in my mind, it was delivered, but anyway, I can't know for sure, at least not right now.
It's not so much of a scandal that you get involved with. It's just questions why this government's being so secretive, and that goes for the F-18s, the Taipans, and everything else, all the aid to Ukraine. So it's just to basically get to the bottom of that. Why aren't you stating it? There were reports that Ukraine requested the coal, but none was given. But then someone said that they were given $50 million, but not the coal. Do with it whatever you want. So the other option could be that maybe Ukraine purchased a shipload of coal themselves, and that's what it was. Because if I recall correctly, a shipload cost about 30 million Australian dollars, a shipload of coal. So that's the other option, or the other answer to it, that it was in fact coal, but Ukraine actually bought it with money donated. But still, very curious why the government didn't say anything about it. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll keep you in the loop.
Thank you. And as I said, as soon as I have like more information on this, I'll come back to you.
Cheers. Thanks, Diana.
About buying, have you seen, Jenny? There was information this morning about Ukrainians being able to buy 350 thousand shells. So it wasn't something that was delivered to them or donated, whatever you want to call it. But they managed to find 350,000 shells in European stocks, probably. It said Europe, and they bought this quantity. And maybe this is an explanation for the fact that it seems that on the battlefield, on the front lines, is going better right now. There were some reports that Ukrainian artillery is increasing in rate, and the Russians are kind of upset about it. Have you seen it, Jenny?
No, tell me more.
Was that Tony or Jenny, Joanna?
It was Jenny, but if you want to comment on this, go ahead.
No, it's okay. It just sounded like Tony. I'm sorry for interrupting. Sorry, Jenny.
No worries. No, tell me more.
So I will have to find this information again, but I'm pretty sure that that was it. That Ukraine managed to buy 350,000 tons of not tons, sorry, numbers. 350,000 shells, ammunition, 155, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe, and that this ammunition already arrived in Ukraine. So yeah, that was the news. Let me search for it because I didn't save it at the moment. Yeah, so it's from Max 23, which is kind of quite reliable. It's an aggregator. And it says like this: Ukraine purchased more than 350,000 artillery shells from defense industry of Europe under its own contract. This is a statement from Josep Borrell. This was done recently, and he noted that these shells, so all 350,000 of them, were actually already delivered to Ukraine. So I think this is good. This is good news.
That is excellent news. I wonder, but it doesn't say where they come from, does it?
No,
Like
it doesn't. But being a quote from Josep Borrell, I tend to believe it. I will verify it just to be sure. But yeah, I tend to believe it.
Yeah. Geez, I thought I had muted myself. Oh, I'm trying to pull up an article that talks about a mystery projectile. Slavi sent me this article, and it's kind of a cool one. It doesn't talk about what kind it is, but apparently a mystery projectile has landed near Moscow as Russia was hit by a barrage of drones, according to a Russian Telegram channel reported on Wednesday. And there is an image and a video of the object that appears to be stuck in the trees. And now I can't get the images up, but if it is the one image, it looks like a little drone with like the four propellers, and then like a missile attached to it. If that is the image, I'm trying to get this article up. If you give me a few minutes, or a few seconds, I should get everything up.
No problems, no problems. I was checking the Russian news to see if I can find something about this. You know that there was an explosion in Tuva. Apparently, the official explanation is that there was accumulation of coal gases at that thermal power plant, and that's why it kind of blew off. Well, how do you call it? Bloated. So the poor power plant in Tuva got bloated. Yeah, so I didn't find anything about the projectile, but I'm keep searching. Instead, I find out something else. Gary Kasparov, the multiple champion chess player, quite a smart person that is speaking very often against the Russian regime and against the Russian invasion in Ukraine. Well, he got it. He's on the list of extremists and terrorists. Yay! The Russians put him on the list.
So the Russian
Daniel?
terrorists. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. Go ahead,
Gary
Daniel.
Kasparov. the great chess player is a terrorist, apparently, according to the Russians. And it's, well, he is Russian at the origin. Anyway, Daniel, go ahead.
First about Tuva, I saw the drone flying. So there's no gas there, just a big drone attacking near the border with Mongolia.
You know, Daniel, when there are UFOs seen and then the officials come and say, no, it was swamp gases or something like this. It's kind of like the same thing in Tuva, only it wasn't like coal gas, but a drone. Yeah.
Idea is very difficult for them. If they have the range to launch from Ukraine to reach Mongolia, they are totally screwed. This means you can attack any depot of weapons deep inside Russia, right? And if it's not, and just partisans who can get the drone, assemble inside Russia and launch it, they are again in a very, very, very bad position. And I don't think they enjoy the result. And about the ammunition, I will try to say something like this. First, I don't think Ukrainians buy from South Korea. These are intergovernmental discussion, negotiations. You cannot buy such a big quantity. I think it's only one suspect here, Rheinmetall. He's the only one who had so much ammunition. He can produce so much ammunition and deliver very short. But I will tell you something which I remember very well on Telegraph podcast. In the morning, I opened YouTube and I listened to the recording. And was invited a specialist in warfare in strategic studies from Norway. And they talk a lot about the war in Ukraine. But one takeaway was asked about shell hunger in Ukraine. He said something like this. There are difficulties. They are not enough. They have problems. They need to rationalize. And still don't believe anything Ukrainians will say. Because, of course, they have reserve. You don't go to fight until the last shell, and they are not morons. And I think my speculation, personal speculation on his declaration 1 week ago was something like a trap. Something like shell hunger, shell hunger, shell hunger. You talk about this a lot, and invite Russians to make a move. You get them offside and you hit them very hard. And I suspect Ukrainians have a tendency to lie when they're necessary to do to cover their strategic choices. And possibly this shell hunger, I don't say was not there, but not so desperate like imagine if the Russians will walk to Kiev, no gun will fire because they don't have enough shells to fire at that moment. And I think was something deliberate. Probably the necessity is huge, but still they have enough to make a big surprise to Russian army. And it sounds logical. I will do that if I was in that place.
Sorry, my mic was kind of stubborn. So about hitting something in Tuva, we don't really know if that drone went from Ukraine until there. Maybe there are some partisans, well, I don't know, some sabotage groups on the territory of Russia, which is totally possible. So yeah, but it's good. It's good that they are kept, on their toes a little bit. And I'm saying another news because apparently there was a problem in Kursk, just a moment, because I have to translate. So there was a fire at the Mikhailovsky mining and processing plant in Zheleznogorsk district of the Kursk region. Two trains, of course, fire trains. Two trains were sent to help extinguish the fire. They will deliver 120 tons of water and 3 tons of foaming agent there. So the trains were brought there from Orel and the Gov. We need Peter Heatherly here clearly to tell us how it is. And apparently this was a big fire since they needed to send two trains there. The tank caught fire after a Ukrainian drone strike, and there was a second hit at the warehouse with the fuels and lubricants of the mining and processing plant. Of course, no one was injured. There is no damage. Nothing happened. Everything is fine. Only, something blew off, and two fire trains are sent there. This is the Mikhailovsky mining and processing plant, and it sounds really well, fuel tank and warehouse with fuels and lubricants. That must burn quite bright. What do you think, Jenny?
I'm not really qualified to speak, mainly because we're looking at some news articles. Can you repeat the question?
No, I was talking about the fire in Kursk. It seems to be quite a big fire, quite a significant fire. Welcome back, Mockers. I'll go to
Yes.
Mockers first and then to Fela B. Sorry, Fela. Mockers is the boom lady.
Just very quickly, I wanted to note that Zelensky is alive and well. He has met with the PM of Greece, and he has had a joint statement with him. Some of his words, there are dead and wounded after this morning's attack by Russia in Odessa. We saw this blow today. You see exactly who we were dealing with. They don't care where they hit. I don't know the victims yet. I don't know all the details, but I do know there are dead and wounded. So, he's alive and well and talking. So, nothing wrong with him personally. No assassination. Just so you all know, because the Russians were going, "Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's injured," and so I had to just clear that up immediately.
Thank you, Mockers. This is quite a good news because, to be honest, I don't find many informations about this strike, about this explosion or whatever. I think it's like, security of operations in Ukraine. There was a statement in the Russian press. I will try to search it, but I'm so glad that Zelensky is fine and the Greek delegation is fine and they managed to meet. And yeah, it's sad that there are victims. Well, what can I say? We shall see what other information come out from this. Let's
I
go
actually
to
have.
Tel Aviv. Oh,
Oh,
sorry,
yeah.
sorry, then.
No, let's go to Fela B first.
Daniel, can I ask you a question? Is that okay? Daniel Erfa. You're a speaker.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a simple question that is, why are you, I don't know how to put this, why are you so down on what Ukraine are doing? You seem to be pro-Ukrainian, but you seem to, in everything you say on these channels, is anti-Ukrainian, and I'd just like to know why you were like that.
Daniel is an angry Romanian, and that is it. And he speaks realistically, and he criticises where it needs to be said. So sometimes he says a lot of things that all the rest of us would also like to say.
Yeah,
no,
but
he's not
Marcus, I'm angry, and I've had discussions with you before, but
yeah, just don't go picking fights with people on the panel. It's not You know, Daniel's
No,
a
I'm
friend
not.
of the
I'm not
space
picking
and has been for
fights.
a long time.
I'm
So
not
stop
picking
it.
fights, Mockers. I'm not picking fights. I'm just trying to actually understand and try and understand his point of view, because I've heard him a couple of times, and I'm just trying to understand his point of view. I'm not trying to pick a fight, Mockers.
He
I'm
lives in
trying to
Romania,
understand a point of view.
and he's right
So
next door to Ukraine.
if I may, as a fellow Romanian, to me, Daniel doesn't seem very upset on what Ukrainians are doing. To me, Daniel is upset that the others are not stepping enough to help Ukraine. But I will just give the opportunity to Daniel to respond to this, and then I will try to say something as a fellow Romanian, because from here, and I'm in Bucharest, but Daniel is in Galați. You can just look over the border. You can hear the drones. You can hear the explosion. You can hear the planes. So the perspective that comes from Daniel is a very different perspective than yours. Daniel?
Okay, I want to see my anti-Ukrainian stance. I really want it because this is fun. I expect anything. CC to slap me because I bitching about America for past half a year. But against Ukrainians, what I was and I still totally support and I keep my stand is be smarter how you approach Russian and Belarusian opposition is the only hard critic I have on them. But anything else, imagine something like this. I don't speak Ukrainian. I don't know how many relatives have Ukrainian heritage. I was never in deep love. I never was in Odessa or Kiev. So I cannot say, hey man, my blood is very yellow and blue. But on the other hand, from the beginning, my stand was very clear. Fuck Putin, fuck Russia. What you feel, my critiques are two. First, a lot of people who are pro-Ukrainian or just against the big aggressor start coping with difficult problems which are real and cover up with triumphalistic approach, which is wrong. Because anytime we say, oh, the Russian tanks are crap, I see just 10 Ukrainians being massacred because they don't have enough things they need. And I hate that. When we talk about F-16s, maybe they'll come in the beginning of the summer. I'm not so optimistic because it's not a tank. You need a lot, not just fly that fucking plane. You need to fly in formation with specific missions. It's very difficult. It takes years to fly in formation of 4 to do a specific mission. That is real. And when I listen, Ukrainian soldiers don't have artillery shells or mortar rounds. They don't have enough cartridges for AKs. Your hand weapon. I am in rage. I want to yell, but what to yell? Mr. Trump will be the president. This is the reality, and we don't need to use the blush, the makeup for the pig. Situation is dire. And look, Emmanuel Macron is the person who now take it seriously. And against Ukrainians. Man, if they fall, I will need to be in their place. How stupid do you think I am? I have family, I have home, I have a job, I have a life. stupid I can be to be anti-Ukrainian. I want to see a Ukrainian saying I'm against them. So yeah,
Thank you.
I going down. Okay, I
No,
criticize.
give
Yeah,
me 2
but
secs.
it's fair.
No, please let Daniel finish first, please.
Okay, I will.
Daniel, back to you.
Let me explain you something like this. Already at work, I am some madman who care about that shit too much. Yeah, you know. Today was really a joke. Some colleague said how she learned Russian, and people start laughing because they expected me to jump. This I am, and it's not the passion driven by some idealistic views. It's not just bullshit. This night, I opened the window, smoking, drinking my coffee, and I hear the jet, and I said, these are not sounding like passenger jets, In the night, you can hear almost anything. It's a very quiet place at night, my city. I start watching, of course, the application on the telephone where for months and months, our skies are totally blank because we don't need to leave them. I go to Telegram, I see the heat in Odessa. And I said, probably these are French jets or Romanian jets or American jets patrolling, sending that fucking message. Don't make mistakes. Don't send your bullshit closer to border because they hit rain past week 3 times, and this is my fucking reality. I need to live with that, to live with something like this. Yesterday was passed a law in parliament to make incentivized in local tax for blood donation. And is the second thing about blood donation made it in few months. You know why made it this laws in Romania? Why we need to have huge blood banks? Have any question about that shit? I need highways, hospitals, and schools, not to buy Abrams and F-35. So cut me some slack, please.
Thank you, Daniel. That really does actually help me really appreciate your anger against the Ruskies. And so thank you for answering my question. I really appreciate that. And I was just trying to appreciate where you came from. And now I know you're Romanian and you're very close to the border. I am very privileged to be from the UK and very out of harm's way. Well, I say that there's a very local nuclear facility near me, so I'll probably be the first one to be nuclear bombed. So lovely. But thank you so much. I've heard you rant a few times, and I just was trying to understand your position. So thank you so much for giving that. That is really cool.
Okay, so now I would like to step in. First of all, I think you understand now that you misinterpreted Daniel's rant because he was never anti-Ukrainian. If we are concerned, if we are sometimes afraid, if we are just understanding how difficult this war is for Ukraine, and if we are very upset that the things are not going as well on the front lines and in Ukraine as they should do, we are not just, we are never against Ukrainians. We are against those who are not helping Ukraine enough. Because from here, from Romania, the perspective, as I said, is very different. And even if we didn't love Ukraine very much before the war, because of, education that we received, and because of the fact that Ukraine was kind of conflated with Russia at one moment because it was in the Soviet Union. And for some of the people in Romania, Ukrainians are the same as Russians. Of course, the perception changed a lot since 2014, actually, not 2022. So if we weren't big friends before that, we are now, and we were since 2014 at least, because we understand that it could have been us. It could have been us. It's just, you know, the trick of history that makes Ukraine being the target today. Romania could be the target tomorrow. Moldova could be the target tomorrow. Poland can be the target tomorrow. So US stays well. France maybe stays well. Spain has no concern, but we here, we do have concerns. And when we are seeing all the allies that are staying and wondering what to do to help Ukraine and how and when there will be the timeline, and you know, I need artillery stocks because there will be an artillery war in Europe soon. Really, Ukraine needs artillery, not France, not Netherlands, not whatever other countries. So do like Danish to give all the artillery to Ukraine, because Russian tanks won't be on, you know, Denmark territory or on Spain territory soon. But Ukraine needs them now. So when we are upset, we are not upset on Ukrainians. We are upset because we understand how important this war is, not just for Ukraine, not just for Eastern Europe, but for all the world. But I'm very happy to see Genesis Man up, and we did have some big explosions. So please, Genesis Man.
Thank you, Anna. So we spoke about the fire that you talked about earlier this morning, the tank fire at the distribution place. Another good day for Ukraine. Another tank out the way that they can't use, and they can't, you know, put diesel or petrol in the stuff that they need to. So I just wanted to shout out to Daniel. So I actually love his passion and the way he gets wound up about stuff. I'm pretty sure most of us in our own sweet ways get wound up like he does, but just he gets to a stage where he just got to unload, and I totally understand that. I get like that sometimes. It's the reason I don't come up and talk about US politics at the moment, because like just winds me into a frenzy. And the point is this: the whole Russian propaganda thing is meant to get us into these frenzies. I do like his honesty, and I love the way he talks about his country and how close he is to stuff. And it just reminds me, you know, thankfully there are people around this world that do support Ukraine, and we will get there, and we beat the Ruskies, all of us together. And I do love his passion, and I would not like to see him stop doing what he's doing, because I do enjoy what he says. And yeah, okay, you upset a few people. Well, you know, people are dying while you're getting upset. So, you know, just leave him alone. He's a good bloke. Thank you.
Thank you, Genesis Man. But really, I want to ask you about the two big fires that we heard about. The one in Tuva, that the Russians say it was like coal gas or something like this, but there was a drone about it. And the one in Kursk. So did you have the chance to look at those?
You're cutting in and out, Ayana. I can't hardly hear you. If you could, like, try and do something. Sorry.
Okay, let's go to Daniel, then Meta, and then I'll come back to you, Genesis Man, in this case. Daniel?
Okay. I hope all the Americans and Europeans listen to me very, very seriously at this moment. When you have a crisis, you need to manage it, right? And you need to work with all the scenarios. Most of you want to believe a very good scenario, which is possible. But on the other hand, if you have a big, huge problem here in Europe, you may need to look, what if all will go wrong? And you know how the all look very wrong for me, like Romanian citizen inside European Union. Let me tell you something. Kiev is not interesting. Yeah, Ivano-Frankivsk is not interesting. Lviv is not interesting. You know what is interesting? Dnipro, Nikolaev, Odessa. These are the interesting stuff. And this was the first plan to reach Odessa. And Rich Odessa doesn't mean the city, means the oblast, all the oblast. You know where the Odessa Oblast is finished? Where I stand now, there are 19 kilometers. 19. It's a nice, peaceful, quiet city, very normal, boring city. 19 kilometers. It doesn't imagine what does it mean to have Russia at the border. I'll tell you what does it mean. My city will be under siege. Not real, don't need to fire a shot. But the ships on the Danube will stop. All the cities, all the towns, all the small villages on the area will be out. Doesn't need to talk about Moldova. This is the worst scenario. And the worst scenario can be something like this. I have a hybrid warfare here. I see politicians saying, maybe it's time to talk. Because, we don't like Ivan to invade us. This I need to manage, to cope with it. And I did it 2 years ago. I remember very well. It was warm spring, going with my daughter before the exams, or going to high school, and explain to her, if you hear a loud noise, don't be scared. It's something which is happening on the other side of the border. Every time is a huge noise, she jumps and comes. Why? Because we live with it. We had the fucking alarms on our phones yelling, drones incoming, take cover. These are official warnings receiving on my phone, and probably tens of thousands of people. So it's nice to be in Oxfordshire, for example, or Bordeaux, or Newham, or Rome. I live with this shit. And for me, it's worrying. For Olga in Odessa, is living this nightmare. They attack with drones day after day after day. After the drones will come the missiles. And we argue here. And it's a very, very bad idea to be triumphalistic. They will win. Russia is crap. They don't have technology. Their soldier morale is crap. They don't have the training. Guys, hundreds of thousands of soldiers clash, hundreds of thousands of soldiers on a front of 2,000 kilometers. Nobody did it. Nobody past 80 years. So wake the fuck up. Be more moderate. And understand there are tens of millions of Ukrainians living this bullshit. Living. For me, Ukrainian numbers from Odessa Oblast are normal. For you, it's just news. That's it.
Thank you, Daniel. Let's go to Mete, the voice of calm. Mete, go ahead,
Hi,
please.
Joanna. So good to hear your voice, Joanna. I've been away from this space for a while now, not because of the space. But yeah, thank you so much for hosting. Yeah, I think, from Finland's point of view, I think it's fabulous that Sweden is going to NATO, because they are our neighboring country and we love them. And then also, I think it was a good idea, I can't remember whose it was, that, we should just put some troops on the border. And the Norwegian, the Finnish, the Baltics, the Polish, just put the troops on the border. And that will force Russians to put some troops in the border, I hope. in Murmansk and places like that. And that would take some troops from Ukraine. That's what I think. Yeah. So let's just put some troops on the border at this point, and later I'm so for the troops on the ground. Not to. I have to say that. You know, because I think that the Finns and Poles would kick them asses. But let's see what the wise men choose. I'm sorry about US. I'm so scared about that, but at the same time, I mean, Finland said that they would ramp up the production, and it was like 2 months ago, and now they told that they've been delivering the first batch of 155 mil. And I don't know the quantities, and Finland isn't really big, but we are we are serious about Russia. So I hope that it's enough to have the front lines sort of needs. I hope that, but we'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. So it's quite impressive how many countries actually are not opposing the idea of troops on the ground. And it's kind of a surprise. So I remember that before the conference in France, the invitation of Mr. Macron, it was Fico from Slovakia that launched this crazy idea that NATO wants to put troops on the ground in Ukraine. And I kind of thought this is, kind of a Russian operation, just to distract attention and just to provoke some more division in Europe. Because, of course, some of the countries immediately said that, no, it's out of the question. I remember the statement from Olaf Scholz, but actually other countries said, well, maybe that's not such a bad idea. Macron said it so, and actually UK said kind of the same thing. Canada followed, and yesterday it was the Czech president that said the same thing. Maybe it's time to consider this. Maybe it's time to send troops on the ground for support, for training, for whatever. But I think it's interesting how many countries actually didn't reject completely the idea. And I think that the Russians should be a little bit, afraid right now. Not that the troops on the ground will be there soon, but, not ruling out this, I think this is the clever thing to do. Yeah, but this is enough for me talking. Let's go back to Genesis, man.
Can you hear me all right? That's the first thing, because my audio is a bit in and out.
I can hear you fine now. I
Okay.
don't know if you are hearing us okay.
Okay, good. You said you had a question about the coal mine. So, did you say there was a drone nearby? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, these are the reports that there was a drone above the heating and power plant in Tuva. So the Russians are saying that it wasn't. So they say that it was like some coal gas, probably something like this, a coal dust maybe. What do you think?
Okay, so coal mines explode for a couple of reasons. One, so coal dust, which is a real worry. That's why they have ventilation, and also to vent out all the methane that's released while they're drilling. But if there's a drone about, guess what? It'll be the drone. And I don't care how it explodes, as long as the bloody place explodes. But yeah, it's probably a drone.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly. I have to search for pictures or maybe a video. but I'm looking in a Pravda right now. So they say that explosion occurred at this Shagonar combined heat and power plant in the Republic of Tuva. And there were 23 people injured, 15 of which hospitalized and 6 in serious condition. A coal dust explosion is the official cause of the incident. They say that the fire has been contained. This led to an interruption of district heating service, according to the local authorities. But they say that none of the 4 heat generating boilers suffered any damage. So yeah, kind of contradicting information. But according to them, 4,000 residents are left with no heating, and overnight it was minus 26 in Tuva, so quite fresh, quite fresh. And this afternoon minus 10. Schools have been cancelled. Authorities have urged people to preserve heat as much as possible, and they prepared some generators for the public buildings. So this is the report from the Pravda about this explosion. And as I said, in the Russian press, they said, let me search. So this is from Kommersant. Due to violations of industrial safety requirements, there was a burst of coal mixture in the fuel supply room. So that's what they say. It was a violation of industrial safety requirements. And they extinguished the fire at 6 p.m. local time, while the explosion happened at 8 in the morning. So they took their time to extinguish it, about 8 hours. No, 10 hours. And 170 firefighters and 40 pieces of equipment took part in this extinguishing of the fire. So yeah, that's what all the info I have for this.
Was the fire like in a coal mine? I'm sorry, I heard snippets. Reading.
Actually, I can't hear you very well, Jenny. Maybe move a little because it doesn't.
Can you hear me better now? Because
Now,
sometimes,
yes.
yeah. So it's usually my earpiece that moves for some reason. I don't know why. So was the fire? Because I was looking at an article. They have actually updated about the NATO thing here in Sweden. So that's what I was looking at. But was the fire in a coal mine or like near coal?
Yeah, I think this is an extraction and power plant combined. I'm not sure exactly what it was. They say Shagonar combined heat and power plant of the Republic of Tuva, something like this. I don't know if it's really a coal mine. Maybe it's just a coal powered power plant, something like this. I have to search for it.
Yeah, because those can be like really hard to extinguish completely. I just remember that we had this sawmill where they were just cutting wood and it caught fire, and it took over 2 weeks, I think, before the fire was completely extinguished, because sometimes it's smoldering underneath. So I'm not shocked that it took a long time. I'm actually impressed that they got it that it got it extinguished so fast. That's really
Yeah,
impressive.
I figured it out. So this one in Tuva, it was a power plant, but there was another one in Kursk, the Mikhailovsky GOK, something like this. Mikhailovsky Mining and Processing Plant in Zheleznogorsk district of the Kursk region. So that was another fire, and this is by a drone, by the Russians' own admission. Actually, not one, but 2 drones. I said it earlier. So this a fuel tank caught fire after a Ukrainian drone strike, and the second drone hit the warehouse with fuels and lubricants of the mining and processing plant. So this is a different fire, and this is a mining plant. What do you? Well, Genesis man just left. Yeah, just my luck. So this is the second one, actually, and this is at the mine, Jenny.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be really rough to extinguish because once it gets into those things, they can lay there and like not really burn, but smolder. So it's kind of like a low intensity burn, and that takes forever to extinguish completely. It's crazy. I didn't know this. I was like, oh, I thought fire is fire, like once you extinguish it. And then I learned about this part, and they're like, and it's crazy how those fires can keep going forever. And once you think you have it extinguished, it blossoms up again. So kudos to them for doing it so quickly. That's really amazing.
Guess what, Jenny? In the Voronezh region, UAV crashed into an oil storage facility in the Aninsky district of the Voronezh region. Ukrainian drone crashed into an oil storage facility. They, of course, say that nothing is damaged of the result of this attack. And they eliminated 2 drones. No, 2 or 3. So the government of the Voronezh region, Alexander Gushev, announced the elimination of 2 drones over the region. 3 devices were shut down. 2 were shut down over the Aninsky district and 1 over the Voronezh reservoir. None of the residents were injured. And yeah, so this is another one. Maybe we will see some pictures from that one too.
I have to say that I'm really, really super impressed with the way that the Ukrainians are fighting. They seem to come up with new ways. They are really good at, you know, changing, being spontaneous and changing ways to implement previously used equipment in a new way. And I don't think that they get enough credit for this. They doing fantastic things that I didn't think I was going to see in the battle space. I like it.
Keep the
Genesis
pressure
is-
on. Keep the pressure on. I'm sorry, Jenny, I can't bring Genesis back up. Maybe you can try it. I really struggle bringing people up.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I've invited him. It looks like he's connecting, so he'll be up soon, I hope. Nope.
Okay, so because we mentioned Macron earlier, I have 2 statements from Macron from yesterday, and I think I wanted to read them yesterday, but I felt so bad, so I couldn't be back in the space. So he was in Prague yesterday, and he met with the Czech president, and he made some statements, and I think it's worth to read them. So one of them is like this: Who launched the war in Ukraine? Vladimir Putin. Who threatens us? Whatever we do, whatever we say, with nuclear weapons, President Putin. If every day we explain what our limits are in the face of someone who has none and launched this war, I can already tell you that the spirit of defeat is there lurking, not among us. So that was one of the statements, and I think it's very, very good. And the other was like this: Europe was cut into by cowardice, by a desire in one part of Europe to ignore the difficulties of the other, and by abandoning its fate to totalitarianism. Now in Europe, we must not be cowards. So I don't know if it's a total change of position, not a total, because he wasn't really, you know, on the bad side, but he was kind of cautious and tried the diplomacy and tried to call Putin and tried to, delay things a little bit. But right now he seems to be saying the right things. And I really hope that France will be also doing a lot of right things in the near future. But I see Genesis Man is up. So Genesis Man, back to you.
Thank you, Ina. So sorry, people. I've just had the phone's just shut down, so I've had to turn it on, turn it off. Usual IT stuff. Unload X, reload it, and come back. And you're all sounding excellent now, so that's sorted that problem. Yeah. So in essence, Iona, so the mine would have been working as per normal, so it would have had its ventilation systems running right, and there shouldn't have been a problem with either methane or coal dust to suddenly make it go bang. And the fact that they're all saying that it was a production thing tells me straight away that it was hit by a drone, because they just lie through their teeth on absolutely everything. And actually, they're not really good at lying. They just come up with stock answers that they all think, us idiots in the West will just gulp down ad infinitum. So yeah, it was hit by a drone. Thank you. Was there another question you had? Sorry.
Yeah, so there was another fire in Kursk. So I won't give all the details because I said them about twice already. But basically, there was a fire at the mining complex. Let me search the news, and they brought in 2 trains to deal with the fire. So that happened in Kursk, and it was a mining complex. And yeah, I'll have to go back to the article in order to say more.
Sorry, I saw that one. So we talked about it this morning with mockers. It was so they hit the actual production place first, and then they hit one of the tanks. So it was definitely a tank, and the tank's absolutely demolished. The roof's gone, fallen down, and now just the product underneath burning. So that they're never going to use that again, which I'm really happy about. But the tank, so the train thing is interesting because Ukraine has started on this strategic battle about production plants, petrochemical stuff across the Russian across Russia, and it's starting to stretch them. So foam is quite difficult to make and takes a little while, and you use a lot of it at all these different places. So I think they're running out of foam, and they're trying to get their stocks in one place and just send it to wherever they need it ad infinitum. And I think I've heard about this fire train, which is basically just a big truck, really, but on a train, and it's got all the equipment that you'd use at different sorts of fires. And the foam, as I said, is difficult to make, and you need it in certain places. So I think they're pulling back strategically and just using the train to send out to all these different fires when and if required. So I think they're starting to struggle. They really are, because Ukraine are not letting up. They're hitting all their production plants all over the places, their tank farms and their production places, and it's just causing them problems. And as we know, that they're not selling petroleum on the open market because all that they're making they need at home because they're using it up so quick. So that'll come down to diesel as well, which is good for the battlefield because they won't have diesel to run their trucks or their tanks or whatever it is they use. Or is it golf carts? I can't quite remember. But there you go.
Yeah, that's funny. I'm checking the distance from where they brought those trains in. Let me see if I managed to do this. So they brought 2 trains with 120 tons of water and 3 tons of foaming agent to the fire site. So I don't know how much the foaming agent weighs, but 3 tons doesn't seem like a large quantity. Neither 120 tons of water. It doesn't seem like a large quantity. What's that? Three train cars or something like this. So yeah, not very impressive. So they say that a fuel tank caught fire and a warehouse with fuel and lubricants. So this is kind of a bright fire. Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah. So you usually mix well. You can run foam at either 1%, 3%, or 6%. Now, most firefighting should be at 6%, and 3 tons. Well, you're not going to do a lot. 3 tons. Well, what's that? 3,000. It depends. 3,000 liters. That's not a lot of foam solution, or foam concentrate actually. And then you've got to mix it up with water to make the foam actually come out the other end. It's got to be aspirated as well. That means you've got to put air into it to make it work. I think they're struggling, Iona. I really do. And this is because they're fighting fires all over Russia, and they're starting to run out of foam. As I said, it's difficult to make, and you need it where you need it, but you need lots of it. So I think they've been doing this for like 5 or 6 months now, and I think it's starting to bite. And they're starting to struggle, the Russians. Well, they're starting to struggle everywhere, but should it be known? But I'm all for it. Well done, Ukraine. Excellent work.
Yeah, and apparently there was another strike in Voronezh, but I don't have more on this. Possibly it wasn't so spectacular, but there was a drone strike in Voronezh, which is not far from Kursk. So yeah, they keep them on their toes. What can I say? It seems quite successful. So the distance is not very big. Actually, it's about 80 kilometers for one of those trains, and kind of the same, maybe 100 kilometers for the other train. So yeah, but again, they had to move 2 trains in order to extinguish this fire. I don't know. They shouldn't be more prepared for these facilities. Actually, have you heard the news that beginning with this month, the companies in Russia should have a plan to defend against drones? And actually, they are required by law. They want to promote a law for this. It kind of seems interesting.
So they are going to make it into law that they have to change their defense, or I'm not understanding. Of course, they need to defend themselves against drones as well. Or I probably misunderstood that.
Yeah, but as I understood it, and I will have to search for it because I know that I've seen it. You know, in Kommersant, at the end of the month, they are publishing an article with uh, legislative changes for the next month, so that people should know what to expect. And there was this kind of article, and in that they said that from 1st of March, the Russian companies should have a plan to defend against aerial threats. And basically, it's not the state that will protect them; they have to defend themselves. Something like this, you know. It's kind of relieving the responsibility of the state, and just putting it on the company to be done, you know. So kind of like this. I'm sorry. I
Oh,
will try to search for it.
no, now I get it. Because at first I was like, what? Of course the government has to, like, protect its sovereignty, like protect against all kinds of attacks. But oh, that's really clever of them. That way the government doesn't have to spend money. You just like put it on the company instead. Brilliant. Way to go to save money, I guess, so that some other person can like steal it other than, you know, anti-drone committee. Go ahead, Genesis man.
Jenny, you do make me laugh. Actually, that makes sense. So in the UK and most of Europe, all these production facilities will have their action plans. So should A happen, B happen, C happen, and um, it's for the actual plant to have an emergency plan should anything happen. So what you would say is, okay, so now you need to add on to that plan an attack by drones, and the outcomes will be roughly the same. So you'll have an attack by drones, and one of the tanks will get hit, and it'll catch on fire. You'd have already thought through or risk assessed what you need for that. My point is this. So yes, you can have all the action plans you want. The point is this: you're running out of the stuff to facilitate the action plan in terms of foam should you have a fire, because you don't usually have a fire, so you'd only keep, I don't know, 10, 15,000, 20 litres or 20,000 litres of foam on site to put out a fire. But now you're going to need more because the risk has gone up. So it does actually make sense. I understand it. Um, I can't believe I'm saying that about Russia, but there you go. I am. It does make sense. The other thing is actually you need some physical stuff to stop the drones in the first place. I think that's more what they're talking about. But the outcome will be the same. It'll be a fire and or loss of production. So you need to guard against that. You need to write it into your emergency planning so that you don't lose the production. But they're not going to do it, are they? It's okay. The Russian government saying, yeah, you should do this, but actually they won't end up doing it, as we all know.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
actually, as I understood that, it wasn't just about the plan, it was also about the defense. So they should have some equipment to defend themselves or something like this. I really have to search for that because it seemed to me like this. And there are already private companies in Russia that are creating security groups. So I don't know. Soon we will see every power plant and every refinery and every fuel processing plant or whatever uh, guarded by armed small arms persons trying to get down the drones if the drones appear in the region. It's kind of a security risk, don't you think so? Having so many armed people around.
as you were talking, I was like thinking, okay, so you have, I don't know, um, oh, what the hell, Smirnov. You have the Smirnov plant. They're making vodka, and Ukraine attacks it with drones. And so, in order to protect themselves from drones, they have like a small militia. You know, what could possibly go wrong with having hundreds of little tiny small, or maybe not so tiny, militias around the country? It just takes 10 of them to band together and go like, screw this, we want a better government that protects us. And then Russia is like royally screwed. Yeah, save me, Genesis man, go ahead.
No, Jenny, you make a really good point because there's nothing, innately wrong with vodka and guns, is there? Because those two go together like cheese and wine. You're just asking, and also they'll have to have physical stuff, so anti-jamming equipment for the drones, and I don't know, nets across the place here, there, and everywhere to stop it. So they'll have to install all that. But yeah, it's not really a recipe for disaster, is it?
And yeah, no, not at all. And like, what better place to put the Smirnoff plant except for next to, like, I don't know, ammunitions factory, so that you don't have to walk that far to get to the guns and ammo. Jesus.
So
Yeah,
I found
that.
it.
Oh,
I found it.
good.
Yeah. So the change in legislation is like this. From March 1st, administrative penalties for non-compliance with the requirements for ensuring security and anti-terrorist protection at fuel and energy facilities will be changed. Such offenses will be punishable by a fine of 10,000 to 15,000 rubles for citizens, from 70,000 to 100,000 rubles for officials, and from 150,000 to 450,000 rubles for legal entities. So if you are not providing the necessary, security and anti-terrorist protection, you will be fined some more money for the Russian state.
So I gotta give it to the Russians. I don't like to give them credit, but hey, if you in one fell law, just make sure that one, the state has no responsibility of protecting its citizens or companies or other things, and you can bring in money if they don't comply to the rules. That wow. I Go ahead, Genesis man.
Jenny, you make a really good point. So uh, those emergency plans are during times of peace. So I would have thought, simple bloke that I am, that whilst we're at war, and you can call it a special military operation all you like, Russia's at war, it would be the duty of the state to protect all those things. But yeah, you're right. They're passing it down to the poor operators so that they have to do it. And they get out of another job, don't they? And you're right. If they don't do it, then we can claim money off them. Well, not that they're already claiming shed loads of money off them for this, that, and the other. But yeah, well, it's a really good point.
But then again, like, what are the rubles worth? Like, so the 50,000 rubles, what's that, like 250? I don't know. That was mean. Um, but yeah, that was kind of like when um Ioana the other day said that, or it probably was last week, talking about the unemployment rates in Russia, and they're always looking for new people to send to Ukraine, so he would eliminate two problems in one. Just draft them and send them to Ukraine. They're no longer without a job. And if they die, well, then they won't come back and be unemployed. Solve two problems right there. Don't say that Russia doesn't solve problems. Sometimes they manage. Oh, I have really dark sense of humor. Um, anyway, so I looked in several more news agencies here in Sweden, and if everything goes according to plan and the plane from Hungary doesn't get lost on the way to Washington D.C., then officially Sweden could be in like a full member of NATO, because Sweden sent off a diplomatic envoy to Washington today already, with Ulf Kristersson and Tobias Billström. I believe he's the Minister of Defense. No, he's not. He's the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs are on their way to Washington D.C. as we speak. And the minute that the Hungarian envoy, like the people getting the paper over to Washington D.C. from Hungary, and the Swedish acceptance is turned in, then we're officially members. But they won't raise the flag until Monday. So that was the new plan.
So as far as I understood, the documents already arrived in Washington. That was my last news about Sweden's accession to NATO. So I think the documents are already in, and as we talked before, Jenny, if you remember, there is this plan for the official ceremony at noon in Brussels on Monday, 11th of March. So yeah, maybe the Swedish delegation is going to Washington, for the official signing of all the documents. And then on Monday, we will celebrate Sweden's accession to NATO.
Absolutely. And it's, I think that the Swedish Prime Minister just wants to make sure. That's why he's the head of the Swedish government, but maybe he's there to double check that Orban has and the Hungarian parliament has done their job correctly. I don't know. It feels like they don't really trust them, does it?
Yeah, indeed. Sorry, I got a bit distracted because I was following that story of Russian ships that weren't allowed to pass through the Bosphorus. A number of Russian ships waited on both sides of Bosphorus, some leaving the ports in occupied Ukraine, and some trying to go to supply Russia actually with the weapons from Syria. So two of the cargo ships from Syria and one tanker, until now shipping weapons and oil for Russia for the front in Ukraine, are now diverting their route, and they went south and west. And according to the AIS, right now they are south of Crete, and they are heading to St. Petersburg. So they cannot go into the Black Sea. So they diverted and going to St. Petersburg. I think this is also good news.
That is really good news. And you know how much I'm going to laugh when in a few days when they get to this Bay of Finland, when they have to navigate between Finland and Estonia, if they shut down that too. And then they're gonna have to go to Kaliningrad, Königsberg, and then Lithuania's like, sorry, you can't ship this on our railways. Do you know how much I'm going to laugh? That would be hilarious, because then they have to go back out and go up to Murmansk, and then they have to ship that crap all over Russia before it gets down to the south. That would be so funny. I wonder if they can do that.
I don't know, but I like the Russian, the anti-Russian, like the NATO, like um, it's looking really really good. So yeah, I don't know. Kaliningrad doesn't look very well there. Also,
No, it doesn't. And in order for Kaliningrad to function, it needs to stay on friendly terms with Lithuania and Poland. I know Lithuania for 100%. I don't know if there was some part about it with Poland as well. Maybe those are the roads and the trains go through Lithuania. So if they want to be, you know, kind of pissy, then they could just say no, nope, you don't get to ship military equipment on our railroads. Sorry, you have to find some other way because they wouldn't be able to get supplies in and out of Kaliningrad. It would be like isolated. That is really funny. And then I'm sure that Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, we can come up with something that closes up the Baltic Sea too, because it's not very far between Sweden and Denmark in some instances. Some instances where I think the Swedish guy told me 20 kilometers. That is nothing. And I think it's 40 kilometers between Malmö and Copenhagen. But you can see across, and you can actually see Copenhagen from Sweden. So it's really, really close. I wonder how much international water there is between the two countries, if there is like virtually nothing. It can't be much international water. They have to navigate very carefully. Ah, no, hold on. I'm going to get a friend up that can tell me better. Yeah. Welcome, then, John. Go ahead and tell me if there's international water.
Yeah, thank you. So some correction there. You almost got it right there, Nate, about the distance between Sweden and Denmark. So, so in Helsingborg, which is the most narrow passage, it's 4 kilometers. So you can actually swim across. Well, you need to be a good swimmer. And then Malmö, it's about 20. So 4 kilometers is the most narrow part. But that's between Sweden and Denmark. And then you have the Danish straits, which I think are wider. Even the small one, Lillebælt, I think it's wider, but I'm not 100% sure. So yeah, that could be. But you know, this free passage on, you can't close it off sort of legally, even if you wanted to. I think it's a special case with with the Bosporus, but yeah. The straits between Denmark and Sweden can be, of course, but it would probably be an act of war or something, I think. So yeah. Anyway, it would be fun.
I thought it would be funny too. So yeah, I was way off on the distances, weren't I? But it can't be a lot of international waters there. So the thing is, I know I am vindictive, but I'm all for, Russia not being able to resupply different parts and continue this war. I really want to put like a really good chokehold on them so that they would have to pull out. Go ahead, then, John.
Yeah, I don't think there is any international water between Denmark and Sweden because the national, whatever you call it, it's like 12 miles, which is what, I don't know, almost 20 kilometers, right? So there's not enough water to have international. But even so, you have international traffic going there because freedom of navigation. You can't stop it just because it's not international water.
See, I need to work on my Queen of the Planet. If only I would want to campaign and actually want the job, then it's a joke. I don't want the job. I don't want that kind of responsibility.
You could work on just one policy. You don't need to do it all. Just have a few good policies. That's the Queen, and you know which ones.
Yes, and one of them is be kind to your neighbors or you end up in timeout. And timeout means, like nothing. You do not get to have contact until you can behave again. Ukrainian lives matter. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there isn't a point in there in that, sea trip or land trip that if they're carrying, violating sanctions, which I think carrying weapons from Iran or North Korea, that any action can be taken.
That is something to explore. I do know that there has been trade, like the weapons delivery to from North Korea to Russia is not going as well as it used to. It's virtually stopped now. But and I don't know because Joanna said that this came from Syria, so I don't know if they're just picking up their old stuff that they have in Syria to redeploy it in Ukraine. That could be too. I don't know. Go ahead then, John.
Yeah, I was about to say, but maybe you shut it down there because that's probably why he was stopped in Turkey because of sanctions, not closing off for warships because it's freighted on civilian ships, right? So I mean, you're allowed to bring weapons unless you're allowed to bring anything, I think, on the seas as long as it's not sanctioned. So it must have something to do with sanctions. And then maybe it could be stopped there as well. Yeah, actually, that's the plan B.
Well, I do know since the Bosphorus goes through, is it Istanbul? So you have like part of the city on each side. This is probably why Turkey can do things differently than we could here in Sweden and with Denmark, because it has to pass through Turkey and they can just say, hey, you know what, no weapons transport for Russia going through. But on the other hand, they could say the same thing for NATO. If, for example, Sweden wants to send, I don't know, JAS Gripen on a boat to Ukraine, I don't know if they would stop that as well.
On a
If they're gonna,
carrier.
yeah. So you have like a carrier going through there, that because if they want to play fair, but at the same time they're part of the same alliance, so they shouldn't. They should play favorites. It's okay. Um, but I don't know. I do know that they stopped any warships going through the Bosphorus that doesn't have the Black Sea as a home port. If the home port is in the Black Sea, then you're good to go. But Russia cannot take boats from like Murmansk and or Kaliningrad and send them to Ukraine. That was one of the that I know is a hard no for them. But I don't
Yes, so
know.
they did. They did stop. Turkey didn't allow the Russian warship past the Bosphorus after the beginning of the war. Um, some of them passed, 3 or 4 of them passed on 8 and 9 February. So the Russians planned this in advance, and they said that they have an exercise. And there were 3 or 4 frigates that passed early February to the Bosphorus. But after the beginning of the war, Russia stopped all of them. I believe there were 13 ships in the Mediterranean at that time, with half of them being, caliber launching capable ships. They waited there for about 7 months. They didn't pass, and then they had to go back to the Pacific Fleet or Northern Fleet or whatever. I don't have all the data in front of me right now, but I know that I searched this earlier, and it was kind of like this. So Turkey applied the Montreal Convention not letting warships to pass through Bosphorus unless they were returning to base, which I don't think there was a case after the start of the war.
No, yeah, because I remember that was such a big deal that Turkey took that stance saying no warships coming through. But they did stop NATO warships as well. So, for example, because I remember we talked about having, for example, the UK warships escorting the grain coming out of Ukraine, but they wouldn't be allowed either to go in and go through the Bosphorus. That was one of the hurdles at the beginning of the war. Well, it would still be a hurdle, but they have solved it in a different way, thank goodness. I have to admit that I'm all out of news on my end.
I was looking for more news. So I guess the biggest one today is that strike in Odessa, but I don't find more details on that one. But we have news for MriyaReport, actually, because we will have some very interesting guests today. And I will start with JP Lidsley, who is a journalist reporting from Ukraine every weekday since February 2022. He works in Ukraine with the Ukrainian Freedom News team. He's not only reporting but also bringing ad for the front. He will be with us at 9 p.m. Kiev. So very, very interesting guest. Then we will have a friend of the space, Jonathan Fink. Sorry, Jonathan Fink. He is the author of Silicon Curtain podcast. He is fighting propaganda, digital disinformation, corruption, hybrid warfare, weaponized conspiracy theories, and so on and so forth. He was here several times, and he is a very interesting person to listen. So he will be with us from 10 p.m. Kiev. So this is also amazing. And then we will have Lesia Dubenko. She is also a friend of the space, was with us several times. She's a political scientist, and she published articles in Financial Times, Political Europe, New Eastern Europe, Atlantic Council, and Kiev Post. She is also a very, very interesting guest. So this evening we will have three guests, one after another. A very exciting evening. And with that, I will probably say goodbye to you. Thanks, Jenny, for co-hosting with me. And Tracy will be up soon.
Thank you, Ioana. It has been a pleasure to co-host with you again. We did it on the app that should not be mentioned, and it feels really good to co-host with you. And I hope you feel better soon. Uh, I'm also going to drop very soon, and before I do, I just wanted to plug the fundraiser. We are raising drones, money to buy drones. I'm going to. It is the DJI Mavic 3 thermal drones for the 13th Battalion of the 95th Air Assault Brigade. There is no set amount that they're going to close the fundraiser when they reach a certain amount. This is as much money as we can possibly raise for this because we want to buy more than one. So if you find any extra change, then we would be so appreciative if you choose to donate that. Do not donate your rent money or your food money. That is not what we want. This is extra change. Maybe you find some in the couch or in the laundry, in the pockets that somebody hasn't emptied correctly. And that would be super appreciated. They chose these drones because they can kind of see in the dark. They look for heat signatures, and it is a lot harder to hide when your body always gives off heat, more heat than the background. So, and drones have been a vital part of this war when Ukraine has been fighting. And when I was one of the ones that got to interview Daniel on last Sunday, and he said that the difference that the drones do is they do reconnaissance with, and check out like how many enemies are there, where are they, and everything with the drones. That way, even though the drone may be shot down, they haven't risked a human life. And so this is why we chose this. And I'm hoping that Tracy is coming up soon, or Christopher might be coming up and taking over, because soon it's going to be SBU updates with Christopher and Tracy. And don't forget to share the space so that more people come here and can hear the wonderful updates and news coming out of Ukraine and have exciting discussions. How are you doing, Christopher? This is exciting. I can just see it spinning, saying connecting. So you guys get to hear me drone on for a little bit longer. And so we were asking about the difference between the thermal drones and regular drones. And what Daniel said was that because we give off heat signatures, this is you can operate them 24/7. And even if you're camouflaged, it's really hard to camouflage your heat signature. And this is why we wanted to do the thermal drones, because that will help them a little bit more and makes it harder for the Russians to hide. I am not that good at waffling. I'm also going to. Oh, so one of the things that the EU has decided is that the European Union, wants to put. It doesn't say over how long, but maybe it's next year already, that they want to spend 1.5 billion euros on the defense industry in Europe. And this is to be able to upscale the weapons factories, the manufacturing of weapons in Europe, and also to be able to lower transport time, so we can get the weapons. For example, right now it would be Ukraine, but so that we're going to build out the logistics and the weapons industry. And Barry Breton, who is the commissioner for the EU's internal commerce, he says that we let down our guards, but this period is now behind us. And he presented 2 new suggestions on Tuesday, a defense industrial strategy and a defense industrial program, and with new rules and money to reach the goals within the strategy. He goes on to say that the war has now continued for 2 years, and it doesn't look like it's going to end very soon. So we have to go from emergency support to Ukraine to a more one that is over a longer period of time. If you're wondering why I'm stumbling over the words, it's because I'm translating as I'm reading. It's in Swedish. We're going to go from emptying our weapon storages to producing weapons, says EU Minister of Foreign Affairs Josep Borrell at the same press conference. Since the war started, the EU countries' weapons production has increased with 50%, but we have to do more, and we have to do it soon. And go ahead, Bull Terrier.
Yeah, so just while we're waiting for the co-host change, earlier on, I think it was Mockers talked about Armenia. So there is a bit more news about Armenia. And the headline is that Security Council Chief on possibility of Armenia becoming EU membership candidate. All matters are on our table. So I'll quote from the article, which is, excuse me, News AM. Armenia is discussing various matters, and we will continue to discuss all existing directions and matters. All matters are on our table. We are discussing them. Secretary of Security Council of Armenia, Armen Grigoryan, told this to reporters at the National Assembly on Wednesday. And addressing the question of whether becoming a candidate for EU membership is on Armenia's agenda, which is quite interesting, I think, because, you know, we see Armenia moving further and further away from Russia, further away from CSTO, and further towards the EU. Quote, when asked what such rapprochement of Armenia's relations with the EU will bring, and how this will affect the country's relations with the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, which it is a member in, the Secretary of the Security Council responded, quote, regarding the CSTO, there is a need to ask the CSTO what our relations will be like. I said there are various matters on our agenda and all matters are on the table and we are discussing them. So I just thought that was, quite interesting that Armenia is not ruling out anything. They're not actually making a definitive statement, but they're certainly saying that they're not ruling out moving closer towards the EU.
Thank you very much, Bubble Terrier, and hello, good day to you, and good day to everybody else. Christopher and I will be taking you away, of course, for the next couple of hours, as usual. So whilst we get ourselves organised, I am going to treat you all to, well, our drone drops. Let's have a look at them for the day, shall we? Hello, Christopher, good morning.
Oh, good morning. Good afternoon. Let me see, I'm going, there I am. I'm coming up, so you might lose me for a moment, but yay, drone drops. That'll be cool. Do we have does the ship count as a drone drop? Back to you.
Well, I mean, I suppose it depends on which angle you look at it from. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, sort of. I guess I saw Slavi posted a pretty lengthy video of the crew aboard the ship trying to defend the ship against the drones. So I thought that was a very telling piece. But drone drop from the perspective of the drone, not the droner, but the drone E. Anyway, back to you. Uh-oh. Did we lose Tracy or did we lose me?
Oh, I'm speaking into a muted mic, Christopher.
Oh, thank goodness we didn't lose anybody. Okay, back to you.
This is a good start. Thank you. This is a good start, isn't it? So I was just talking away then about our drone drops. So what was I saying? Well, if you don't know what we're talking about, that's what I was saying, then I shall tell you. So I'm talking about Christopher and Tracy's drone drops from Ukraine. How about that? Let's see some of those drones in action and the incredible armed forces of Ukraine and the naval forces sometimes, and sometimes the air defense forces and the Air Force, maybe small, but nevertheless, they do exist. So today you are lucky. How many have we got today? There's quite a few today, Christopher. So let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, goodness me. 6, 7, 8. 8 today. That's a lot, isn't it? There were 4 yesterday. So I'm just making sure they are all censored. It's always good to double check because we always make mistakes. This is what happens sometimes. So double check and then you can't make the same mistake I nearly did. Yes, all those are censored. So those are now released. So go and check out those, have a look, tell us which you like, which is your preferred. Come up and tell Christopher and I about them. Come up to the panel or come and discuss them with us, make your comments, ask some questions even. Not that I'll be able to answer them, but I will try and I might know where to find the answers. And of course, we may have somebody on the panel or in the listeners who may be able to answer your questions, because this always happens as well, which is one of the wonderful things here. So we as co-hosts get to learn from all of you two, which is fantastic. I've always been like a sponge, the teachers would call me, Christopher, when I was at school, because I just wanted to learn the whole time, and I didn't want to stop. I didn't want to go home at the end of the day. But never mind, that's enough about me.
I was like that until I found girls, and then everything changed. Back to you.
Yes, I shall keep my sexist comments to myself. I might get myself into trouble. I will talk about the drone threads. You know what else I would like to know? I would like to know which is your favorite music piece. Which video in the drone drops thread is your favorite music? Because there's one in there that's my favorite one. As soon as it started playing, I was like, yes, this is the one. So go check them out and come up and have a conversation with us about them. I think that sounds good. And whilst people decide if they are doing that and having a look, and whilst Christopher is no doubt probably nesting and titling, oh, Christopher already did the title. There we go. Fantastic. And excellent job as always. Whilst he's nesting and looking at those drones, drops into tanks, into all sorts of different places. So there's quite a few of them. In fact, actually, before I go onto the headlines and the news of the day and bring everybody up to date with some things that have happened around the regions just as I was coming on to co-host, I will just explain a couple of these for people that are not able to go and watch these videos now. So for all you lovely listeners who are not able to watch videos, we have first in the list the Lumiere group of the 2nd mech back of the 3rd Assault Battalion is working, and they have a fantastic video for you there, so you can go and see that. That's a pretty good one, that. It goes flying in super fast, does the drone, right into the back of the, I don't know, some kind of truck it is. So that's the first one. The second one, so this has been released by the Public Relations Service of the 95th Separate Airborne Assault Brigade. That sounds familiar, that name, Christopher. Do we have some kind of a relationship at MriyaReport with this 95th Separate Airborne Assault Brigade? I think possibly.
Yeah, definitely.
Something.
I think we've helped them out a few times, something or other. It seems to be. Yes.
Something or other, it seems to be. And of course, what are we helping them out with now? Well, as we are talking about drones, I think it is the perfect opportunity to talk about our drone fundraiser. I won't drone on about it for long because Jenny did a very good job just before she left. But because I mentioned those guys in that video, I cannot fail to mention, because we are raising funds to buy drones for the 13th Battalion of the 95th Air Assault Brigade. So this is why the name sounds familiar. Of course, I'm teasing you all. I know you all knew that, really. So go and check that out and have a look at that. That's the first tweet in the nest, as always. And as Jenny said, get looking in all those places that you may ever come across cash that is spare, and chuck it across to MriyaReport.org. So coming back to this second drone video, like I said, it's from the 95th, and that's a pretty good video as well. So let's go have a look at that one. That one that's like for a real height from a proper bird's eye view directly above Some of these, they're on an angle when you see them, but this one is absolutely directly above. It shows you it dropping down. And then, of course, you get the views from the different angles as well. So you get treated to all the explosions, which is what I like. They're very, very, very kind at putting these compilations together for us. So, what's next in the list? Well, we have attack UAV unit destroying Russian infantry in Krinky. So, go and have a look at that one, because that is obviously a pretty important area. And actually, that video, it's unusual. I've not seen one like this before. They're probably out there. It's probably that I just haven't seen them. But this one shows like the satellite view and sort of zooms in, and then you get the drone perspective from the camera flying along. So that's kind of interesting to me, I think. So there we go, just a few of those, and go and have a look at the rest of them. And of course, do us a favor and retweet and get lots more people in here so we can help Ukraine in every way that we can, in all the ways that we do together. And whilst, let's have a look. Whilst you all think about coming up and talking to us, I'm going to bring you up to date with all the headlines and what's been happening in and around the regions. So, of course, the Air Force reported because of the overnight attack this morning, Russian occupying forces attacked with 5 S-300 anti-aircraft guided missiles from the temporarily occupied territory of Donetsk, and 42 strike drones from the of the Shahed type. These came from the Chowder, Balaklava, I can never know how to say that word, in Crimea, and Kursk Oblast in Russia. As a result of the combat operations, 38 Shaheds were shot down in the Dnipropetrovsk, Odessa, Kherson, Khmelnytsky, Cherkasy, Kharkiv, Vinnytsia, and Sumy regions. So there was some damage reports from Sumy came through. There's some extensive damage in Kharkiv, but that's unfortunately kind of normal, but I'll go through that with you all. And then, of course, we've got Odessa, and President Zelensky has been visiting there and speaking from there as well. So I'll come to that in a moment, but let's carry on with the numbers for now. So naval forces, there are no enemy ships in the waters of the Black Sea and 1 enemy ship in the Sea of Azov. Thankfully, none of them are caliber cruise missiles. So, of course, that's fantastic news. Now, on to the losses, enemy losses for the day. 1,250 eliminated invaders, 21 tanks, 40 APCs, 50 artillery systems, 1 MLRS, 1 anti-aircraft warfare system, 1 cruise missile. You've got the 1 warship or boat on there today, so that's fantastic news. That went on there very quickly. Nice to see that confirmed. 56 units of vehicles and fuel tanks. Wow. And 12 special equipment, so that's up high again today as well. So totals high overall. This is, of course, why we're seeing lots of drone drop videos. So in the Kursk region, of course, a fire broke out at a warehouse with fuel and lubricant. That was due to the impact of an unknown drone. You will see this on my profile if you have a look. It's not that far down. And then also following that again, it was attacked by a second drone. So I've posted that as well for you to have a look at. So lots of things going on there. I believe there's something else on fire as well, which I think I just saw just before I came on. So I will go to that shortly. But let's go and cover what's happening around the regions. But first, I will see if we have any hands. We have a request, though, Christopher. Ukraine war update is coming up to join us, and also the lovely For Every Child. So we shall pause there and see what their comments and questions are. Ukraine war update, welcome. Hello.
Hi, Tracy. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and
Okay,
clear.
good. Hi, Christopher. Thank you for the space. Thank you for interesting discussion, the updates. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to stay longer today than I want to, but I did wanted to pop in and to say thank you, Tracy, for sending me that article yesterday about the interview of Budanov, the attack on Russian ship Kotov that was ended up, that was basically destroyed. It was in Ukrainian, and really enjoyed reading it. And I really wanted to share with you like 2 points that made me like actually laugh out loud, because I thought it was written so well, right? And it talks about brief history of the drones development, the sea drones specifically, in Ukraine. And and just a side note, I think it's so important and it's so great that MriyaReport does fundraising to help Ukraine increase its arsenal of drones, right? Because they definitely make the difference. But going back to the sea drone thing, it was during the interview, Budano basically was talking about describing how this operation was happening. I think it was the one that he was talking about is on the Russian ship Kotov, right? We know that these drones, like Magura drones and Sea Babies or whatever, right? Most of these drones, I mean, I think all of them actually have different sets of sensors, video cameras, right? Ability to see day and night, and very excellent quality of pictures. I was actually amazed when I was watching that particular attack. But Badana was saying, like we observed these Russians in the ship frantically running around, trying to desperately do anything to save themselves, save the ship, randomly shooting in different directions, and all this panic and all the fears that consumes them really takes it away from the fact that they don't even realize that the person or people that are controlling these drones are sitting comfortably way back in Kiev in a very nice ergonomic chair, and just calmly executing these attacks on them in the, from the comfort of basically office. Because he was basically making a point about how advanced the communication system that they were able to develop and implement, right? It allows this long range excellent communication that really gives these drones in extreme capabilities, right? Because you deploy them and then you control them from Kiev essentially, right? Um, and I thought it was just so funny, right? And then when I read that, I'm kind of visual guy, right, Tracy? And I remember yesterday you mentioned that I guess some of these drones they have these different modules, and one of them has a flamethrower, right? And I'm imagining this dark night of where Kharkov is getting hit, right? These poor Russians just like in panic and fear, running around the ship and sinking. And the only thing that I think was missing to really kind of maximize the effect of it is to have that one Magura drone just swimming around and shooting flames up in the air, right? I mean, that's like the worst way to go, I think, for the Russians at that point, right? Because you basically have everything. You have explosions, machine gun fire, and then you see these Ukrainian drones, this flame coming out from water, from random spots, right? It would be just so miserable for them at that point. Kind of an additional kick, so to speak, as they really depart. But again, they started this war, so all they need to do is they can end it. They just have to leave Ukraine. But the other thing that made me laugh out loud was when he was talking about how they tested these drones. Because obviously in the research and development phase, they had to make sure that drones do adhere to specifications, to complete missions and stuff like that. So they used this. I think he was talking about a water reservoir, basically like a huge lake outside somewhere of Kiev. So they brought the drones there to kind of see how they can behave, right? To make sure they have good, stable, control, communication, and all that stuff. And they were basically watching them perform different maneuvers on this lake. But the way they were doing it, they were actually like using some kind of advanced radar mapping functions. So they would see the path the drone has made, right? So it's like a trailing, basically, um, visual representation that was superimposed onto a layer of map. So essentially what they would do, they could write or draw things on the map with the drone inside the lake. And he said one of the things that they ended up doing is basically maneuvering the drone to where they would be on the radar would come up as spelling the phrase Russian warship, go F yourself. I thought that was just so funny, right? Because and I really want to see it. Somebody had to have taken the picture of that. I really want to see that because that's just so iconic, I think, right? Just continuation of that Ukrainian bravery that was displayed on the Snake Island during these really difficult times. That that defines the way they stood up. They adopted technological, advantage over Russians, and able to, inflict so much damage because of these drones and their innovation. But more importantly, I mean, the sense of humor, that they have, and they always apply it even in the dire situations. I just thought it was so amazing. So thank you, Tracy, for sharing that article with me. I really enjoyed reading it. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly pop onto the space and to say that. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ukraine War Update. I really appreciate you coming and saying that and explaining things like that from your perspective and giving us those insights as well. It's really great. It adds to, the article was very well written, I thought as well. I absolutely agree with you. And I felt, although obviously I can't know, I can only get the perspective I get from the distance that I'm at and where I'm sitting and through the lens I'm looking at. But it seemed to me that it was very representative of Budanov, very genuinely representative of him. And yeah, it was. I laughed my head off as well when I read that, because they made a point, didn't they, of explaining that they were indeed sitting in these comfortable ergonomic chairs. I mean, actually explaining that it was an ergonomic chair also, not just a comfortable chair, it's just brilliant. It's almost like sneak trolling as well. Ukrainian officials are so fantastic at this, especially Budanov as well. He's just wonderful at trolling. Go ahead, Ukraine War Update.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. I'm going to be quick. I just wanted to know that we're talking about the ergonomic chairs. I want to put a little bit of context for it, because some people may not understand. The reason they are ergonomic, comfortable chairs, because these operators sometimes have to spend very long hours sitting in those chairs. They could spend over 24 hours easy, right? Because once they get behind this control of this drone, they cannot just leave. They don't just rotate out, right? They have to go from beginning to the end, right? So they put in a lot of hours, and it's really important, for the operator to be comfortable, to be alert, and not to make mistakes, because there's just so much pressure riding on them, right? So there is definitely a serious element to this stuff too. I don't want to just kind of, joke about it, even though it is funny. When you kind of visualize all of this stuff, the way Budana was talking about it, and Budana was saying all this stuff with like really straight face. That just adds just this other element of just LOL. But yeah, I think it's important to kind of emphasize that. Yeah, the reason they put emphasis in that, because to kind of showcase that Ukrainian operators that do those kind of missions, they're very dedicated. They sit there and they expect it to make zero mistakes for extended, very long hours without sleep, without rest. So it's important to have these types of resources available to them as well. Thank you, Tracy.
I just want to jump in with a quick PSA while we have Ukraine here. War update. I sent to Flickr fella a link to a series that was recommended to me by Yevgenia, and it's called "There Will Be People." It's in Ukrainian. It's a 12-part series, and it does chronicles the past, where historical events, and it's kind of a Ukrainian drama. It's really cool. The period clothing, and the kind of cinematography that's there that they use. It's very well done from that perspective. I haven't translated it out yet, but I will. So, and then hopefully I can put I wonder if I can put subtitles. Okay. Anyway, sorry. I digress. And then, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Christopher. I apologize, jumping. I know there's Bulter waiting with his hand up. Do you know, Christopher, how to change subtitles from Ukrainian to auto translate into English? I just have this general question, because I think I realized a lot of people, they don't really know how to do it. I'm not saying that's you, but for the sake of audience, right? Because I know some have reached out to me and say, look, I really want to listen or read this stuff, but I just, they don't have English subtitles. So there is a way to do it. But I also think, Christopher, that not all videos have that function, but I could be wrong. Do you know anything about that? Thanks.
Well, I know that if you own the video, right, if you own the channel, you can go ahead and take care of the subtitling by uploading an SRT file, right, that has that's being recognized. I'm looking at the settings here for the subtitles. They're in Russian, auto-generated, so there's not a subtitles in English. But if you take the video down, right, if you pull it down and then you run it through a translator, which adds the English subtitles to it, which is what I was going to do, and then I can also take and get a file that can come out as the subtitle file. So I don't know if that's helpful, but you can do it if you own the video. But if you don't own the video, I don't think there's a way to apply it. If there is, that would be fantastic, but I haven't yet come across it. And then I've got one more PSA. The first card in the nest, I'll leave it up there for a little bit. We're starting to get the 24-hour 24th marathon Spotify audio recordings up. The editing team is furiously beavering away in the background on it. And so the latest one that's got put up, has been put up is Beefeaters. It's a short one. It's about 45 minutes or so. It's really pretty in depth. It's definitely, if you're an economics person, you can geek out to it pretty heavily. Anyway, just want to let people know that those are going up. There are some others that are up there on Spotify from the 24-hour marathon. So keep watching for announcements of when we stick up other ones. So just to let people know in the background that that's going on. Go ahead, Ukraine, more update.
Hey, I'm gonna drop down real quick, switch my account. I'm gonna check out the video you sent, Christopher, and I'm gonna tell you whether or not you can change the auto translate. Because yes, you can. Again, I think on most videos you can do it. But I'll double check and I will come back. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Christopher, go on.
Oh, no, I was just going to say copy. I didn't know that was a possibility. I knew I could do it with my own stuff that was up there, but I didn't know if I could do it as a regular watcher. But I will try to generate something out of this file. Anyway, I'm sorry. Back to you, Tracy.
No problem. Thank you, Christopher. I mean, the ones that I've watched on YouTube, I just changed the translation then to auto-generate. But I think that's kind of different from what you're talking about. You're not just talking about the ones on YouTube, I think, right? Ukraine War Update?
No, I was talking about the ones on YouTube. Yeah, those are the ones I was talking about.
Oh, yeah, so you just go into settings and then captions, and then you can click on it. It looks like when you click on it that at first that it doesn't change it and it doesn't work, but you've got to, so you select the English, but then you've got to click on the bit that says Ukrainian as well, and then it will come up with the choose language for auto-generate, and then you can choose the language, and then that will auto-generate. The only snag is if you have the free version, when ads come on, you will have to go back into the settings and do that again once the ad has finished or once you skip the ad. But if you've got premium YouTube, then that probably doesn't happen. But that's how I change them anyway. Does that help for now?
It does for me. Thank you, Tracy.
No problem. You're welcome. Thank you so much. And thank you for the dashboard, the website that you're doing. And if you don't know, you should all go and follow Flickerfella and have a look. And that is pinned on Flickerfella's profile, because there's some things that, well, we should all be watching on there, and we should all know about some important films, some important documentaries, things that cover the modern history of Ukraine, the Winter on Fire, lots of GUR documentaries, SBU ones, all sorts of different things. There's interviews from perspective of a variety of different people in a variety of different positions and their individual stories and experiences. So go and listen to them, because, you know, if these guys are choosing to share them, then I think that we should choose to help that process along for them as well. So, Bull Terrier, welcome. Please go ahead.
Oh yeah, hi Tracy and Chris. Thanks for your hard work, and everybody, please retweet the space and support the fundraiser. I noted that there was an attack on President Zelensky and the Greek Prime Minister earlier, and that this was a highly secret meeting. Somebody mentioned earlier that only 8 people knew about this. So I guess this comes under the remit of the SBU. I just wondered if you had any comments or updates on that.
As far as President Zelensky goes, of course, yeah, what happened when he was in Odessa is, well, it's worrying, but as you can see, he's safe and everything's fine. Actually, have I posted this on my profile? Let me have a look now. I don't know if you've seen the video, Bull Terrier, but he's posted a video from there where he was speaking and obviously paying his respects as well because of, you know, what happened in Odessa. So I'm just scrolling down my profile to have a look and see. I'm sure I posted it. And I've also translated well, I didn't translate it, of course. The app translated it, but there's subtitles as well for you to have a go and have a look at. But I can tell you some of what he's had to say during the talks with the Prime Minister of Greece. They've discussed how they can further expand security space in the Black Sea. So as you can see, everything's fine. They've gone on to have a conversation afterwards. And they are also, there's a report in the Odessa about the Odessa port, of course, and the functioning of the grain corridor. So, of course, she's giving thanks there. I was just trying to find, where did it go? There we are. Today in Odessa, meeting with the Prime Minister of Greece, the main issue at the talks of the Prime Minister of Greece was, of course, our defence, our capabilities in active actions and defence, air defence, and absolute priority. As there are negotiations with other partners, there are enough air defence systems and the ability to produce the weapons for air defence in the world. Weapons are needed here to save people's lives, and solutions are needed now. Not someday, but for the people who endure terrorist attacks every day and every night. He gave thanks to everybody who fights for the people and the country, and everyone who works for Ukraine and in Ukraine. Thank you to Odessa, to everyone who protects our Odessa, who protects the city, to everyone who works in the city and provides jobs for the people. Thanks to everyone in the world who helps. We will definitely preserve and we will protect normal life. Coming to as far as the SBU and whether or not something's going to come of it in that regard, we'll just have to wait and see. I guess is the only answer that I can give you at this stage, Bull Terrier, unless the SBU or the SBI or other people release something in particular. Of course, this has all just happened, so I wouldn't expect them to report on it today. Anyway, it would be pretty quick if they were to do that. Something may come later on tonight. Sometimes when serious things like this happen, they will report on things kind of late in the night. So I will be looking out for it. And obviously moving forward, you know, we can't know at this stage, I guess, whether it was just an attack that was going to happen anyway, or whether it was specifically directed there with the knowledge of President Zelensky's visit, and whether somebody's collaborated or not. But I will be expecting the SBU to nab them up pretty quickly if that turns out to be the case. But I'm definitely on it, Bull Terrier. I will certainly bring it to the space if I find this information out. Sorry, that's probably not very helpful, a long-winded way of saying I don't really know right now.
No, that is helpful, Tracy. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bull Terrier. So we have Marcus coming up to join us now, Christopher. Now, I hope that Marcus is feeling better, because when did I last hear Marcus speak now? I heard him improving, and that's what we like to see, because we don't want anybody to be ill around here. Marcus, welcome. How are you feeling?
Good, thanks. I'm just pretty shocked about the attempted assassination of the Prime Minister of Greece. You know, 2 years ago, I would say there's sure to be a real solid result in this, and someone will react. But here, maybe we'll just shake our finger at them. I don't know. But normally, if you attempt to kill the leader of a European country, there's a repercussion.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's not new though, is it really? How many times have we seen missile attacks when various EU leaders are visiting, and various other dignitaries from around the world, and I don't know, important people, or, people that Russia just wants to make a point of trying to scare, or all of the above even. And we've even seen, many times them actually in bomb shelters and hiding away and things like that. So it's not new, is it? But we have to wait. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tracy. So what I would say, though, is that in the past, we know there are deliberate deconfliction techniques, let's say. So things they do to make sure they don't kill or assassinate a leader. So apparently the Americans convey that there's an American party of people in Kiev when there is, right? So as to prevent something epic from happening. For example, them killing a bunch of senators. I don't know if this happened this time, right? But I do think it's highly irregular for anybody in NATO to permit this. I mean, this is, if they struck within 150 meters of the Prime Minister of Greece and Zelensky. Zelensky's at war with Russia, so what are you going to say, right? But Greece isn't. So if I were Greece, I would take this as an act of war personally. I mean, they knew what they were shooting at. It was they almost hit a building that is a Greek consulate or other associated thing, right? This isn't an accident. There's no way you can argue that this is not an attempt on the lives of the people there. So, I mean, if the only difference between an act of war is whether the shot hits or not, that's a scary situation to be in.
I'm not arguing that it's not intentional, Marcus, or that it's not targeted. What I'm saying is we don't have a right lot of detail at this stage. So, it obviously doesn't look very good, does it? But, it's not unexpected, I guess, is what I'm saying, because, Russia's done this previously. And whilst you make a good point, some people are clearly more important than others, and it should make a bigger impact. It doesn't, does it? I mean, look at all the things that have happened that NATO hasn't responded to. The missiles going astray, astray in air quotes, of course, and missiles and all these other things, all the things that we talk about that they do, all the provocations and all the rest of it. It's just going to continue, isn't it? And it's dreadful to think about that President Zelensky is the target, but it's not unexpected. And the more desperate Russia gets, I think the more attempts to do these types of things there will be. I believe personally, it's just my personal belief, that Russia is going to push us to that inevitable point anyway. But what am I to say? Who am I to say? I don't have any military knowledge. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. I don't know what NATO's gearing up for. How it seems to us like they should be doing other things or different things. I don't know. I can absolutely agree that we all need to keep pushing for more to go to Ukraine, more aid, more military, everything, not just missiles, more of everything. We should be literally just giving them everything. I mean, I don't know, you know, I'm going to go on a rant, so I'm going to stop, I think, because it's just pointless if I go on a rant. We don't get anywhere. But I just think it's nothing different to what we've seen. And although it's not been publicised and spoken about for a while, there was a period when there was quite a number of attempts on President Zelensky's life. There's always attempts on Budanov's life, you know, and other important people. And as I said, I think as Russia gets more desperate, I think these things are going to increase. All we can do is just hope that the intelligence works. And, you know, in this case, they were very, very lucky, maybe. I don't know what else we can say about it other than that, Marcus. Did you want to follow up?
No, I think they're fortunate, but I think a strong response is required. Otherwise you invite assassination attempts in general. So, I mean, and from this perspective, imagine if it were your prime minister. I mean, the Greeks must be furious, or they should be.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. But look at the UK, right? Like they, you know, try to murder people, and in some cases succeed. You know, with polonium 210 and bloody Novichok. You know, on the UK streets, and you know, I mean, that's essentially an act of war. And what did we do? We did nothing about it. Absolutely,
Well,
pretty much nothing.
I think that's why you're the main bastards right now. I think that behavior is why the UK at the very start of this war was like, okay, gloves off, sure.
Well, you may have a point, but we need to see more of that gloves off, don't we? I mean, I'm up for that, absolutely. You know, I would be up for NATO going into Ukraine right now and Russia and kicking their ass, but I can also see that that's a very simplistic view and it's not going to probably solve the problems. And, you know, Ukraine doesn't want NATO there, so it has to be that way, and we have to respect that. Bull Terrier, but they should deal with Russia anyway. Bull Terrier?
Yeah, I just wanted to quote from the BBC, actually, because there was a really interesting quote. Sorry, I've just lost it. Excuse me. Yeah, so Zelensky apparently in reply to this attack said that Russia had, quote, either gone crazy or they don't control what their terrorist army is doing. So I quite like that response. Yeah.
Or both. But yes, thank you, Bull Terrier. Forever Child, welcome. Hello.
Good morning, Tracy. Thank you so very much for your kind presence here. And Christopher, Marcus, I hear you. There were only 8 people who were privy to the information of the meeting taking place. I don't know if any of those 8 people included the Kremlin. I just don't know. But Christopher, there's been some a conversation early in the morning about the people who actually support as fervently as possible in the United States not being current on happenings in Ukraine, that they absolutely are unable to respond rapidly enough because they are not hearing things in a timely fashion. And my humble opinion, as somebody who knows nothing, is that from my experience in international broadcasting class and listening to shortwave, hearing news from Europe and North America, in Canada, South America, and all over the world, It's my opinion from that semester that there is an electronic fence around the United States and likely around every country in the world, limiting what people within our countries are able to hear in the way of news. I mentioned this in 1999 to a lieutenant colonel who was retired as an operations officer that that we were not getting the news that we needed to hear, and until 2 and 3 and 4 weeks later, and sometimes not at all. And her response to me was, they just don't need to know. My question for you, Christopher, is it proper for me to describe this as an electronic fence around some of the countries of the world?
Well, I think one of the things that you can certainly say that when it comes to a particular government that is actively blocking any broadcasts or blocking frequencies where broadcasts take place, such as where we were, our Voice of America, Radio Free Europe, and others had been blocked or was attempted to be blocked in the former Soviet Union. The same thing, I think, to a degree with Cuba, but I don't know if there's one around the United States in terms of shortwave. I think that shortwave is pretty long distance broadcast, and depending on the kind of quality of your receiver, you may be able to receive better longer broadcast that's from longer away, because a lot of times shortwave and AM, they do funny things with in the atmosphere, and they kind of bounce around. My experience with shortwave and with that is as living on an army base as a small person, we would listen to and be able to pick up on shortwave things as far away as Japan. Certainly could pick up shortwave from Hawaii, because we were sitting in between both of those two. And we, of course, had armed forces radio to help us. So I'm not really sure. I'd have to let me do some looking. I mean, it's a good question, and I thank you. I saw your post this morning in my DM, and I think it's the subject matter, that the people that you were speaking of and not receiving the information. I think it's worthwhile to think about how to get that information to them in a way that they'll be able to recognize and digest it. I think that's very important. So thank you for that. Back to you, Chase.
Could I?
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Go ahead, Forever Child.
I during World War II or after World War II, those old time pedestal radios had both AM and shortwave, so that people could as easily hear Roosevelt as they could Winston Churchill. But I'm not speaking of shortwave, because the amateur radio operators migrated to Twitter, and there's not anywhere near the percentage of amateur radio operators listening in and monitoring conversations right now. And there's very few households that have the practice of monitoring shortwave even on their emergency radios. What I'm referring to is when people from the United States go to another country, they're hungry for news from this country, and they can only hear it with what is it called, a VPM? Is that what it's called? That's the kind of electronic blocking I'm referring to. That we're not permitted to hear ordinary, normal broadcasts on internet. We don't have that permission unless we mask our location. And in my opinion, that is a form of electronic an electronic fence.
Thank you very much, Fiery Child. Flicker Fellow, welcome. Please go ahead.
Hi, Tracy. Hi, Christopher again. I don't want to distract from the current conversation, but I did wanted to go back to the previous one that we had. I did receive, Christopher, your links for the interesting series. I skimmed over it. It looks really cool. Definitely, I'm looking forward to watching it. There's a good news and the bad news. The good news is there is auto translate into English. You just have to kind of move around a little bit. The bad news is the quality of that translation, leaves me desire more, because it's a lot of times it's at about a 25%, unfortunately. So that leads me to believe that if you use any type of auto translation or any type of translation service, maybe if you want to just like copy the content of either Ukrainian, or I think it also has Russian subtitles there, and translate those, you might also get a poor return on the quality of English text as well. So just keep that in mind, because I listened to it briefly, and the level of Ukrainian language they use is wow, it's really impressive. There's some really good. I mean, it's very good quality Ukrainian, and I know it's really difficult to interpret or translate that, because some of it has regional dialects as well. So that would probably making it a little bit difficult for the technology to live up to its values. But yeah, no, it's really good series. I'll definitely add it. One of the first thing though, I have kind of like different things lined up that I need to add. War Dog was sending me a really interesting video link, again, the YouTube channel, about the role that Russians played in Gaza. So I think it's also important to kind of broaden our awareness about the conflict that Russia is involved in, not specifically in Ukraine, but all of those things, they're not in a vacuum. Again, it has Russia's pursuing a broader strategic goal here, and it's important for us to kind of understand that as well. So that's going to be the first video that I'm going to try to add as soon as I have a little bit of time, hopefully tonight. And then I'll add as well those series that you recommended, Christopher. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Flicker Fella. Yes, Yevgenia said that she had indicated that there were several Ukrainian dialects in there, and that the actors did at times switch between Russian and Ukrainian. And she said that she was disappointed as a native Ukrainian, and looking at the English subtitles, she said also that was disappointing for her as well. So yeah, just completely concur with you both concur. Thanks. Back to you, Tracy.
Oh, well, thank you very much to both of you, because that's definitely interesting and very useful for me and everybody else to know as well. So yeah, just copy and paste it. You can actually do that whilst you're watching it as well, really, if you've got one or two devices like most of us have nowadays. Or even do it on another screen. But yes, copy and paste it, and then put it into one of the translation apps. There are some that do Ukrainian better than others, so just check them out. And I've also heard it's a good tip to translate it back and forth between different apps from the Ukrainian to the English, and then you get a much better picture. So what do you think about that, Flicker Fella?
I don't know much about different translation services, to be honest with you. I mean, I barely, I've looked in Google Translate. That's probably the one that I'm familiar with the most. It's pretty straightforward, but there's definitely a lot of it's not at the level where a lot of people, I think, expect it to be, especially in regards to Ukrainian language, I would imagine. But I think it's going to change over time. It's definitely going to improve, because a lot of videos that, for example, I added to the must watch on AFO TV. One of the things that I do, especially if it's a Ukrainian video, and majority of it is in Ukrainian language, but I do turn on the captions, and I do auto translate to English, and I do look at the quality of translations, just to make sure it is there. Because if it's not, I would really wonder if there's a point to add it to that particular list. just again because it's growing so extensive, Tracy. You know, I don't want people to feel overwhelmed when they show up there. That's why I added like a quick contacts at the top, so you can just click on the hyperlink. It's going to take you straight directly to that video. You don't have to scroll through the whole website because it's becoming pretty lengthy. But most of the video, I think all of the videos that they're you know, on that list do have, in fact, very good quality English translation, which is really helpful, I think. But Tracy, you know what we need to do? We need to do voice dubbing. Me and you, we just, you know, I'll dub all the males. You're gonna do all the females, and you know, get our own videos posted, you know, from the Ukrainians.
That could be pretty comical, Flicker fella, like Ukrainian things with a Yorkshire accent.
Agree.
No, no, I have to thank you so much, though, for everything that you're doing, because it's absolutely fantastic what you've created, and it's really, really important. And I'm actually surprised that somebody didn't think of it sooner. So I, for one, I think it's really important, and I thank you anyway. And I know a lot of other people here also feel the same. So I'm really pleased actually to hear that it's growing. Of course, that makes it more awkward for you having to organise these things. So again, thank you for your time in doing that. And go ahead and follow Flicker Fella, everybody, like I said before, and you can check out that link on his pinned tweet. Jenny, welcome back. Hello.
Hello. My cat was like trying to get in my face. I couldn't see my screen. I thank you for bringing up the fact that wherever there's trouble brewing, like a fella, you can see Russia there. Because I remember shortly after the attack in Israel, the October 7th attack, Putin went out and thanked Hamas for what they did. That should tell you the level of his evil. And for those who didn't know this, he literally went out and thanked them for attacking a festival, killing 1,200 people. In some of them were quite brutal, so I'm not going to talk about it, but raping and killing. That is what they did on October 7th. And Russia had a finger in it. They supplied money, and Putin thanked them. That is evil on a whole new scale in my world. I did some covering of what happened in what's going on in the Middle East as well, and just seeing how Russia spreads its tentacles everywhere. It's creepy and disgusting, and this is probably also why I firmly believe that Russia needs to be defeated militarily and be held responsible for their actions. And at this point, not just in Ukraine, in other parts of the world where they supplied money to terror. So, yeah, thank you for bringing that up, Flickerfella.
Thank you, Jenny. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's always important to remember that, you know, that's what they're doing, exporting it, isn't it? And, you know, actually, the first time that Hamas visited Moscow was 2006. So, you know, this is how long things have been going on with them, if not longer, probably, that we don't even know about. But yes, it's definitely very important to remember that as well. Flicker fella.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point. And just to add to it, right? I mean, I've seen yesterday maybe or 2 days ago there was another news article that was published, but I see them increasing kind of in volume about covering some of the Ukrainian activities in on other continents, like in Africa, for example, and other places where Ukrainian you know, special operations and you know, other units essentially, right, operating to counter Russian influence in those regions, right? Because it's just so important, and just it speaks to the core of, you know, like Ukrainians are leading right now, right? They are showing like this. This is a threat, guys. We have to do better. We have to do more. We have to work together to eradicate this threat, because otherwise terrorist attacks like the ones that happen in Israel, that will continue, right? The war crimes the Russians committing in Ukraine, they will expand if it's not going to be stopped. I mean, even today, you guys talked on the space about the assassination attempts and all that stuff. And previously, I mean, I'm still dumbfounded about the fact that Russia was able to use weapons grade chemical weapon essentially in NATO country, and there was like no consequences for it. This is crazy to me. This is insane. We have to do better, and Ukrainians are showing us how to do it. You know, they use automatic translation services, Christopher. The Russians understand very well. It comes in a different forms of caliber, ranging from 5.54 to as far as 155 millimeters. And those are probably the best ways to communicate with the Russians at this stage, at least. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Flicker fella. Go ahead, Jenny.
Yeah, so I know the husband of the Brazilian ambassador in Burkina Faso, and I don't remember if it was 2022 or 2023. They had like 4 coups in 1 year. It was insane. But he keeps talking about the Russian presence in Africa, where you see the violent uprisings. You better believe it's Russia behind it, that are doing helping the military to take over the government, to violently overthrow governments. So they're not nice people. They're really not. And then you have China going in low key buying up things, where they're tying up people with the Belt and Road Initiative, where they're like, hey, we'll lend you the money to to upgrade your infrastructure. And if you default on the payment, then we own your port for 99 years. That's also insane, to think that people or countries sign on the dotted line, because they are they put themselves and their country in danger by doing these things. And because I've talked to some people from some of these countries that have done this, and they're like, what's the difference between this and what France, Britain, and the Netherlands did? It's just another way of colonialism. And I'm like, geez, it's just horrifying when you talk to people from certain, like, especially from Africa, where they feel used. And this, with the Belt and Road Initiative, they don't see the danger, where they're selling off their country piece by piece. So it's scary. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny and Flicker fella. And I agree with you both, absolutely. You know, something you said, Flicker fella, that stood out to me about the special services operating, like you said, around the world, and things going on in Africa, all sorts of things going on there that they're helping with, working with the units of the partners, the National Crime Agency in the UK, and other agencies to take down Lockbit, and the cyber teams that they're working together. The SBU I see is spoken about much more. I see them, I never used to see them mentioned at all in any of the media or any of the press. And I see them regularly mentioned in the press now. You know, sometimes you open your Google and will show you some headlines of various different headlines of, you know, that page that you go to. Sometimes I see these things pop up quite regularly with UK publications mentioning like the SBU and things like that, which I think is absolutely incredible, because you are right. We need to learn from Ukrainians and keep learning from Ukrainians. They are teaching us, you know, the things that we should have had our eyes open to a long time ago. You know, things that many people and political leaders knew and decided to just close their eyes to for, I don't know, too many different ridiculous reasons, but let's not go there. But I do see a huge change now. This is something that I find very interesting, because it could just be my perspective perspective, of course, I've got no way to tell this really. I would have to have much more information to work that out. But I see that actually it's turned a corner now, and that everybody seems to be listening to Ukraine and listening to Ukrainians, whether it comes to the military situation, or whether it comes to the security situation. I mean, the ICC has made those warrants, those new warrants out, and yes, I know one of them is supposedly dead, one of these admirals for war crimes, but I don't believe he's dead for a start, but that's just me. But before we get sidetracked into that, even if it is dead, just like the SBU and everybody else has said, until there's a body, until they have some proof of that, then they are going to continue to build those cases and do those things. But I see them listening in all sorts of different areas. In sanctions, for example, they never seem to used to listen to Ukraine and Ukrainians, and they never seem to take on board the suggestions and recommendations that were made. But now I do see that those loopholes are being closed because they are listening to Ukrainians, and they're listening to the work that Ukrainians have done, such as Mark Savchuk, for example, talking about the CNC machines, and many, many other people in Ukraine who are doing this work to uncover all this information so that our political leaders around Europe and, wider countries and the rest of the partners can act on that. So thank you for waiting, Marcus. Did you want to follow up either Jenny or Rickefeller?
Well, yeah,
Sorry,
regarding what you
Marcus.
just said, the important thing to remember is that Ukrainians are the subject matter experts on fighting Russian imperialism, right? So nobody on this planet is more versed in fighting Russian imperialism than Ukraine is. So it makes sense to listen to the subject matter experts, right? If you want to fight Russian imperialism, Ukraine is your place to ask for advice.
Sorry, coughing. Absolutely, Marcus. I completely agree. Thank you. So do not be passing your cold on to me, Marcus. I get colds, they go away, they come back again. It just seems a vicious cycle since COVID. You just have to learn to live with these things and keep plodding along. But I'm pleased to hear that you are sounding much better.
Thank you.
You are welcome. So, where should we go to now? Christopher, what time are we on? Let's have a look. We are on 5:10 in the UK, 5:10 PM, of course, in the evening. This is when some people have tea, or if you're awkward, like me, you just have dinner. Terry Furious is coming up to speak to us. Let's see what she has got to say today, and then I am going to go and tell everybody what has happened around the regional news updates today. So let's have a look. Terry Furious, Terry Fella. These names keep changing too often, Christopher. It's just confusing.
No, I've been Terry Furious for quite a while. I'm Terry Furious Fella. So, but anyway, I thought it popped up because I've had this thing going around in my head all day today. Beware the Ides of March. And I don't know if anybody knows, I have a feeling it's the 15th of March, and I think it comes from Shakespeare. And I'm just thinking about the preparation for the bridge. And isn't there something else meant to be going on the 15th of March? Right.
Well, what could that be?
Oh, like a little mock election of some sort in some pathetic little country. Don't you think that would be a great day to finally down the bridge?
To finally
down the bridge. Hit the bridge.
It would indeed be a fine day.
I've just had it. It's just been going around in my head all day today, the Ides of March. I'm going to have to check it out on Google. I'm sure it is the 15th. And I'm sure it is the 15th because we know that Budanov is definitely planning something. And I just think that would be wonderful. So I'll just leave you all with that thought. I'll go and do a bit of research and come back.
Budanov is always planning something, Terry fella, furious, or furious fella, whichever way around it is. And of course, the SBU are very often involved in that too. And don't forget the Omega Special Forces as well. We cannot forget them because we know they do incredible work. We will wait to hear the results. Let's have a look. Where are we? Flicker fella, please go ahead.
I just wanted to provide a quick comment to Terry's. Yeah, the Ides of March is 15 March. And yeah, I was kind of, I thought it was a reference to Caesar getting stabbed, by his inner circle essentially and assassinated. I think that's what it came from. So with that in mind, I'm thinking maybe we just skip the whole bridge for now and just go straight for the Caesar of Russia. I don't know, just a thought.
Say that again, Flicker fella. I apologize. I was slightly distracted there.
No, it's okay. I was just saying, with Terry Furious bringing up the Ides of March, right? 15 March, as I said, I thought it was had to do with Julius Caesar getting assassinated, getting stabbed in the back, essentially. And I'm saying if that's the case, if I'm not mistaken, maybe we just skip the whole bridge for now and jump straight to the Russian Caesar and have him kind of repeat this. But in all seriousness, it is some kind of poetic justice here, right? Because one way or the other, on 15 March, somebody's going to get stabbed, whether it's one man who's hijacked Russian future or the rest of the Russians. I think they really need to make a decision as soon as possible. And that day would be pretty awesome. I agree with you, Terry.
Thank you, Flicker fella. I appreciate you repeating that. I apologize. Somebody knocked on my door, so I was slightly distracted. How rude of me. No, I'm joking. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But no, yeah, well, that's very interesting, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. I might ask you if you can give me some lottery numbers if you turn out to be correct about that date, Terry Furious.
Just a minute. Do you know, I tried to press my own icon instead of the mic then. I wondered why it wasn't working. Yeah, I've just checked out. Thanks, Flicker fella. Yeah, that makes it even more exciting. So we'll just have to stay calm and hope. Yeah, I think there's definitely something is going to happen big on the 15th. So how many days have we got? Is it the 6th today? I don't even know. Oh, so 9 days. There we go. I was going to keep it a secret, but then if I kept it a secret and I was right, I wouldn't be able to tell anybody. So now I've told, oh, it's a secret between us, okay? Yeah. So anyway, I've just been bubbling. I've also put the kettle on and made another cup of tea, so I'm going to grab that now. Hope you two have had a good day this afternoon. I've been listening on and off.
Thank you very much, Terry. Terry Furious, Terry Fella, no, never mind. I'll try that one again.
Terry Furious, will do. Terry Furious.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's have a look at some regional news then, shall we? And I will bring you all up to date on what was happening. So, of course, we've got the damage reports to go over, as always, because Russia does not stop doing that. So Donetsk, this morning, in the middle of the night, the Russians struck Pokrovsk and one person was wounded as a result of that. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, they also fired 4 S-300 rockets into the city, hitting a residential building. As a result of the strikes, a civilian received minor injuries and 11 high-rise buildings and 3 private houses and an educational institution were damaged. A bank and an enterprise were also damaged. This is a reminder, said Vadim Flashkin. He makes a reminder here and points out that for people to continue to evacuate, which of course you can understand why. So that was this morning in Donetsk. And then, of course, unfortunately, it doesn't stop there, as we know. So the latest updates, if I can get the right page, which would help. Yeah, so the latest updates from the regional military administration Mr. Vladim Flashkin. He's the head there. So let's have a look. A resident was seriously injured as a result of the enemy shelling of Netalove community. Russian troops opened fire on the settlement. Restoration work is ongoing in Pokrovsk. Rescuers are closing windows and helping people out. A man who mobilized local residents during the occupation of Liman faces up to 10 years in prison. This is the overall report from him. And the government is considering possibly extending the deadline for payments for internally displaced people. That was just the latest report that he wrote there. So coming back to what happened this morning. So later on, about lunchtime, one person died in Donetsk as a result of the shelling of that community that I just mentioned. The village came under fire. A 63-year-old woman received a fatal wound and died on the way to hospital, unfortunately. And Russia just continues to just be Russia. So that's the latest updates from Donetsk. Also, Russians shelled populated areas in total 10 times in Donetsk. 207 people, including 60 children, were evacuated from the front lines. So those mandatory evacuations keep going on, I'm pleased to say. And of course, some of them are not mandatory ones. Some people do just choose to be evacuated. And of course, that support is there for them on an ongoing basis. So coming to Dnipropetrovsk, invaders attacked Nikopol 3 times in the evening. First, the district centre was targeted by drones. Then the Marganets community was shelled with heavy artillery. Power lines were damaged. People were not injured, thankfully. And the defence forces shot down a drone over the Dnipro district at around midnight. So moving on to Kharkiv. About 20 settlements in Kharkiv were hit by enemy artillery and mortar attacks. And in the district, 7 UAVs were shot down by the defence forces. In Chugiv district, there was no information about the victims. And in Izium, the enemy shelled the building of the educational institution. Thankfully, again, no victims are injured. As a result of shelling of a private house in Vochansk, that was damaged and there were fires. Thankfully, again, no victims. And in Kupian district, that was attacked by enemy fire. Unfortunately, that did result in the death of a 58-year-old woman. During the day in Kharkiv, the demining was 17.94 hectares and 278 explosive objects removed. So that's obviously more lives saved there, 278 at least. Now, unfortunately, following that, at lunchtime, the occupiers attacked again in the Izium district. As a result of that shelling, a fire broke out on the territory of a house, a car, a garage, and the outbuildings, and they were all destroyed. As a result of the enemy shelling of the village of Borova, up to this point at lunchtime, they reported 1 dead and 7 injured, including 3 minor boys. A civilian aged 70-year-old, a local resident, died. The circumstances for that are being clarified, he emphasises, and a 73-year-old civilian with injuries from debris, including a 44-year-old woman, suffered moderate injuries. A 24-year-old woman was diagnosed with an acute reaction to stress, and 3 young men aged between 12 to 16 have light to moderate injuries. An 18-year-old boy received a shrapnel wound, and medical assistance was provided to all the victims. The elimination of the consequences of that continues, so there will be more updates about that. So let's pause there and see if we have any hands or if anybody would like to comment. Christopher, would you like to add anything?
It just seemed like she had a panic attack, or if she had like some sort of episode where she like was overwhelmed emotionally. The woman that was described there. yeah, that's horrible because you can't plan for that, right? Even if you're wherever, even if you're safe and you're not being hit physically, being taken out mentally like that is just yeah, it's another one of the pieces of collateral damage. Back to you.
Oh yeah, absolutely, it is, and yeah, it's a thought, isn't it? Because of course, like you say, that can actually happen. You know, stress can come on like that, like you say, that an acute attack. But fortunately, she's getting medical treatment anyway, so that's the main thing. All the services are there for everybody, and you know that's an important thing actually, maybe to point out at this time, Christopher, is that they're really quick to deploy. What do they call them? Like these, oh, I forget the name of it now. You know, they have those, what are they called? Invincibility points, those. So they kind of come out with like a mobile version of that and deploy. I guess it's similar to what you would see in a lot of countries if there's some kind of an emergency. But I just think in those circumstances, it's fantastic to see that they come out with, you know, those pop-up tents. In some cases, it can only be those. But, I mean, you know, they're quite sturdy. They're used to putting them up in these conditions, so they're meant for these types of conditions. But yeah, all the services are there, all the medical services, you know, psychological help if people need it, and that's really important, obviously. So let us move on to the rest of what's gone on in the regions then. If nobody's got any comments or any hands up, I will just give you all a double chance. No, nobody wants to? Okay, I will fill you in on all the rest of the details. So let's have a look at Kherson. The Russian military targeted residential quarters of the population centres of the region. In particular, 10 high-rise buildings and 11 private houses were damaged as a result of shelling of critical infrastructure. A museum, a creative centre and cars were also damaged. Let's have a look. Sorry. Hits were also recorded in the port infrastructure and the territory of the park as well. Sorry, that was my son in the background going out. So where did I get to?
Is he gone? Is he going to get tucker for your supper?
No, I don't know. I don't know what he's doing tonight. But he was just telling me that he'll be back about 11. That's what.
Well,
That's all.
tucker and supper will be delayed then, won't it? Did you see the?
He's a very good lad. He does bring me food very often.
I know you've been mentioning. Did you see the Putin, Yorkshire Putin and what's his name, Mr. Potato Head? Yes. Did you see that video that I sent you?
I saw it last year when it came out. It was hilarious then, and it's just as hilarious now. Do you think we should explain to people what we're talking about?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. It was the first
Nestworthy?
time I had seen it, so I didn't realize that it was at least a year old. So, absolutely.
I mean, unless they've made, it's not a new version, they could have made a new version, but I've seen it before anyway. I think it's absolutely hilarious. Do you think it's nest-worthy? Maybe just for a very short time.
Oh,
What
well,
do you
I think so, because we talk a lot about the regionalities in Ukraine. We talk a lot about the regionalities elsewhere, and even with this video series that I had sent along to Flickr fella for inclusion in his inclusion in the list of videos in the archive. There, he's creating, I don't know what else to call it, maybe just a playlist at the moment, but all those links. But that in that particular set, there's a lot of dialect that goes on that makes it difficult. So this is the same thing, right? So this is Yorkshire dialect. That's so funny. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, it is very funny indeed. This is the thing about Yorkshire people. They can laugh at you, but they can laugh at themselves just as well. We like to give each other a good ribbing. So, joking aside now, of course, but no, it is interesting. You're right. Of course, we talk about those differences in language, those different lexicons we were talking about the other day in different industries and things like that. And then, you've got, like you say, the language and then the regional differences and all those things intertwined. I find it absolutely fascinating. It's like I was just saying to you the other day, Christopher, about the data information thing, which is funny because that story, of course, related to a very long time ago. And when you speak about data now, I don't know if most people say data to me, I think of like mobile data. I don't think of like, data as in information. But I think it's very interesting. And I wonder, in Ukrainian, I mean, of course, they must have things like this and examples of these things. But I'm always interested if anybody's got any examples to bring us, if they know Ukrainian. Of course, I'm not sure I will ever get to the level that I will know it that well, that I will be able to tell these differences, but I keep trying. Would you like to laugh at me trying to pronounce a new word for me? This may come off the way it does for you when you try to say Ukrazal, isn't it, Sia?
Okay,
Would you like to have a giggle like
what's the
that?
word?
What's the word? Well, now I have to go and have a look. Just give me a moment. I have to read this. The word is, wait, it's I don't even know if I can say this now. Gaz Vidobovania. Gaz Vidobovania. How about that? Of course, it means absolutely nothing to you, Christopher. I understand this, but I thought it was rather funny. Somebody please come and tell me how bad my pronunciation was at this word. But why am I telling you this word? Well, I will tell you because this Ukragaz Vidobuvania. Do we have a hot mic somewhere, or is that just you, Christopher?
Oh, it's me. Sorry.
That's okay. So yes, why am I telling you this word? I hear you ask. Well, because this company is actually part of the NAFTA gas group. Now we've been hearing lots of good news lately about things that have been happening in various energy fields within Ukraine, and gas is one of them. I've mentioned before about the new wells that they brought online. Well, actually, I think 2 were new, and one was one that they'd reconditioned, which was actually really, really old. That was a really interesting story. But this report here I saw today. So since the beginning of the year, Ukragaz Vidobovania, which is part of the Naftogaz group, has launched its 4th high throughput well, which brings Ukraine about 400,000 cubic meters of gas per day. So even among high flow wells, the object is one of of the most productive, and this is the result of the effective and coordinated work of a large team of people from Naftogaz Group, and at all stages from the design to the drilling and the commissioning. I am sincerely grateful to all specialists who participated in this process, and it's thanks to your work that Ukraine is becoming stronger, more stable, said the head of the Naftogaz Group, Alexei Chernyshov. So this is, of course, one of the wells that I was talking about. So the idea of launching this well belongs to the development team of the Ukrainian Research Institute of Natural Gases, which I thought is fascinating because I'd never heard of these people until I read this report. So this is also part of the Naftogaz group, and they were the ones who were able to actually correctly assess the residual potential of the old deposit. So this is that old well that I was talking about. So successfully determine the area for laying and improving, of course, the high prospects of drilling as well. So during the work, the daily record for the drilling by one of the crew was set in 24 hours. So not only are they doing these projects, but they're also setting records for the speed of drilling as well. I can imagine there's a bit of competition going on there, Christopher. What do you think? Or is that just
You
me?
think between which one, like between governmental entities or between specific parties within the same genre of work? Or, I mean, yes, I think to answer you directly, I think there is definitely a desire to be the top dog, because if you continue to perform at a high level, you'll continue to get business. I mean, that's kind of how I see it. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. But what I meant is competition between them, the crews. So, but absolutely, I would agree with that as well, because they say,
yeah, no, that's interesting. That's an interesting thought. I wonder if they receive. So, like, if you've got a schedule of work, right? You know how long something's supposed to take, pretty much, given what kind of work you're going to be doing. Kind of like when you take your car to the auto shop, and the auto shop has a fixed price for the shop hours. And if you take it to here in the United States, if I take mine to a dealer, and the dealer has a set price for per hour, but it also in its books it has a set amount of hours that each job is going to take, and they charge you that money, whatever. Even if the mechanic took twice as long, they're only charging you the shop hours that the job says. But the good mechanics, right, the ones that can complete the work timely and can complete it well and thoroughly and under time, wind up with bonuses. And that's what I was trying to get to. Because if you can get a bunch of jobs underneath the wire in terms of hours amount, and the shop manual says that you can charge so much more for it, then you're a happy manager of the auto repair end of things. So I would think that maybe that's the case. I don't know. It would be worth looking into, I think. Back to you.
I mean, that would be pretty cool. It reminds me of when I first became a bricklayer. Oh, many moons ago now. And we would get paid what they called piecemeal, which was you would get paid for each brick that you would lay, which I thought was just jolly fantastic because I was very fast. So this made I made more money than everybody else, which I thought was just jolly fantastic. And of course, none of the men liked that very much, but I didn't right much care about that. But yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it, if they were given like some kind of incentive or some kind of bonus? I think that would be good, especially as they are doing incredible record times, apparently. So in one 24-hour period, they drilled 905 meters. I have no reference to know how good that is, but it's a daily record, so that's good enough for me. Thanks to the efficient work of the specialists, it was possible to finish the well 30% faster than they had planned in just 105 days. Specialists of here we go again now. Why did I have to keep putting this word in here? I'm torturing people here. Ukra gaz vydobovania. It's getting easier. This is what happens. Specialists for this company also reduced the risks of negative impact of drilling fluid on the reservoir layers, so that when the drilling in the interval of the productive layers, a hydrogen-based solution was used, which makes it possible to achieve the result. Oh, that's interesting. Thanks to the more efficient dismantling of the main drilling equipment, early I can't speak today. Early work that they did to prepare was accelerated, and the installation of the well, along with the industrial communications and the facility, was put into operation a few days ahead of the design deadline. And then, of course, they went on with a high flow rate. So I don't know what that means, but I'll be perfectly honest. But if it's a high flow rate, I guess that's better than a low flow rate. I mean, it has to be take more careful handling and involve lots more different things, I would think, if things are flowing at a faster rate, just because, the fact that it's gas, and gas is quite dangerous. What do you think, Christopher?
So wait, what are they getting the flow? I missed the part about what they were doing and where the flow rate was. Is it repair of pipes or is it putting pipe down?
So I think both, to be honest. So in this particular part here, they're talking about reducing the risks of negative impacts of drilling fluid on the reservoir layers, so that when the drilling in the interval of the productive layers, the hydrocarbon-based solution was used, which makes it possible to achieve the results easier. It makes it more efficient when they're dismantling the main drilling equipment, and it accelerated the installation of the well with industrial communications. The facility was put into operation ahead of time. So it doesn't really go into any much more detail than that. I'd like to see a more detailed report on that. This is just obviously the press release that they've reported on today. So I wonder if we could get hold of something more detailed. They do point out that in the first days of 2024, the well had a flow rate of 250,000 cubic meters of gas per day. 2 more wells now mean that they've got a total output of 550,000 cubic meters. So that's quite an increase, isn't it? And then there's one more well to add on there from what I can work out from the press release that they gave before. But anyway, I'm going to dig into that further and find out more details. I just thought that was interesting.
No, it's very good that they're beginning to continue to, well, they're beginning, but they're also continuing to source a lot of their, sort of bring their own domestic productions of things up and not having to rely on, for a variety of different things and not just this particular item of drilling and natural gas, but for many, many other things. And so, yeah, and in the middle of a war. Right, team.
Yes, in the middle of a war, changing everything throughout the country from top to bottom, pretty much, staggering at any time. Never mind. I mean, imagine what Ukrainians could do if we gave them not only the weapons, but a great deal of other things that they've needed. But anyway, let's not get waffling on that. So I was just looking at, where did it go now? Let me see. Because apparently, I think, was it the special operations? We have another Marouam P, which has been taken out. I think that's the one, the Marouam P. So you know which I'm talking about here, Christopher. We like to see these taken out, of course. Let's have a look. Yes, effective work of the special operations UAV operators in just one day. Oh no, that's talking about all the targets. So, okay, that's gone past me. So let me go back to the other post where I saw it, because it definitely said something about a Marouam P, which I thought was just, well, excellent news. We like to see these things taken out, don't we, Christopher? I want to see more oil depots taken out as well. And I want to see Fedosia as well, because Will Teal keeps talking about that, doesn't he? And the significance of that particular location. So I want to see that as well. So that will be quite interesting. We'd like to see more of that. And we want to see more attacks in Russia, just in general. Right. What am I doing? Not getting organised very well. That's what I'm doing. I'm just scrolling back to find this post. I don't want to leave it and not tell everybody, because They should know about these things. Yes, oh, it's not a Marawan P. I am wrong, Christopher. It's one of those Zoo Park 1 radars. I mean, that's kind of just as good, isn't it? Or maybe in some ways better. So, during the reconnaissance in the Limansk direction, the operators of the reconnaissance of the drone crew Medoid, the tactical group of the 3rd Separate Regiment of the Special Operations Forces, discovered the Zupark 1 radar. As a result of the fire damage, the enemy's radar station was completely destroyed, along with the crew. Oops! Oh dear, what a shame. It is worth noting that 7 radars of this type have already been destroyed by this particular crew. Well, that's a very good rate indeed, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very good. I mean, the Zoo Park 1 is a reconnaissance radar system, and it's counter battery radar. That's what we would call it. But it was made, it's a Soviet era style, I think, weapon made back in the 80s. So they made it a while ago. Whether or not they've upgraded it or they're doing any upgrades on it or any of that sort, but they made it a while ago, and it sits on a tracked chassis, and it's really, I guess, to do some automatic determination of enemy artillery positions. So that sort of fire back thing that happens when you fire your rockets or you fire your howitzers and being discovered would be a bad thing. So what else can it do? It can serve to monitor the firing results of its own artillery systems. It was deployed in Syria in early 2016. It is autonomous and needs just a couple of minutes to get set up. Can track artillery shells of 82 to 120 millimeter and mortar ammunition, which is typically mortar ammunition, they say, and at distances of 17 kilometers. It can detect 105 to 155 projectiles at distances of 12 kilometers. Wow. It seems to be, at least on the tin, the writing on the tin says that it's a pretty good piece of kit, but you know about those tins in Russia, Tracy, that the writing on the tin isn't necessarily the contents that you get inside. Sometimes you get meat is written on the outside and you get water. Back to you.
Yes. But it says chicken and it turns out to be water. That does not seem like a fair deal to me, Christopher. Not a fair deal at all. So I was just looking at some information from now let me get his title right this time. It's about time. It's been changed long enough. I'm not talking about Ivan Fedorov. I'm talking about the head of Zaporizhia Regional Administration because he is reporting about the fortifications that are being built. So we build fortifications both during the day and at night in order to meet the deadlines set by the military. So he's been speaking on the air of the telethon in Ukraine. He said 1.3 billion hryvnias have been allocated for the construction of defence structures, and currently we are provided with everything necessary for the work. We build both day and night. That's the same as what the title bit is. The issue is under constant control of the President, the Prime Minister, and the Cabinet of Ministers. I think this is important to bring to listeners because there's been various conversations that I've heard regarding this and this topic, and understandably so. So it's reassuring to know that they're finally being given some money and they're going to be building those structures. It's interesting that they feel that they have to work at speed like that in order to meet the deadline that the military set. So, of course, this is in the south, isn't it, in Zaporizhia? But anyway, at least that's definitely going on. So I think that's good to know. So as we talk about that, let's just cover what happened in Sumy, because Sumy Sumy had some difficulties this morning, should we say, because they had some, of course, not very nice scenes to deal with. Thank you to Russia. So in the morning, they reported that 5 people were injured, but I think there's been an increase to that since then. So at this time, they mentioned the clinic hospital has opened, and they've provided water, electricity, and heating to everybody. So the boiler room was destroyed. The windows, the roof, and the warehouse building were all damaged. Restoration of heating and hot water supply is underway. So the elimination of the destruction of the consequences is continuing. They've created security service points, and the state emergency service are working 24 hours a day. Victims are provided with a variety of support from Ukrainian officials and doctors, as well as volunteer organisations and NGOs. So the latest update from there was ambulatory clinic number 5 resumes work in normal mode tomorrow. So that's good news. So this was at 5 p.m. So it's quite a recent update. Also, doctors of the outpatient clinic number 1 will be on duty in the premises. Preliminary detected damage in 235 apartments, 2 medical institutions, a kindergarten, schools, libraries, in which 596 windows were damaged, and 483 were actually made. I'm not sure what it means by made, whether it means, I would imagine it means boarding them up. That's usually what happens, of course, isn't it, after these types of things. So you can't replace those windows that quickly. So it must mean that, I think. Consultations on various issues were provided to 235 people, and gas and heat supply has now been restored in all the houses. So liquidating the consequences of these attacks pretty quickly, as we are getting used to seeing Ukrainians do, Christopher. You know, coming out and helping each other all together. And this is why Russia will never be able to tear down such a nation. They stick together and help each other
I'm
out.
sorry. I'm taking a stroll to the privy. I'll be back in a moment.
I apologize, Christopher. You will all have to be subjected to me, you poor people. So what else can I tell you? So let's go back to some of the headlines of the day. Where is Marcus? Is he still with us? Did you hear the numbers already, Marcus, when I read them a little earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent news. Good, because I do not do them as well as Marcus does, but of course I still do them. So what else had happened today? Let me go down my list and have a look, which is the most interesting thing I can tell you all about. Did you all know that NASAMS has taken down 200 targets already, 200 different targets of missiles and drones, and of course, well, yes, all sorts of things, taking them down. 200 air targets were destroyed by the NASAMS. This was said by President Zelensky, and he said that it demonstrates maximum recovery, a 10 out of 10. Which I thought was very interesting, because I thought the Patriot was king. But the missiles hit the target, he said, and it was NASAMS that played its key role in the defense of Kyiv in the first year of the war. We thank our partners for the powerful defensive weapon. So, what do you think about that, Marcus? I thought that was quite an interesting bit of information there.
Good to hear. Good to hear.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, you know, when you hear about the NASAMS, doesn't it? You know, obviously they've chosen that system for a reason, but I didn't know that it was for that reason, of course. So it's good to know these things. We don't very often get to know these things, do we? So Now then, the Minister of Defence today has called on other partners to join the IT coalition. So, who have we got already in the IT coalition? So, what has he said? Rustem Umarov said the IT coalition is an important long-term initiative, and we are grateful to our partners for their support. Estonia and Luxembourg are showing the real leadership, and partnership countries are chairing the coalition and helping us to attract better members and new members. The initiative has already united 11 states and accumulated enough contributions for the first purchase according to the priority requests. And like I said, he invites all partners to join the coalition and to be part of the technological breakthrough in this fight. Which is absolutely right, isn't it? I mean, why would you not want to get in on that if you were a company or you were a brand and you had the ability to be able to do that? You know, even if you're not doing it for other better reasons and you're only doing it for you know, financial reasons or business reasons, you would be an absolute fool not to.
I mean, blowing up Russian trash is a good value proposition for me.
Yes, that's definitely a good return on the investment. I like that, Marcus. So, Elena Zelenska was speaking today about speaking with this journalist in the UK that I don't like, Piers Morgan. So, I don't know if anybody's seen this or had chance to see this. There's a video out there as well that she put out. So, I thought it was interesting that it came out today. It's probably just a coincidence, I don't know. But given that she's refused that invitation to go to the US, for the what's that State of the Union address or something, is it, Christopher? Is that what you call it? Something like that. So Christopher will correct me in a moment when he comes back if I didn't say that correctly. But anyway, Olena Zelenska, the First Lady, has decided not to go, and I don't blame her, because they were going to disgustingly try and sit her next to Navalny's wife. So I think that's despicable. There's many reasons why they might do that. None of them are very good in my mind. But anyway, she's not going, I'm pleased to say. So what she said today is, last time I spoke with British journalist and presenter Piers Morgan in the September of 2022, he came to Kiev in the first months of the full-scale Russian invasion. Now we met during my visit to London. I admitted in an interview that I do not feel that the time has passed for Ukrainians who are fighting the invader every day, and every moment it goes differently. At the same time, an important component of the Ukrainian stability is the support of the partners. And it was like that from the first day, she said. And it remains like that today. In the UK, you feel it at every step, from the royal family to the Prime Minister to ordinary Britons. I am grateful to this country and its inhabitants for the consistency that strengthens it so much. We would like the same determination and, most importantly, speed from partners all across the world, because while decisions are being made, people are dying in Ukraine. I really want those who approve them to understand that it's not about money, it's not about political influence, but it's about human lives that are being destroyed by the aggressor country, Russia. If someone in the world is tired of war, they can just turn on the news, because it's definitely not our ally. Meanwhile, Ukrainians continue to defend their lives and the lives of their children, and they will not get tired of this fight. So, it's not very often we see the First Lady making speeches like this. I mean, she does make some very good speeches, and she says a lot of very good things, especially at these various places and organisations that she goes to. But I don't know, I feel that there's a different tone to this. I don't know if you get that impression, Christopher. And if there is a different tone, I would completely understand why she would come across that way.
Yeah, I don't know. It was interesting that the speculation was that she didn't want to be sat next to Navalny's wife. She felt, I guess, from it wasn't said, but that she would be used as a prop. And while there seems to be some value for that, maybe, but I guess at the same time, it's kind of like she may not. I don't know. Who knows the reason? But her office had said no, that's not the reason, and people have been speculating on it. I found it interesting the way that they wrote the article in the Kyiv Independent or the Kyiv Post, one of the two, that they started off using Zelenska, and then they turned and they changed to Zelensky. So whether or not it was unclear that they had made, they just made the mistake of the last name translating it, you know what I mean, from the female to the male, or whether the male, meaning Zelensky, was the one that said no. So it was kind of the way that the article read. It left me wondering because of that that error, or maybe it's not an error. So I'm just curious minds. Back to you.
Yeah, interesting. It's very curious, as you say. But thank you for clarifying that her office had said that. I appreciate that, Christopher. I wasn't aware of that. So, would you like to hear about what's happened to the organizer of Putin's pseudo elections?
Oh no! Oh no! Was he retreaded like on the road? Did he have a fall? Was he unfortunate? Did he have too much tea one day?
He went poof, Christopher. Sorry.
Unexpected disassembly?
Something along those lines, yes. And it's thanks to the GUR, apparently, I think. Let's have a look, shall we? What they are telling us. Excuse me, sorry. Svetlana Samoilenko, never mind, somebody. The organizer of Putin's pseudo elections was liquidated in the Berdyansk area. So the GUR of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine informs that on the March the 6th, 2024, the collaborator who organized Putin's pseudo elections in the temporarily occupied territories of Zaporizhia was liquidated in temporarily occupied Berdyansk. So after the enslavement of the city in 2022, the woman voluntarily went to cooperate with the Muscovites and received a place in the Russian occupation administration. The so-called military commandant of the Berdyansk area, Colonel Bardin of the Russian Federation, appointed Svetlana Smolenko to the position of the Deputy Mayor for Economy, Agriculture and Finance. So the woman's husband and adult son also serve for the Russian occupiers. So a family of collaborators. I wonder if they were all liquidated. Due to the fact that the cooperation of Svetlana Smolenko with the Russian army, the law enforcement agencies of Ukraine opened a criminal proceedings case of Part 5, Article 111 under the Criminal Code. During the preparations for the pseudo-elections, Svetlana sought to curry favour with Muscovites. She intimidated and terrorised them, forcing them to participate in the illegal fake voting elections. So this is like these people that go around. We've seen images coming out of Zaporizhia and other temporarily occupied areas of them. I mean, we've seen it before anyway, haven't we, in Crimea and, many other places. Of course, them going around with the ballot boxes. Well, with soldiers and great big machine guns. I mean, that's the way to get someone to vote for you, it seems, Christopher. Well, in Russia anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of like, oh, were you planning on going out to vote? Oh, well, no, that's okay. We brought voting to you. Here, have this pre-printed ballot. Just put your mark at the bottom. Thank you very much. Back to you.
I don't even know why they bother going through the rigmarole. Like we say, they try to pretend this air of legitimacy, but it's pointless, isn't it, really? So, this is where I saw the Marawan P complex. Now I found it, Christopher. So this was destroyed by the scouts of the GUR. How could I get this wrong? So, aerial scouts of the GUR are working near the Ukrainian-Russian border, and they discovered an autonomous mobile complex of video thermal surveillance, Marawan P. This was disguised by the occupiers and destroyed with an FPV drone. Oh, I'm trying to watch the video now whilst talking to you all, because I want to see just how disguised it was. I'll have to watch that close up later, because I'm not sure if it would be very well disguised. Sorry, I got sidetracked there. So the cost of one of these complexes is $50,000. Wow. And the optics can detect a person at a distance of up to 10 kilometers with a camera and up to 4 kilometers with a thermal imager. So while conducting reconnaissance in the indicated square, the operators tracked down a car also used by the invaders, and they burned that as well. Is that what you call a twofer, Christopher? I think maybe it is.
Yeah, well, it's definitely more bang for your buck. Back to you.
It is. And of course, we did hear the news this morning, I think, as well, and maybe earlier on through the day, I don't know, but certainly this morning, that we had some confirmation from the GUR about the occupants of the ship yesterday. So at least 27 occupants were injured, they report, during the destruction of the Sergei Kotov, or Kotov, however you pronounce that. So, of course, that was destroyed. Irreversible losses among the personnel amount to preliminary data 7 sailors. Do you think those 7? Christopher, you have to speak for a moment.
Oh, has she? Oh no, she has. She's exploding. So I was looking at the zoo park. It's a pretty interesting system. It's kind of like a big flag. If you've seen on a movie set, the big flags, that's actually pieces of cloth stretched that form a rectangle, and they use those for lighting and bringing light to scenes and things. So it's one of those stuck on top of what looks to be like a tank body, and with the track system. It's kind of, I guess that thing must unfold because it doesn't look like it wants to travel with that thing. It's like a giant sail. So there are a bunch of what looks, sorry, phone call, a bunch of 80s computers in there on the inside. Maybe it was impressive 40 years ago, but not particularly. But it's good that we're taking these things out because I'm sure that they were doing damage in the sense that they were providing somebody some information that they now no longer have that information, which is pretty cool, actually. Let's see what else we have here. And of course, let's see, Ukrainska Pravda. Let's see. I'm looking at the news section on the left-hand side of the translated to English paper. Ukrainian fortifications on Avdiivka front, separating myths from reality. And then there's a photo. I remember as a small person and going to the Jersey Shore, going to a beach, and we would dig holes and sort of trenches, and we would fortify the sides of the trench because they would be constantly sort of falling in with pieces of scrap. That's what this picture is gentleman standing there in uniform, and the wall is sort of a half sawn, sawing, logs, and it's sort of this hatch pattern, and it's holding up the sides of the trench. So let's see. There's okay. The spokesperson for the Travria Operational Strategic Group has posted photos of engineering and fortifications on the Avdiivka front, urging everyone to base their assessments on the quote facts rather than political preferences. I'm not sure what the kerfuffle was here, but he stated that he had personally visited defense fortifications in the past week. There were 4 different locations on the Avdiivka front, particularly 2 kilometers from then the line of contact and in the red zone. The end result is based upon the published photos, and there are a bunch of photos here of trench lines that one looks like the soil does not look like it's, well, at least in this one picture, the soil looks kind of sandy, chalky kind of, and then in some other pictures it looks a little bit more red clay-like. Okay. I can't say his name. He stated that most of the fortifications have already been built. Some of them are still under construction a little further from the front, depending on the sector of the front. This is done by Oblast military administration, civil contractors, in other words, construction companies, special state transport services, the DSST, and engineering units of the armed forces support forces, engineering units of the mechanized and motorized infantry brigades. So everybody seems to be getting in on the action of reconditioning the trench lines that had been there for quite some time from 2014 onwards. The quote is, there were and are some organizational challenges: lack of people, funds, some material and weapons, proximity to the front lines, inertia and procrastination, bureaucracy, democracy, and finally, it's interesting, and finally the fields. After all, they belong to someone. However, there is also a result you can touch and feel and eventually climb into, hide from shelling, he explained. He states the active work on fortifications began in December of 23, even before Ukrainian troops left Avdiivka, and that they became more active following the withdrawal. At the same time, it should be noted that the armed forces of Ukraine conducted an offensive operation last year, and he states that the military had little time to build the fortifications. They had to break through the fortifications of the orcs. Another key point, this is a quote, let us abandon stereotypes. The Great Wall of China or the Wall of Westeros, as depicted in the Game of Thrones, could not be built between Avdiivka and Lastochianki under our conditions. The infamous Servican line consists of multiple lines of fortifications and mine and non-mine barriers constructed under completely different conditions: natural, security, administrative, under intense pressure, it says in parentheses. And keep in mind that our troops had to travel through a significant amount of open territory last summer before beginning to go through that very line. In Donetsk Oblast, the new fortifications do not resemble a wall or a line. This is a vast network of new platoon strongholds on the second defensive line from which infantry units will withdraw if necessary. These units that took part in the order as well as the construction of these fortification points via their engineering platoons. There are dozens of new platoon strongholds at varying depths of the defense strips. They pass through hundreds of meters of zigzag trenches with firing positions on either side, covered in cracks and sometimes with armored capsules. They are also known as caponiers, anti-tank ditches, concrete bunkers, and dragon's teeth, other fortifications and barriers depending on the proximity of the line of contact. And there are more pictures, and there's a little bit more of an article there. But Tracy, that's again, we're seeing some attempt at clarifying what this line of defense looks like for people, and also obviously in that case is to dispel some of the negative rumors or the negative fallout feedback or whatever that has been coming because of this strategic withdrawal. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree, Christopher. And you know, they've tried this as well, haven't they? Russians, like you say, trying to push those narratives and well, basically just false, fake information, lies. I just call it lies because that's what it is. It's just lies and nonsense. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There's been some conversations about that, and rightly so, and some speculations about that. So, you know, as we said yesterday, it's great to give people that information, and you know, and if it gives people peace of mind, you know, Ukrainian civilians and people living in Ukraine, then I guess that's a good thing as well. You know, that's definitely a bonus from that, of course. Any measure of peace of mind that they can get in the circumstances that they're having to live through every day, it's going to seem, well, much more valuable than it would to people like us, I guess, because this is what happens. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to know, and they're doing it in all the directions as well. And as you said as well, Christopher, they've been doing it for a long time, and then just intensified that since December. I was just looking as you were speaking then to see if there was any particular updates about the Avdiivka direction. So the latest report that I was seeing, there's a few different ones. Excuse me. Sorry, I've got a frog in my throat today. So the 3rd Assault Brigade are reporting about one of theirs with the call sign Kavkaz, who came under mortar fire near the military base of Orlivka in the Avdiivka direction. Fortunately, only a serious concussion, thankfully, and the other boys are also instant and lucky. But they've put out a video of that as well. The 3rd Assault Unit courageously holds the position in Orlivka. It's difficult, but our boys have firmly entrenched themselves, cut off the attackers, and do not let them go any further. The infantry are spanned a lot, and the enemy does not often use the equipment yet. So that's from the 3rd Assault Brigade. Let's see what this update is here. So far, the enemy cannot push through the defence line in the Avdiivka direction, but they tried to continue to advance. They try at least a little where possible. I like that. Because that's basically just what it is, isn't it, really? You know, they're expending all these thousands of lives, in some cases, for small meters of land. It's, you know, I was thinking earlier, Christopher, about, you know, impacting people and getting that information out there, and the staggering amount of people that still don't realise. I was thinking about it when I forget who it was now, but there was talking not so long ago about the ridiculous things that Putin says. I think it may have been Jenny that was mentioning something he said. But anyway, my point is, well, I think we should get a compilation of all the ridiculous things that he says, and it should be played constantly everywhere we go. We should all be playing that constantly everywhere, showing it to everybody, showing it to all our, you know, media that will listen or that will pay attention, because this information is out there, as we all know. It's just not getting to the right places as much as we need it to. And I actually have some very good news, Christopher, to bring, which reminds me, I went out peopling today, didn't I? So what happened? Do you think? I was having some conversations with people about Ukraine.
Oh, do tell. I hope that everything else, though, what you went out to do was all right. Back to you.
Well, I had two conversations with two taxi drivers. One was a young white man, 30 years old. The other was a middle-aged Asian man, and, you know, both from completely different perspectives, which made it even better an experience, because to be able to get the two conversations from different perspectives and, you know, different history and, you know, all sorts of different things that you've experienced. But I am absolutely shocked, but very, very pleased to say that both of them understood the situation and what was going on in Ukraine. The young guy, maybe not quite so much, although he did understand the situation. He was a bit shocked to learn some of the details that I managed to fill him in on. But what was really, really wonderful about it is that he was really open to having the conversation, really interested in hearing the information. You know, you can tell He wasn't just doing the taxi driver thing and having a conversation. You know, he's actually engaging with me and asking questions. And I thought that was absolutely incredible. And then the older guy, again, absolutely, this guy was even more well informed. I was absolutely staggered by how informed he was. And he had a bit of a dislike for Russia, shall we say. So he was, his eyes were a little bit more open. But I was, of course, able to speak to them both about MriyaReport and have a really good conversation with them both and explain about who we are. So hopefully we have got 2 more listeners of people who will want to be more fully engaged and then spread that further. What do you think about that, Christopher? I think that's a fantastic first try.
I
don't
think
you?
it's great. You can talk it up. I hope you're going to. I hope you're going to chronicle this. You always, little words, writings, maybe a photograph, if somebody's willing. Anyway, back to you.
Well, that's a very good idea. That didn't occur to me, Christopher, at all. But I mean, of course, not all the experiences are going to go as well as that. Not all the conversations are going to go as easy, and not everybody is going to be open to having a conversation. And the older gentleman, he actually was able to give me some interesting information as well. So it was definitely a good exchange, I think. Jenny, what do you think about that? We must speak to more people.
Absolutely. I think you're doing amazing. Me and Tim and somebody else, I think it was Ioana, and for every child, we came up with a brain. It was really funny idea that we were going to make a calendar of things that had happened, like absurd things that Russia had done for the years, so that everybody with memes, and then put it up in the MriyaReport for people to buy and laugh at, and then we can buy more stuff for people. So
I like this idea.
yeah, there were some things, and I don't even remember what the absurd thing was. But then today, when you guys were talking about how, 'cause I think was it you guys? They were no, it was me and Ioana. So they passed a new law that transfers the responsibility for putting up all the safety things that you need, all the safety precautions that you need to have in order for your factory to be safe from drone attacks from an enemy. So Russia is like, this could be a military thing. This could be the military's responsibility, or it could be on the onus of the business and the civilians, because civilians were also subject to this law. So if you don't put on all the precautions on your house, they will fine you. For private citizen, it was like 50,000 rubles. I don't know what that is, like what, $2.50. And for like a regular establishment, it was like 200,000, and for a factory, it was like 500,000 rubles. I was under the impression it was the country and the military's responsibility to make sure that if the country is under attack, they will help me. Not that it was on me to put on, like, nets around and all these things. It's insane. So that would be one thing that would be in the book. Just saying. Sorry for the rant.
That's okay, Jenny. Thank you. And that definitely wasn't a rant. Excuse me. So let's go to Terry Furious. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Tracy. Yeah, Jenny, what they've said there sounds as if they want to make even more money from anywhere that does accidentally get bombed, because if your place is bombed, then we're going to fine you. I mean, unlike in Ukraine, where they're saying, well, we'll actually help you find alternative accommodation and everything else. Just bizarre. But hopefully it's another step towards the end of Putin. We shall see. But I put my hand up to say, when Christopher said, oh, I hope you're documenting this, Tracy, my thoughts were, you ought to get yourself a little notebook specially for your trips out and talking to people, and just a quick what the date is, who it was, and a quick summary, even if it's just a one-liner, just to remind you and then you can see how it develops and find what the trends are. I'm a great one for looking at trends. So just maybe keep it to yourself for now, and then maybe after a month or so, see what you found out in that month.
Thank you, Terry, for yes. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, to consider. We'll see how it goes. Of course, the summer's coming, and I live in a tourist area because I live right near the beach. So we get lots and lots of people down here from all across the UK, as you know. So just for those that don't, it's a very popular holiday destination because it's the warmest part of the UK. So that's another good opportunity, I think, to practice these things and be able to speak to a variety of people, you know, not just like from the UK, but we get a lot of people that come here. We have several language schools here. In fact, I've had students from them come and stay with me. I used to have them on a regular basis for several years. I would have several students at a time from all different countries, all across the world. So there's a massive influx of students. That would be interesting, maybe, to try and get the opinions of some younger people, if that's possible. Of course, you have to make sure you speak to people that are over 16, I would think, just for, I don't know, legal reasons, and maybe not put them, you have to keep all their details private. But of course, I would do that anyway. I wouldn't give away people's information. You know, I definitely wouldn't even bring people on the space or record people without asking their permission, because it's just rude anyway, and probably also might even break some laws in some countries, certainly. So, you know, if you are going to speak to people in any of these ways and try introduce people to MriyaReports and all these things we talk about, please do, of course, consider everybody's privacy, because that's really important now. But yeah, I think I will be doing that. I'll be going out and speaking to some more people. We shall see how it goes. We'll have to see what happens if I get to the more difficult conversations, and how long I can keep people talking for. Maybe that's something that I should use to measure. I don't know how I'm going to measure any results, other than just to be saying, oh, this conversation went that way and that conversation went that way. But I don't know, it may be interesting to keep track of. We shall see. Thank you very much, everybody. So, Christopher, we were talking about drones earlier. We haven't talked about the SBU yet. Would you like to talk about the SBU and drones together?
Are they flying? Are we flying Ivans, or flying drones, or flying SBU? Yes, please.
Don't start with the flying things. Well, the SBU have given us some pictures and a video, actually. It's a rather cool video, I must say, which I will, of course, post for everybody to see. So they are showing the testing of the first Sea Baby drone. And so, of course, this was bought by donations from Ukrainians. And they demonstrated the first time that the maritime drone was used, and when it was produced, thanks to obviously the large-scale volunteer organisation, as we know, in mostly United 24. But the first sample in the batch, which the SBU showed during the testing, was named Avdiivka. It differs from the previous generation, including in appearance, and the 2024 Sea Baby is the new generation drone that's improved and even more deadly to the enemy. Ooh. The future lies in technological approaches in war, and today the SBU is trying to be the first in this direction, and it really succeeds. In the ranks of the service, we have raised unique specialists in maritime drones in order to further of clearing the Black Sea from the enemy. Our task is to destroy the occupiers and bring victory closer, said who said that? Well, who do you expect? The head of the SBU, of course, General Malyuk. Like every model of marine drone, Avdiivka, I can't believe they've called it Avdiivka. That is just absolutely class trolling. That is just brilliant. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. So Avdiivka will undergo a full cycle of sea trials In the process, the SBU development team will adapt the latest airborne weapons, specially designed and manufactured for use on multi-purpose platforms, which are, of course, the Sea Babies. The new Sea Baby 2024 has improved technical characteristics, greater combat maneuverability, and it's capable of delivering almost a ton of explosives over 1,000 kilometers. Wow. Now then, that's very interesting indeed, Christopher. So, SBU Alpha are going to have drones that can go 1,000 kilometers. I wonder where they're going to take them. So, the SBU conceived this drone as a universal platform on which various weapons will be placed. That's interesting, isn't it? So they're going to, like, what is this going to be like, snap-on weapons then? Because that's what I'm imagining.
Wasn't there a flamethrower somewhere?
Yes, there is a flamethrower, apparently. I don't know if it mentions it in this part here, but it mentioned an article that I was reading the other day. I would think it would be on this one, though, wouldn't you? I mean, this is the new generation 2024 one. Let's have a look. So, a universal platform. No, it doesn't say anything about a flamethrower. We will remind that it was with the SBU help of the naval drones that the SBU blew up the Crimean Bridge and hit a total of 11 Russian warships. 11 Russian warships. Go bleep yourself. So there are some links here. Maybe there's a bit more detailed information in some of these links here, Christopher. But I'm going through it at the time as I'm talking to you, so it's probably not a very good opportunity to do it. Who's this? Oh, I found a new channel now, thanks to this link, and he is the co-founder of Monobank. Okay, I don't know why it took me to his page. It's a link, you know. Sometimes they put links in the post that they make. Oh, that one goes there. Yeah. So no, I'm not getting any more information. I think the best thing to do, if you want that, would be to go back to that article that we were looking at, or that I was looking at the other day. Sorry, that probably doesn't answer your question, Christopher. I don't know which one. I don't know if this one has. I thought it's the Magura that's got the flamethrower, isn't it? And these are Sea Babies, so it's different and made by a different company.
It still seems like there should be interoperability. Everybody should have a weapon they can throw flame on to other people. Back to you.
Yes, interoperability with snap-on weapons for the drones, which can be passed backwards and forwards as needed between Budanov's GUR, girls and boys, and any other special operations that need them, including Alpha, of course. So we do not have long to go, Christopher. Should we talk about some SBU and see what they've been doing today? Have you got something that you would like to cover in particular? I was just seeing what's going on with the energy situation. It looks like DTEC have pretty much connected everybody that was cut off due to the shelling. So yes, I'm looking at restored. Yes. So restored in Odessa, restored, yes, 1,500 families. So, did you have something you wanted to talk about, Christopher?
No, I'm all good. I'm doing a little audio editing, and I've also I also had a SSD on my primary drive of my editing computer. My laptop decided that it didn't want to work anymore, and so the last 3 or 4 days have been in recovery mode. And that looks like it's going to have to get sent off to Samsung for any additional recovery attempts, because it's I've done a whole bunch of things to it, including editing the registry so that it can remove the block that's on the drive. It seems to be write protected, but I think the write protection is corrupted because the drive sectors are bad. Anyway, long story for yeah. Anyway, so nothing is lost in terms of data because it's all backed up to the cloud. It's just a matter of going to find out where it is, because I don't do backups really. Every every week or so I take the entire desktop folder where most of the stuff resides on, and I just take it, zip it up.
My own personal thing, but maybe, I don't know, maybe we should mention it. I don't know, just to cover it, because I'm interested to know your opinion, actually, Christopher, because I think that was an attempt to steal everybody's passwords on a huge mass scale. Am I just like getting too sci-fi now?
Well, you might, because the thing is, it was regional to a certain degree. I mean, and so was the AT&T hack as well, that sort of brought people to not have cellular connectivity and service. But on both of those instances, like we chatted together yesterday, I said I don't have any problems getting on and administering the Facebook page. So that's maybe, I don't know. It could just be a regionality thing, and some people were speculating about a undersea fiber cable that was cut. Perhaps, I don't know. Again, I didn't follow up on any of it because it just sort of rolled. It's one of those things that just sort of flew by. But anyway, yeah, absolutely. If you want to, I can try to answer some questions, but I don't think your conspiracy theory is going to hold up, though. Unfortunately, sorry.
Nicely put, Christopher. I don't know. I just think of these things. It's like my Sokolov conspiracy theory. Maybe that doesn't hold up, but in my mind, until I see a body like Budanov, this man is not dead. That's what I say anyway. Because I don't know why you would fire a man who's dead. Why do you have to sack a man who's dead? The man is dead. You don't get sacked when you're dead. They don't have to remove you from your position. They just get someone else.
Well,
So
maybe. Well, here's the thing. Maybe if he was survived by somebody, that they would have to pay that somebody the survivor's benefits. But if he was fired, then nobody has to pay anybody anything. Back to you.
Maybe, but I think dead is dead, and I don't think Russia would care about paying anything, but you could be right. Well, I think they'd just find an excuse around that if that was the problem. I think they've got him locked up somewhere in a gulag, and they're waiting to use him for something else. I don't know.
Is he with Gerasimov? Or is QB making
Maybe.
is QB making Gerasimov 2.0? And yeah, maybe you should check out QB. He's got plans for Gerasimov. Back to you.
That's a very good point indeed. Maybe they are sitting in a cell together. Jenny, what do you reckon?
I don't know, but I don't put anything past these weird political leaders. When Sweden put in the application for NATO, Turkey they had like a list of, it started with 70 people in total, I think, between Sweden and Finland. Then that list grew and grew, and eventually it was like over 80 people just from Sweden. But the interesting part was one was a guy, he was a radiologist, and he was wanted for whatever crime they decided, I don't remember. And he'd been dead since 2015. And he was actually registered as deceased, both in Turkey and in Sweden. What does he want with a dead person? What is he gonna? I don't want to know what he's gonna do with the dead body. That just put that out there. But who knows why they do these weird things? But they do because they can.
Yes, because they can indeed. Absolutely, Jenny. Mango Moose, welcome.
Thank you, Tracy. I just wanted to pop up real quick the Facebook outage that has been officially ruled out as a cyber attack. They're not saying exactly what caused it, but it was some sort of technical issue, not a cyber attack, according to all the official sources.
Who said that?
That was issued by the U.S. government, reported by all the white papers, and I think the Associated Press and Reuters reported it as well.
What? So they're saying it's not an attack, but they're not specifying what it was.
Correct.
They just
I've
don't know.
worked in cybersecurity and incident management for that sort of outage in the past, and they never will tell you what actually happened. They won't make that open usually. But if it was a cyber attack, they would admit that it was a cyber attack.
Thank you, Mango Moose. I appreciate that. That's very interesting.
You're welcome. I'll go back to listening.
No problem. Thank you. It's just me and my cynical nature. This is what happens when you deal with the Russians on a daily basis, or you deal with the fire hose of nonsense that they put out anyway. So let's talk about some other things where I will go back to my list of things that I have to bring you all today. Actually, I was just looking at where did it go? Let me see. That's where it went. Yes. So I was just reading some information about more crackdowns from Latvia. So from March the 8th, they will introduce a ban on the import of agricultural products from Russia and Belarus. So that's good news, isn't it? As the Cabinet of Ministers of Latvia has reported that this also applies to third countries if the products are of Russian or Belarusian origin. And the ban also will include vegetables, fruits, berries and nuts, cereals, feed, raw materials, and ready-made feed. So the Cabinet of Ministers of Latvia stated that the country seeks to sever economic relations with the aggressor as soon as possible. So more separations coming there. Russia's going to be crying, aren't they? Oh dear, what a shame. I'm not sad about this. I like Russia crying. So there's a video that's emerged of that's meant to be. It's meant to be the actual explosion, like quite close up of the Sergei Kotov ship from yesterday, Christopher. So, which is interesting because this has just surfaced not too long ago, actually, just about an hour ago. Or I'm just seeing it. Maybe it came from other places before that. I don't know. But I will have to post that for everybody to have a look at. So I thought that's quite interesting. So let's see what Atesh have been doing today, shall we? Oh, did we cover the military situation? Christopher, you were reading out some things from General Tanavsky earlier, weren't you? But I don't think it was the full report, was it?
No, I didn't do the full report, but Terry has her hand up.
Oh, Terry, hello, welcome.
Hello again. I was just wondering if that close-up of the fire, was that from on board the ship? Because it turned out there was some video released from on board of the actual Russian guys trying to shoot at the sea babies coming towards them, and getting rather panicky, and then trying to find their sort of jump overboard type stuff because they gave up shooting because they'd already been hit. It was very close up and quite dramatic, quite funny to watch. Is that the one you were talking about?
Is it the one where they say holy bleep?
Probably, yes. I was listening to it silently because I thought I'm not going to understand the words, but yeah. But yes, it's definitely worth putting in the nest. What was the other thing I was? Oh yes. Have you heard as well about Germany has now offered some money towards that collection of 155 artillery missiles, artillery shells.
Yes. They said that, didn't they? But then they haven't gone into any detail quite
No,
yet, and they hadn't actually
all
specified.
they've said is multiple millions, multiple hundreds of millions. But it does sound as if they're pretty well getting there now with all of this lot. And I suspect, because we've already heard from some quarters, mainly from Russian quarters, that the amount of ammo being fired has increased. So I suspect that some has already reached. I'm hoping so. But it would be really good, wouldn't it, if we can finally get there and get that 800,000 over there.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Well, like I say, I think there's definitely been a change, and it needs to continue, doesn't it? So, I mean, everybody knows where we are and what we have to do at this point, and that includes NATO. So, all we can do, as we say here, is just keep pushing, like we say, and keep that pressure on. And they're just going to do things, at the speed that they are going to do things at, that they're able to do things at, and then we can't always know what that reason is. But that doesn't mean that we don't keep pushing, does it? And don't keep that pressure on. So, absolutely. So we have 15 minutes left, Christopher. I would like to see what Atesh have been doing today, because I have not even caught up with Atesh today. Can you believe that? I've not even had a chance to look what my friends at Atesh are doing today. So they are continuing to
Do you want to
develop
go to
their
Do you want to
recruit-
go to Dan first and then to Atesh?
Yes, Dan, welcome back. Please go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Is this Tracy? I got on the wrong line. Being in head of digital internet now, because I got a promotion. I slipped in on Dan's line, and I was trying to call Mr. Putin and ask him what he thought about his election, but it's not yet. So, I'm going to try to get Vlad in the future. I want to pin down an interview, and I want to ask him what he's doing with the cables. I hope he doesn't upset my job.
You are funny, Dan. Hello, Dan,
It's
and welcome to you
Hi.
too.
It's called being sick. I couldn't help myself. Sorry. You go on with your report. I'm sorry. And have a nice end of your day. I sent you by the way, I sent you a text with a picture. Let me know if you get it or not.
I shall have a look, Dan. Thank you very much. And no, you didn't spoil the report at all. It's always great to hear from you. So, shall we see what Atesh are doing? Back to Atesh, as they said. Actually, I just started to read it, Dan, so you're quite all right anyway. So they've been leaving leaflets for joining the ranks of Atesh, and they've been leaving them all over in crowded places near the judicial district of the city, so that as many city residents as possible know that our movement operates in there locally, and we are calling on them. The movement is growing. There are lots of pictures, lots of lovely pictures, but of course that's not just it from Atesh today, because they are also closely monitoring the Russian Black Sea Fleet facilities in Novorossiysk. So I had to check the date of that then, because I thought I've read this one before, but it is actually today's date. So the agents have managed to discover a ship repair yard where, according to preliminary information, ships are repaired as parts are manufactured as well. So they don't just make the ships there, they manufacture the parts also. There is security and video surveillance at the factory, and the territory is regularly visited by high-ranking officials. Well, do you think that's the Admiral of the Black Sea Fleet? Oh no, wait, he's disappeared, hasn't he? He disappeared and then he got fired, even though he disappeared. We continue to conduct reconnaissance and collect data on Russian troops and transfer all collected information to the Ukrainian Defence Forces. Together, we will carry out new strikes against the enemy's army and navy. So, there we go. More stellar work from Atesh today. There we go. I like that. These guys are absolutely fantastic with the videos that they take. You know, they always go around really slowly. I don't know if you've had a chance to watch them, Christopher. I've noticed they always seem to go around in slow motion, you know, when they're driving around like the outside of one of these bases, for example, or, you know, other locations that they show.
So it looks so
Okay.
the same cinematography that's found in the gangster LA rap videos. Back to you.
Yes, something along those lines. That's rather cheeky indeed, isn't it?
I
Never mind.
couldn't help myself. It was with Ernesto coming, with her coming up, and yeah, it's all going to go downhill from here, Tracy. Back to you.
It's all right. Thank you, Christopher. Yes, Christopher and I will be leaving you soon, and you will be joined by some more co-hosts. And actually, we have some guests coming up. So I will take this opportunity to tell you about the guests that we have coming up, because in case you didn't know, we have, well, quite a selection coming up for you tonight. So who is coming to speak to you? Who is coming to inform you? Who is coming to entertain you? Well, let's see. So first, we have, of course, the fundraiser suite in the nest, as always. So let's have a look now, see if I can get these in time order. So this is the one that will be coming up in 10 minutes time. So this is American journalist who's reported from Ukraine. And he's on Chicago's WGN radio every weekday. So he's been doing that since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, and he actually escaped from the World of News Corp, lived in Ukraine during the pandemic, and now with his Ukrainian Freedom News team, he works to share the truth with the world while bringing supplies to the front line. So that's definitely what you call a twofer there, isn't it? Somebody who's got all that experience and knowledge and insights to bring, as well as taking supplies to the front line. So that should be definitely a very interesting interview. So this is JP Lindsay, and this is going to be happening, like I said, in 10 minutes time, which will be 7 p.m. UTC at London, 8 p.m. Berlin, and 9 p.m. Kiev. I should have started with the others, but I will go backwards to 2 p.m. Eastern and 11 a.m. Pacific. So that's your first guest for tonight. Now, who will be coming up after that? Well, this is also going to be a very interesting conversation with Jonathan Fink. He's been with us several times before. Many of you may have heard of him. He's Silicon Curtain, so at Silicon Curtain. And he will be talking about subversive disinformation and covering a variety of topics, you know, fighting propaganda, digital disinformation, you know, corruption, hybrid warfare, all these types of things that we talk about on a regular basis. So join us for that. That will be following the first interview. So your times for this interview and guest appearance will be 12 p.m. Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. UTC and London, 9 p.m. Berlin, and 10 p.m. Kiev. So all these cards are, of course, there for you all to retweet as well, if you would not mind doing so. Because you know what? Help others find the space. Help others share in what you have here. Help others find the things that you find that keep you coming back here to MriyaReport every single day. And one of these things is, of course, these guest appearances. So there you are, 2 guest appearances. I thought we had another one. Is it just the 2? It looks like it's just the 2. I thought it was 3 tonight. I'm getting rather greedy, expecting 3, Christopher. Goodness me. That's not acceptable. So now I'm going to get the other people up to join us who will be taking over very shortly. So who is coming up to join us? Let me see. Who do we have where? I'm looking on the screen. It's not changing. Never mind. It's frozen for me.
Fancy just came up, but he hasn't put a hand up yet.
I don't see him.
Yeah, he's right next to you.
He's right next to me. Where? Fancy, what are you doing right next to me? Fancy Vijayvanka. No, I think he will be getting ready for our guest, getting on the panel for our guest, I would think. So now I just have enough time to talk about our fundraiser. So you know how it goes, guys. Chuck your coinage, your dollars, your wonga, your dosh, all these lovely words that we have for money in the UK. Throw them all across to MriyaReport.org and help us buy some drones. Last time we were trying to raise funds for one drone and we ended up buying 3 because of all you generous listeners, all you wonderful people that chose to donate, all you wonderful people that are able to donate, and all you wonderful people that retweeted and shared, because you don't know which who that caused to donate, should I say. So let's have this all going again. This is how it works. We keep on, we keep going on to the next one. This time we're trying to get 3 of these drones. Will Teal seems to think that we might be able to get 5. I don't know. I think that's maybe a little ambitious. But what do I know anyway, Christopher? I've not even got any idea how much these things cost. But we're trying to get 3 of them anyway. So give us your dollar. That's what we're saying. No, joking aside. Of course, only consider doing so if you can share it. We absolutely do not want you struggling, and we need you to be looking after your own selves and being healthy and fit, as we always say, so that you can help Ukrainians. Right, now it would be remiss of me to not talk about the SPU today, wouldn't it, in the last few minutes? You know what? They've given us some incredible pictures today. So there's pictures here of the Special Operations Alpha Unit, or some of them. Of course, I've got no idea who's who, or which is which, or if these are any of the guys that have come to speak to us in the space previously, but there's some pictures of them there out in the field, as well as those that video of the drone, and some pictures of the drone as well. So that's pretty cool. Now, so Asinov's got more suspicions reported to him. As Aksinov, I can never say this guy's name. So he organised branches of the Kremlin's ZMI in Crimea. Serhiy Vasilovsky and Serhiy Yurkin, who position themselves as political technologists, and they are part of Aksinov's entourage. Aksinov is the occupying governor of Crimea. On the instructions of this guy, they organised branches of the Kremlin's central mouthpieces on the territory of the peninsula. Among them are the Information Agency, the South Eastern Front, and the online portal Crimea 24. Through these media resources, the occupiers spread Russian propaganda in which they justify the armed aggression of the Russian Federation and deny the war. So I'm pleased to say that the SBU have nabbed them pretty quick sharpish. Now I'm coming to see if is David coming up next, or will it be Axel? I just want to make sure that they're not wanting to swap over a few minutes early, Christopher, because they have guests, or one guest coming up, should I say. So are you seeing any requests, Christopher? Because I'm not seeing any, or they're just not happening yet. I'm not sure which. But if you could check just in case, that would be fantastic. Thank you. So I will go on telling everybody else about this case here. Let's have a look what they've been charged with then, shall we? I like to go directly to the criminal code. Let's have a look. Article 111-1 and Article 436.2. Oh, that's just for one of them. apparently Yukin's actions have also additionally qualified him under Part 2 of Article 442 of the Criminal Code, and that's genocide. Oh my God. Oops, that just came out. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend anybody. I really apologise to everybody who's religious. Sorry, I was just really shocked at that, Christopher, because that's absolutely incredible news, isn't it? So they've now charged him with. They've actually charged him with
Oh
genocide.
yeah, there was 2 guys that were charged, weren't there?
No, so are you talking about Sokolov and the generals yesterday?
I guess that must be.
Yeah, this is a new case that's reported today, and this is actually, I'm not surprised you've gotten a little bit like. I'm not surprised that just happened, is what I'm trying to say, Christopher, because there've actually been several cases this week where 2 generals have been charged in each case. I'm pretty sure. I know there's 3, maybe 4, but he's been charged with genocide. That's the first time I've ever seen any of them charged with that specific article of the Criminal Code. Although an excellent development it is. So Christopher has now left. He's fell off the balcony, and we are joined by Axel because he will be taking you away with David for the interview with our guest. So thank you very much, everybody, for your time today, and I shall leave you in the capable hands of Axel and David. Good evening, Axel.
Bonsoir, guten Abend, good evening.
And good evening, David. David maybe not able to say good evening just yet. So whilst we do the switcheroos, everybody, you know the deal by now. Give us a retweet, as I said, share that speaker card as well, retweet that, repost it, whatever the term is that we are using nowadays, and make sure you let plenty of people know what is going to be happening here in the next few moments. Marcus, please go ahead.
I just wanted to highlight why it's exciting that they may or may not have charged this person with genocide, and that is because the genocide conventions and the expectations of the criminal court internationally is that the local country that is being victimized process and attempt to charge people before it's done internationally. So this is a great first step that's required.
All right.
Did that sound like Axel bouncing a bit just then?
Yeah, it was a cool effect he did.
We haven't got any co-hosts.
I guess I have to sing Looney Tunes music. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. I don't know the rest of the song. Baby,
Good
my
evening,
head's on
everyone.
fire.
Good evening. Sorry that didn't go quite as smoothly as we planned, but I'm here. Thanks for the music, Marcus.
It was dangerous.
Yeah, well sung, Marcus.
Thanks, all.
You were talking anyway before I come up, Marcus. You were saying something and I didn't quite catch it. Can you just repeat?
Yeah. So in Ukraine, they've charged 2 people with genocide, 2 Russian, I guess they're admirals or generals or some military functionary that's not a grunt.
So this is internally in Ukraine, or not
Yeah.
the ICJ thing?
Right. But the important part is, in order for a proper prosecution of genocide charges, you need to do your internal investigation and charges. So this is a good first step, right, towards the international aspect.
And that's good. And that happened today, did it?
Yep, as Tracy said.
Yeah, I haven't been listening for the last half hour or so.
I think it was her SBU report, I think, David.
Very good. Axel, welcome up. Are you back again? No. Something going on.
Yeah, carry on. We are currently trying to sort out JP's setup.
Connection.
So give me a minute to carry on.
Yeah, no problem. So I haven't got anything in front of me to talk about. So let's think a little bit about what's been happening. There's not been anything. Marcus, can you join me for a second? And Jenny.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Maybe Jenny can tell us all about how her life got turned upside down. I don't know if that's an option.
I wish, because in West Philadelphia, huh? No.
Yeah.
So the court case, the guys that were charged with attacking civilians, the genocide in the ICC, in the Russia just said no, can do. We're not gonna give them up because we don't recognize the court, and also we didn't sign the Rome Statute. So, which is expected. They didn't. They don't recognize the court, and they didn't sign the treaty. So why would they? Like, oh, here you go. Here's some of our higher up. That was to be totally expected, but kind of shitty.
We're having all the technical problems today. You've just vanished into thin air, so I don't know what's quite going on there. But Fancy Pants,
Alrighty. So in any event, we should be now getting Joe, JP, and Lindsley back up here, and with a bit of luck, he can hear me.
Yes, Axel.
Oh,
hello,
well.
this is Joe.
Hi, Joe. How are you doing?
Great. Hello
Welcome
from
to
Lviv.
MriyaReport. Alrighty. Thank you very much for joining. It's so strange. It's so funny. We spoke about this briefly before. That essentially it took 2 years for us to finally come together here.
I know, but it's great. I mean, I've heard, and I'm so honored to be a part of this broadcast at last. Hello to everyone. Thank you to Tracy for that lovely introduction a few moments ago. And I've been aware in a deep sense, knowing that the MriyaReport and your audience and the host have continued to keep telling the story has given me encouragement on my plane of existence. I've been speaking every single day for 2 years now in Chicago's WGN radio every weekday as I travel around Ukraine. And so I'm honored to ask Axel to speak with this platform and this audience.
Kudos to you. Kudos to you. You've been there on site, on location. We've all been following you. We've been listening to you. And you know this, you have a, beyond Chicago and beyond the very important American audience, you have a very vast following. And people are listening into the anecdotes and what you've been arguing and bringing information and creating information awareness. So I think we're all fighting the same fight, even if we're in different locations. But it was tremendous when we spoke about this beforehand, that essentially you would not have expected to do what you do now, even 2 years ago.
Indeed, Axel. I mean, we could say, I've been in Ukraine since the beginning of the pandemic, and I was, previously when I was in my young 20s, I was working at Fox News. I was protege to the chairman of Fox, and other crazy jobs, and it's sort of that high level of media. And I always was a journalist, and that's why I ended up there. But I got sort of sucked up to the highest level, the corporate level. And I got out of there, and actually I escaped. It was like leaving the mafia, and I knew, that we were disconnected from the reality of the world.
but I didn't know what I was looking for. And I fled. It was in a car chase because, as I said, it's like the mafia. You can't just walk away from there. And I was running around the world for a while, trying to figure out, knowing that I was missing something. And for several years before the pandemic, I was traveling the world. I came to Ukraine. I flew from Stockholm to Lviv the first day of March 2020 to give a lecture on media at the Catholic University here in Lviv. And then the borders, soon after that, the borders closed for the pandemic. I had many chances to escape, as it were, but I realized that Ukraine was this incredibly free society. There was, during the pandemic was the time of, it was a very pleasant, peaceful place. People respected each other and their disagreements. All the stuff I was trying to get away from, I found sort of this peace here in Ukraine. And I was very happy in the pandemic. I mean, I was away from that wild, mad, insane world of Washington and New York and all these global arguments. And then, in late 2021, it was apparent that obviously Russia was going to invade. And that was a wake-up call for me. I said, I could leave Ukraine now, or, maybe there's a reason why I got stuck here for those 2 years. I began to learn the language and the history and the people and the story of the Maidan Revolution. And I resolved to stay here. And it was scary at first, those first few days. But then fortunately, Chicago's WGN Radio, a great, fantastic American radio station, with a big audience in the Midwest, they have stuck with me. And so now every single day, weekday for 2 years, I get 10 minutes to share the story of Ukraine. After the first month or so, I realized I couldn't just give people the headlines. I had to make them feel like they were here as they're driving to work in Chicago, or as they're on the treadmill, somewhere listening to this on YouTube or Spotify. And so I began to travel the country, and donors began to send money. And so we would deliver supplies to the front. And here I find my redemption. That what I was seeking that day that I fled Fox News and News Corp on 6th Ave in New York, all my travels brought me to this point. And this is my destiny as a journalist, to be here every single day until victory.
And it's an interesting crucible just as well, isn't it? That you're ending up in a situation where it is absolutely vital that those 10 minutes a day do count. Because the information awareness is a key element as to the political decision-making process and how the public interacts with its elites at this point in time, because democracies fight wars differently, don't they?
Exactly. And I mean, Axel, I know, because of where the places I used to work in Washington and New York and other places in America, I happen to know many of the leading opponents of Ukraine. They care enough about me to make sure I'm alive. They think I'm crazy for being here, but they do tell me what their pain points are, why they don't support Ukraine. And so, being aware of that, being aware of sort of, middle America, when I have that chance every day for 10 minutes, I'm really thinking about what's on people's minds, as they're driving to work, and what are their frustrations. And this is, my goal. I realize that people need to be inspired as well. And, everyone has difficulties around the world. And Ukraine, I mean, every single day here, you're surrounded by stories of inspiration. Every American who I've brought to Ukraine, and I take them around the country from here to Kharkiv and everywhere in between, when they leave, they're sad because they've been, even though it's been scary at times for them, they're so inspired by what they see here, by the human spirit, by the way, the solidarity, by the way people cooperate with each other, even despite all the problems. And so my mission is to, in those 10 minutes, as far as we're talking about WGN, it's not about arguments. It's about making people feel like they're here. This is the real life action hero movie every single day, with the tragedy, with the difficulties, with the, there's always some kind of problem, but especially with the inspiration. And I think, so that's been my goal, is to, make sure that I'm inspiring people by reporting the stories here, and often the stories that the context that's missed. Because I've been here, because I understand so much now about Ukrainian history, and that the real free spirit of the Ukrainians, the history of the Maidan Revolution, and it's actually, I studied at in university political theory, but here I see political theory like in its fruition. every single day. You know, you can have all the great philosophy in the world, but here, anyone that talks about freedom, this is the test of it. You know, this is where people are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. You know, and not just the soldiers, especially the soldiers, of course, and then also, you know, like I was just in Kharkiv in January, which is an extremely difficult time, and I met so many Ukrainian women who chose to come back after the Russians attacked Kharkiv after New Year's, because they wanted to say we're not, they can't come back from their exile on a beach in Spain or whatever, to go back in this most difficult time. And this is where you see this is, you know, everything we talk about democracy and freedom, this is the epicenter of it. This is the archetype of it, and that's my mission, is to show that to the world.
It's interesting, isn't it? If you think about it, I remember the first time when I had the pleasure to listen to the speech on this is CBS, I think. Yeah, it was CBS, reporting back to the American public the statement by General Eisenhower as to Operation Overlord actually happening, and having happened at the time when this was piped into the news. And that sent a clear message to what was then, and I'm German, so I mean by heritage, but still what was then Mordor being actually fought, and that the democracies had decided to risk it and to fight it. They were in Italy at that time. They had gone through a horrific campaign in, say, the northern part of Africa. But Overlord constituted a completely different approach. And it mattered a great deal, and it freed the continent. Now, at this point in time, this existential war is being waged, but nobody communicates it as clearly what is at stake, what is being done. And therefore, these moments, which can be instilled by means of media into the general public, that this is a crucible, that this is vital, that this matters more than anything else you can do today, meaning supporting victory in Ukraine and therefore defeating the axis of evil of Russia, China in the wings and in its back, North Korea as a subordinate ally, and the Iranians with their rather suicidal mullah regime. But fighting for freedom is something which should never go out of fashion. How on earth did we allow this to be so swamped with the complacent media? Before we go into the anecdotes in Kharkiv, because you just highlighted the spirit and we're literally coming from the back end. We're starting with the back end, but that's fine. And how on earth did we allow this to happen? Because it doesn't really matter whether it's the left or the right. This absolutely astonishing complacency and navel gazing. You've seen it in media in the US. You've seen it in the reactions since the last 2 years. You hear it from the people, the friends, the former colleagues. What can we do? How do we, as a whole, say democratic digital media, how do we oppose that? How do we shake it up?
Well, first I'll say I think something extremely positive, but we have shook it up, and I think, you know, being here, I was here in Lviv, where I am right now, the first day of the full scale invasion, and, you know, I mean, it was terrible. You know, no one knew what to expect. Everyone thought, you know, there could be tanks coming down the streets within a matter of hours. We were preparing Molotov cocktails. I'd been on American media the preceding week, because they didn't really have a lot of press here yet at the time, and I was a lone voice saying Ukraine's not going to fall in 3 days. And I was even sort of edged off of one TV show. They're like, you know, they thought I was too much in the tank for Ukraine. And that's why WGN called me back the next week. They said, we thought you were crazy last week, because we all thought Ukraine was going to lose in 3 days. And a key reason, well, you know, the Ukrainian people, the government was kind of a mess. You know, no, officially nothing was really ready for that invasion. But the people, it was the people rallying to resist the Russians, but it was also people around the world. So from MriyaReport and so many people in every corner of the world seeing on Telegram or Twitter or all over what the Russians were doing, the Russian atrocities. That was extraordinary. And I think had the world not seen those images, I think that very easily, Ukraine, things would have been much worse. And because usually when there's some kind of mass genocide or attack, through history, people don't know about it, and the tyrant is able to achieve its will. I think about the first Crimean War in the 1850s. That was the first war where there was a telegraph and photography. And so for the first time, people could understand war almost, not quite in real time, but they could get quick updates on what was happening. And what's interesting about Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, that was the first war with Telegram, with video, with TikTok, with Instagram. And so for the first time in real time, regular people, meaning not the elites, not the people with power, hardworking people around the world could see what was happening and say, we don't accept this. And that was decisive, because if it's maybe hard to remember now for a lot of people, but the Western capitals were, they were quiet. I think many people were, and everyone I knew, for example, like people who used to work at the Pentagon and others, they were kind of hoping that Ukraine would just fall and this messy problem would go away. And they, no one was sending weapons those first few days. And it was a combination of Ukrainian people holding on and of people, very busy and hardworking people who saw that something horrible was happening, like the audience of MriyaReport, and saying, hey, this is not acceptable. And it was that movement of the people around the world that pushed the politicians to start to do something. And so I would say first, we want to be where we are. We're not for that. And so I think we're in a positive situation on the whole. I mean, for 2 years now, Ukrainians have held on. And, this was sort of obscured a couple of weeks ago, I think by design, with the timely death of Russian dissident Navalny. That covered up the three major stories. One, 2 years of Ukrainians holding on against the odds. Two, the 10-year anniversary of Ukraine's extraordinary Maidan revolution, which is the model of how people can take control of their country from the elite. And three, as we feel, especially I felt yesterday, the spring weather is coming here to Ukraine. And this is an amazing story that has been really totally missed.
Because
Everyone
that winter offensive hasn't really worked, has it?
More than that, actually, we can simply say Russia's second annual winter offensive has failed, totally failed. Last year it was like living in the Middle Ages here, and students studied by candlelight. Every elevator in Kyiv had a care package, so you could tolerate 2 hours stuck because of the frequent power outages. No hot water. There were tents throughout every city where people would go to get heat and to charge their phones. None of that happened. There was no major power outage, not even for a few hours, throughout Ukraine this winter. And the absence of news can be a hard story to tell, especially if you're far away from the reality. But this is certainly a huge victory. So yeah, we have plenty of problems to discuss with the West and with the lack of leadership. But important first to realize that because of the support that has come to Ukraine, because of the gumption of the Ukrainians and the people from around the world who come here to help, because of the weapons that have been sent, we have some extraordinary success stories. And by the way, let's not forget Ukrainian success in the sea and in the sky. The more than 10 Russian fighter jets that have been taken out in the past couple of weeks. That's extraordinary. And the continued Ukrainian
they're falling like flies because the Ukrainians have found ways of taking them down, and the Russians actually have to fly close air support if they want to advance, and they have no other means of doing so, and they're risking it, and the Ukrainians are very adept at taking them out.
Yeah, and in the sea, where the as they love to say here in Ukraine, when the ships get upgraded to promoted to submarine class. And we have yet another one from a couple days ago. So, yes, there's plenty of difficult, we have ammunition problems, we have problems at the front. But first, it's essential to underscore these success stories that so often get smudged over, often because of the way the Kremlin very adeptly manipulates the media narratives.
And we score our own goals, of
Yeah.
course, as well. I mean, on the one hand, I mean, for example, the administration inviting Ms. Navalny to sit next to Ms. Zelensky, that obviously, I mean, even the most culturally autistic person in the State Department or in the White House should have known that this can't work. But still, it's being done. Is it being done deliberately in order to seed more, say, to provoke, or is it just carelessness and willfulness?
Well, this is actually, it's a very essential question that I wish someone in the White House press corps would ask. You know, right now it's easy simply to blame the Republicans for failing to pass, you know, what amounts to a life support bill for Ukraine, and that is a serious problem that we have to address. But first, looking at, I'd say that there is a problem we've seen on several occasions with optics from the White House. And so, and the question is this laziness? Is this because they don't have the vision of leadership here? But it's important to note. So, yes, and now there's disputing reports.
Is that the question?
Well,
Joe, is that this week's question? Should we start with this?
You know, Axel, maybe, because for the audience, Axel and I were talking yesterday about how powerful it would be if, you know, those who believe in Ukraine, MriyaReport audience, NAFO, you know, everyone who believes in the cause here and the possibility of victory, if we coordinated and said, hey, let's have one concise, clear question that we're going to push every week or until we get an answer on something very precise to hold the powerful accountable. And perhaps that's it. And maybe this will help us define it. Another anecdote about optics from the White House that was very disturbing. And again, as I say this, I know, I mean, there's plenty of problems with, certainly with the Republicans. In fact, I think the Kremlin has fooled the Republicans and scares the Democrats, and we can explain that. But when President Biden made a TikTok video for the Super Bowl, and you know, with all the problems in the world, and you know, the turmoil and tension everywhere, not just here, he chose to address a topic of shrinkflation, where you know, the packages of snacks are getting bigger, but the snacks inside are getting smaller, and the price is going up. Okay, fine, it's corporate nonsense. But what was most notable about it, I think the video was recorded in the White House movie theater, and there was a table next to him full of like junk food. And to demonstrate what he was talking about. And the most prominent item were Oreo cookies. And anyone that has paid close attention to Ukraine, especially to the sanctions on Russian business in Russia, would know that Oreo is the flagship brand of one of the major, I won't say violators because they're within the rule of law, but Oreo is the flagship brand of one of the major offenders of the sanctions against Russia. So the company Mondelez International, based in Chicago, they still do business in Russia. They find loopholes amid the sanctions. They find moral justifications, and they continue to do business in Russia. They continue to make tons of money in Russia and to benefit the Russian economy. And Oreo is their most famous, well-known brand. So the president of the United States, whose administration allegedly is pushing these very severe and strict sanctions against Russia, is during the Super Bowl, when more people than ever are watching, is sitting next to a package of Oreo cookies. You have to question competence or motive when you see those optics.
That's the interesting thing, because message is subliminal when it is, especially in that visual component of, say, widely followed audio and video setups. Whilst people are distracted, they're listening to Mr. Nance or whoever else is reporting, but at the same time, they're watching what happens during a football game. They're watching what happens. They also look at stuff and the signals which are being made by politicians when they walk up to the microphone in Congress. And we've seen a couple of those, how should we call these? Not walks of shame, but walks of, pride and prejudice recently. It is astonishing to me, and it's very strange. We start at the end of things. We'll do it. All right. So, Joe, it is astonishing to me as a good old transatlanticist how it is possible that this strong bond between what is a rejuvenated, out of the crucible of the Second World War, reforged and rebuilt democratic Western Europe, which then had a bit of a breather and thought it could expand more by trade and commerce than anything, as you know, EU and EEA and whatnot. That this transatlantic bond seems to be fraying, but it seems to be fraying not only on the European side, because they were complacent and lazy and didn't, you know, invest in defense as they should have, these bastards, and they consumed the peace dividend, which they were not owed. So they were very, very lucky. You could say it's a windfall kind of thing the Europeans had. But it's also fraying on the American side, because they are, as I think you said it yesterday quite rightly, this tiredness of decades of war on the one hand, and then the lack of information about the fact that this now actually is what matters. Because we've been wasting so much blood and treasure, resources, media space in recent decades on so many different things that we're missing the forest for the trees. This is a very important situation at the moment, and it's very dangerous.
Yeah, well, I think for one, on a basic level, when we look at the media, the coverage of what's happening in Ukraine, it is, I can see how it can make people sort of either drift away or think that this is impossible impossible for Ukraine to have victory. I mean, even take, for example, the headlines about, so when Ukrainians use drones to take out one of Russia's top ships once again, which they're starting to do almost every 2 weeks now, Sunday night, early Monday morning in the Black Sea, that the Kotov, that ship has helped cause so much damage throughout Ukraine. It has not only disrupted people's lives, but led to the killing of many innocent people, including soldiers, which we always must remember. Most Ukrainian soldiers were civilians when the full-scale invasion began. So this is civilians fighting for their freedom. And that was a huge success for a country without a navy, using drones from their Ministry of Digital Transformation, which was created to make like Social Security digital. You don't have to go to the Social Security office. You can do it on your phone. That ministry that was created for things like that is now sending drones to destroy Russia's top class ships. That was extraordinary, and that should be seen as a positive success for Ukraine. But for example, the headline of the BBC was something like Ukraine kills X amount of Russians in Black Sea attack. So if I'm sitting there in California or Kansas, and I'm very busy, with my life, and I see that headline, all of a sudden I'm thinking, oh, this messy tit for tat thing, and Ukrainians are killing people, and I don't realize like the scope of what they achieved without having a navy, using drones. And if you watch the video, I encourage people to look it up. I'm sure everyone here has, like, you see, because every drone that's attacking that ship has had a camera, and the camera cuts out right before impact, but then you can see from the angle of the next drone, and it was inspiring at the very least, like an action film. But this extraordinary thing that the underdog is able to do this and to destroy a Russian ship that has caused so much havoc on a nation of people who insist on living in freedom, and instead the headline focuses on how many Russian sailors were killed, and it sort of creates this mindset that there's like a negative weight against what Ukraine is doing. So this happens, and I encourage everyone to really think about that when you see every headline about Ukraine. Think of what the alternative could be, and realize how that chips away at support. But on a deeper level, Axel, we talked about this before, but especially the past couple months, I spent a lot of time very close, to the edge, and missiles falling quite close to me, and that does make you more introspective about your life and everything. And I asked myself the tough question: if I had never been to Ukraine, the first time I ever visited here was 2018. If I had never been to Ukraine, coming from that world, I did. I was mentored by the chairman of Fox. My first job was for Bill Kristol at the Weekly Standard. Bill's a great guy, but he was the architect, in many ways, of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And like so many of my friends who were either working in Washington or serving in special forces in the American military in Iraq and Afghanistan, all together we began to say, this is not right. We deeply rejected those 20 years of war and how that was conducted. Personally, that was just my personal view, right? And I asked myself this question the past few months, like if I had never been to Ukraine, if I just read what I read in the news, and then if I felt in my heart, like I don't trust our government on war, and this is very difficult for me to realize this, but I see how I could be a skeptic if with no connection to Ukraine, to say I don't want to support another war. I understand that, and this is where we have to show, my mission has been also to show Americans that this is not Iraq or Afghanistan. This is a country of where people believe that they have. It's not a fledgling democracy. It is a more active and genuine democracy than we have in America, in the sense that the people really rule. I saw this in the pandemic. You see it how people govern themselves. Like in a Ukrainian city, when there's a Russian attack, it's one of the most dangerous places in the world. But when there's no Russian attack, Ukrainian cities are some of the safest places in the world. There's very low crime. The streets are clean. There is a social cohesion in this country that actually should inspire the world. And if people could see that, they could see the possibility.
Joe, that's exactly it. The glue has been, is gone in some of our societies. That glue, the adhesiveness, you just called it social cohesion. I understand exactly where you're coming from. And by the way, I always quote Yuri Bezmenov in that regard, who once highlighted the fact that both the KGB's general idea was to find a way to, because they knew that they couldn't beat America, the only way was to find a way to destroy America and the West from within. So they would have to challenge the culture. They would have to find ways to dissolve the culture, which made us all in the West following that say intensity with which America defended freedom, follow that example, and they have to attack us on exactly that level. And finally, they have managed to make some inroads, and we've been focusing on many things, but not on how to actually live well. And we have become very complacent, and therefore, we're in that complacency phase still. It seems the wake up is not there yet, because I trust that my friends in Montana and Idaho, the national security conservatives over there, but many of whom are, shall we say, very much involved in what is going on, they know exactly what's going on in Ukraine. And by the way, they actually behave that way. However, many others who would usually, if they were to see what Russians are doing in Ukraine, and they were to actually smell and feel it, the smell of rotten flesh, the views of those people with wires tapped behind their hands behind their back, tortured, killed, buried alive, you know what, all the atrocities Russian troops always commit. By the way, you mentioned the Crimean War, first war ever reporting in Russian, both in Russian newspapers, funny enough, but there with praise, and in London and French newspapers where cartoons or caricatures highlighted what Russian troops are doing, that they're stealing, killing, and raping and torturing. Now, we see this now. How on earth is it possible that we don't transport this properly? Now, let's go back to Kharkiv for a moment, because you've been there now for a little while, and at a point in time, Kharkiv has become significantly more affronted yet again by Russian artillery, rockets, and the likes. The Russians are fighting heavily in Kupiansk, and Ukrainian troops have less and less artillery ammunition at hand. The resilience of that cohesive, shall we say, culture on site, being both Russian language as well as Ukrainian language, is significantly different from what the Russians would have expected. And the people of Kharkiv have cleaned up the streets. They've rebuilt things to the extent that they could with the means they have, so that they can live alive and produce. Can you please explain to people why, when a Fox News anchor who is actually a decent chap
Mhm.
comes there and tells people that he is in a city under curfew and he is going there with an APC. And it's probably a little bit.
Yeah, Axel, and Kharkiv is a place where I've spent significant time the past couple of years, and in fact, I wanted to be there for the second anniversary of Russia's full-scale invasion, because it's there at the edge, 30 miles from Russia, because there's no significant air defense there, no Patriot missile batteries. The missiles almost always, like 95% of the time, hit before the air raid alarms can sound. In fact, when you hear the air raid alarm go off, you can kind of relax. Nothing's going to happen for a few minutes because it's always outside of those alarms. And when Brett Baer went to interview President Zelensky, and I understand the optics of why they orchestrated that. I mean, like 2 weeks before, Putin and Tucker Carlson had their lecture interview, whatever you want to call it, in Moscow in some palace. And so this was Brett Baer, also from Fox, so smart to reach that audience, where Tucker used to be. But Brett Baer is a journalist, unlike Tucker. So have a journalist ask President Zelensky questions. They were just a few kilometers from the front, outside of Kupiansk. You could hear the shelling. So great optics. But Brett, I saw it in the packaging, the promotion for the interview. He said, he described his journey to Ukraine, and he said, we took a train to Kyiv, and then we took an armored car from Kyiv to Kharkiv, and then he said, we entered Kharkiv, a city under curfew, and he never showed any of the city,
Which is simply not true at that time.
Well,
It's simply not true.
he was accurate because he arrived at 3 a.m. when it was curfew, and also it was 3 a.m, so everyone was asleep. This is what it's a subtle manipulation to get a good story, to make yourself into a hero. Which some people, okay, credit to Brett for going that far, but no, I say no. They have all the resources in the world at Fox News. This is one reason why I left. Like, they could have understood. They could have spent some time to understand that city. They could have realized that you don't have to travel in an armored car from Kyiv to Kharkiv. There's no one shooting at you through the forest and the fields. That land is liberated and free, safer than walking through Los Angeles. So no, that was actually dishonest reporting.
You mean Los Angeles or San Francisco, where the inner cities actually could benefit from a nightly curfew?
Yeah. I mean, for sure. I mean, I think that
I apologize. Sorry for the.
Well, I understand.
But you know what I'm getting.
I understand what you're saying, and we have, I mean, and I understand why Americans are frustrated because there's so many problems in the U.S. and why I saw problems somewhere else. But let's at least start with reporting the reality. And Kharkiv is, and I've seen this narrative. I see the narrative taking off. I'm starting to hear this from Westerners, and people say, oh, well, Kharkiv is, certainly it's going to fall soon. There's a major reporter, I don't know, maybe this person is listening, who is very brave and goes to Kharkiv. And this person told me, it's just too bad that people here don't know that their city is going to fall into Russian hands. And this person said this to me while ordering a fancy latte at a lovely cafe in Kharkiv. And if you spend any time there, you know that none of those people want to quit and leave when they could easily. They could move to another city in Ukraine. So Kharkiv, I think, is the key to understanding Ukrainian resistance and why Ukraine will win. And I knew this before the full-scale invasion. I had been to Kharkiv for the first time in January of 2022. And the reason why I went, because I knew the history of what happened in 2014. After the Maidan Revolution, the pro-Russian forces controlled the city of Kharkiv for maybe about 24 hours. It was ambiguous. It was touch and go. And the people of Kharkiv said, get out of our city. And they in 2014, with no real military, they defended their city. And so Kharkiv has always been the key. And it's in the way that Crimea is a key for victory. Kharkiv is a key sign of why Ukrainians won't give up. And as an anecdote to explain that, to bring you there in a way that Fox News didn't, is I was there. So on New Year's, like December 28th through New Year's weekend, the Russians began bombarding many Ukrainian cities. They've been quiet for months, in large part because Ukraine had destroyed Russian capabilities to attack from the Black Sea. And But New Year's, they saved everything up for their New Year's festivities, and they pounded Kharkiv, including the center of the city. They even audaciously hit everything's audacious, but they hit a 5-star hotel where foreign journalists and United Nations people would stay, and everyone had thought that those places were protected. But the Russians, I mean, so it was a new level of ferociousness. And a few days later, I went to Kharkiv. I wanted to be there with the people and to understand what was happening. It was the first time I've heard fear in people's voices because they already had been through so much. Regular artillery shelling when Russians were at the edge of the city, but there was a new level of fear with what the Russians did on New Year's. And so it was mid-January. I'm there in Kharkiv, and when you're there, you realize that it's literally Russian roulette. At any moment, a missile could fall anywhere, and you just accept that fact. And it's a strange thing. In some ways, it's liberating because everyone faces this together, and you get a kind of courage from that. And one night, a missile hit very close to me, and that sound doesn't leave your soul. I mean, you still feel it, and you feel sick. It's a sickening sound. Like, it makes you like existentially think, what the hell is happening? What is this? And that was maybe the closest a missile's ever hit in the city for me. And I was half asleep. I didn't know what was happening. And I found out that the block, there were 2 missiles that hit, and it was the block where my regular coffee shop is. And so a few hours later, 8 o'clock in the morning, I go there to see what had happened. And my coffee shop, there were no more windows. There was debris everywhere. And they were open and serving on time to customers. And the girl making the coffee, whatever you wanted, filter coffee, Chemex, whatever, smiling and cheerful, not complaining, not even talking about the fact that she's standing amid rubble. And they were giving free coffee to rescuers and those who had lost their homes. And then they were serving coffee to paying customers. And people were showing up, and they were buying coffee for like, they'd buy coffee for themselves and then 5 more for the people behind them, paying it forward. And it was just incredible. Like, if you're there in that type of moment, you feel such a courage like you've never felt before, and the spirit of defiance. And that is Kharkiv. And that's the story I want people to know about Kharkiv, that in the ruins, and meanwhile, knowing at any moment you can get hit again. This is the spirit. This is why I have total faith in the Ukrainians. And even there was another cafe that had been hit during those New Year's attacks, and by Iranian suicide drone. And when my most recent trip in Kharkiv about a week ago, that cafe is rebuilt and almost ready to reopen, even though it could also get hit again, the day it reopens. And so this is it's a wonderful spirit, and it is not the way that city has been depicted so often in many media accounts. Even when they talk about the courage, is this like a city under siege? I can't call it that. I call it a city of absolute defiance. And just actually, I'll put it this way: like, how often do we see in headlines about Ukraine, especially when we look at the headlines regarding the debates, the Republicans are opposing any funding for Ukraine. So often the headlines said, war-torn Ukraine. And yeah, you can say that. But why can't we ever, at least like 1 out of every 5 times, say defiant Ukraine? Because that is also totally accurate and actually unbiased.
Absolutely. And I remember a friend of ours, he runs a media project, Hashi, in Ukraine. I don't know whether you've seen it before, but they do very, very decent videos about, areas in Ukraine which people haven't seen. And they followed, for example, at a very early stage when Kraken went in to liberate parts north of Kharkiv, when the sickle cut went around north of Kharkiv and freed stuff. They reported on this and went through the cities and interviewed the people who had just barely escaped longer occupation by the Russians. And they explained exactly the very same thing. And then they created a video about Kharkiv, about the shelling, the ruin, the streets and the likes, but at the same time how the city and the people of Kharkiv in the battle for Kharkiv have been supporting their troops and have been ensuring that they will hold and that they will rejuvenate. And the interesting part really is that the story is not told. Sumy, Chernihiv, Kharkiv, these cities were freed early on, and Ukraine has had substantial success in establishing re-establishing and rebuilding civil society in those areas, despite the fact that they are just a few kilometers. In Sumy, there is constant shelling. The Russians are attacking on a very irregular basis, but they are attacking. And people have to live with what you just described, meaning that what you would call the Russian roulette. And that is extremely important to understand, that people are not willing to go. And they will not leave. They will fight. And the only thing they need is us to join hands with them, nothing else. They just need us to join hands with them so they can fight and win.
Yeah, Axel, and as we've seen, I mean, every investment that the West has made here has paid off. I mean, of course, not only, I mean, it's paid off for Americans. 2023 was the best year ever for sales of American defense products. So America is not suffering from this, actually benefiting. And in fact, and this is one of the tricky things that Russian propaganda loves. They love anything that's a bit tricky or nuanced because they know it's hard for us to communicate these things in American media. But so much of the opposition to Ukraine in America, including people I know, members of Congress and people who pay for them, donate for them, but pay for them. They're like, this is just promoting the defense industry, and I think we have to recognize that that Ukraine is an in-between thing. That the Western powers were compelled to support Ukraine in the first weeks of the full-scale invasion because of the people. People around the world said this cannot be tolerated, and so the leaders had to do something. And you had a few extraordinary leaders, like for example Boris Johnson, who's well loved in Ukraine because he was an early voice to say no. We must stand against it. But largely, there's a lot of there's a, as I know from my time in those worlds of defense and media, that there's a fear. Actually, I would describe it as an inability to believe in the possibility that people can truly be free, that freedom really can work. And this is really best articulated by the late Henry Kissinger, this idea, but it's followed by people in defense policy among Republicans and Democrats. Henry Kissinger, who I used to go to Yankees games with in my time when I was with Fox News, and it was straight. I mean, Henry Kissinger, Megyn Kelly, Bill O'Reilly, me. It was bizarre times, but Henry Kissinger said in an essay in 2021, he said, "The world needs Russia in the global equilibrium," and there is this idea that freedom is okay as long as it's kind of like a bread and circuses freedom. Freedom's okay, but keep it in check, because if you're too free, we're going to have big wars and lots of problems. This is also what people try to tell the Taiwanese. Unfortunately, this is what happened with Hong Kong. And this is what many people are saying to Ukrainians. Like, can't you just accept, make some negotiation, give up some cities, let Russians terrorize a few cities of Ukraine, and just live your freedom kind of peacefully. And this is what Ukrainians refuse to do. They believe in freedom so deeply, so much so that, I mean, if you're watching on X right now, I'm sure everyone knows this very well by now, but the symbol of the MriyaReport, the trident, also spells the word volia, which is the highest level word for freedom in Ukrainian. You have the word svoboda, but then you have the word volia, which means like the will to be free, this deep will to be free. It's a concept that we don't, for all of our talk, like, I would say when we talk about freedom in America, we say freedom isn't free. And that sounds like a nice idea. And I used to always say that and believe it. And,
It is very American. Everything, Joe, everything you're saying is ultimately my early childhood and throughout adult life, understanding and life in America, and when I've worked there and lived there, this is how America actually is. You know, freedom isn't free, and you have to bootstrap, and by the way, you have to defend freedom. And funny enough, this is in civics lessons. I know that you've abandoned them. Big problem, by the way. But what was once actually told to people, that there is something which matters a great deal more than yourself.
Well, and
It's
this,
a very American. This should be an easy sell, shouldn't it?
well, but here's maybe the wrinkle, and why I realize why it's more difficult to sell now 2 years on. So just take this idea of freedom isn't free. I took that for granted, that idea, but then here in Ukraine, I've realized by saying that, it's very deeply American. We make freedom into a commodity. To even put it in a conversation about that there's a price for freedom. All of a sudden, it's a commodity, and the more we talk about freedom that way, like it means like we don't know what it is. It's something we never attain. You know, we know it's expensive. It's not free. We got to pay for it. But what is it? And it becomes a commodity rather than a lifestyle. And I don't hear Ukrainians say, svoboda, which is the more basic word for freedom, or volya isn't free. There's not even a question of price. There's not even a question of it is a mentality. It is a deep part of your soul. It is something that actually is free, because no matter what kind of hell you're in, if you're, I know people who've survived Russian occupation. I know people who've been, including foreigners, British fighters and heroes who have been in Russian jail under death sentence. You can always be free. It is free. It's a choice. And that's what I see, whether I'm in Nikopol, a city that's shelled day and night across the largest nuclear plant in Europe, or in Kharkiv or Donbass or anywhere, that freedom is free. It's our choice. And we can make that no matter what kind of hell we're facing. And the Ukrainians do that when they face billions of dollars worth of missiles every week to destroy their freedom. They keep it. And so, yeah, I've learned here, Axel, that freedom is free because it's simply a matter of our choice.
I like that. That's a very good amendment to the concept. Obviously, unfortunately, you have to sacrifice. I think this is where the ultimate reasoning for this comes from, for the saying comes from, that from time to time, you actually have to sacrifice. And that is the funny part. You can elect to be free, and there you're absolutely right, but you may have to sacrifice for it. Often enough, you have to.
But of course, on the flip side, and this is what you pointed out, like if we don't learn our history, if you choose not to sacrifice for that, you're going to still pay another price. The price of living in totalitarian hell. And so either way, either way, there's a pain. And is it a pain that you choose, or is it a pain that's forced upon you? This is a normal question for anything in our lives. And that's why, every time I'm on a train going to Kharkiv, or part of me is questioning, like, what am I doing going closer to the edge of Mordor? But I realize that, like, that border there is the dividing line between the two polar opposite ways of imagining how we structure our lives on this planet. Russia is the epitome of verticality, of there's one source of power, and then everyone else is just part of that story. And it is the epitome of the idea of tyranny, and of humans have no agency. We're just helpless. We just try to be quiet and get by. Ukraine is the total opposite of that. Ukraine is a wildly free place, in the sense that even, for example, look at how Ukrainians and Russians define the word evil. I don't speak Russian, but in the Russian word means literally stepping over the line. It's not evil. How they define the word crime. A crime in the Russian language literally means, like from Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky, it means crossing a line decreed from some authority on high. The word for crime in Ukrainian is not about lines, because Ukrainians, they don't care about the lines and the rules. And you could say, there's problems with that, but they deeply reject anyone telling them what to do. And so the word for crime in Ukrainian is zlochny. It's close to that. It means that which is evil. So for Ukrainian, a crime is doing something that you know in your heart to be evil. Like, don't, attack children. Don't invade someone else's city. Don't be a nasty person. It's very simple. But for the Russians, their very definition, they have a definition for evil, of course, but the definition of the word crime means crossing the line. And we see that playing out here. We see a whole nation of people that would rather do evil than cross the line that the Kremlin tells them not to cross. And then we see a whole nation of people who would rather die and would rather cross every red line than something evil, than support evil, than stop, than fail to resist against evil. And so here are the two extremes, and all the rest of us are in the middle on the spectrum, and we have to decide which way we go.
And therefore you can, by means of culture and cultural history, you can delineate the border between what is Mordor and what is a free society. And if people always try to make the case that, oh no, even some voters and some supporters of Mr. Trump in recent days in America were seen to state that, oh, Putin only, now after the interview, we finally understand he only wants what's his and all that kind of jazz, which of course is insidiously idiotic if you actually dive into it. But still, it is triggered by the fact that they can't delineate, that they can't discern what is the difference between Russia, the locust, authoritarian, thuggish, evil regime on the one hand, and the free societies at its borders. But the border does exist, and it's a very, very, very deep border. I think this needs to be highlighted. Joe, I have two people with questions up.
Sure.
First David and then Fancy, and then we will also be joined by Jonathan, who is in listeners and probably laughing the whole time as to, why are you making things so complicated all there? We'll get there. Let's go to David.
Hi, Joe. Yeah, thanks very much, first of all, for being on the space. It's fantastic to have you up. I was wondering how you cope with the kind of cognitive dissonance that I think basically probably we all feel. In particular, I think it's been highlighted by this, Mrs. Zelenska turning down the invitation to the State of the Nation address where she was going to be sat next to Yulia Navalnaya. And you can almost hear the person in the White House organizing this saying, oh, I thought it'd be a great idea. They'd be able to chat in their own language or something like that. I mean, this difference between, what Ukraine is really like and how in let's say Western liberal democracy societies it seems so far away, and it doesn't seem like our democracies are an existential threat, although they are.
David, thanks for that question. And it's something, especially early on, I would feel a deep frustration. I mean, being, coming under artillery fire in Zaporizhia or near missile attacks, and while at the same time getting text messages from people I know in America saying, "Oh, is this really real?" and all this. And, you just want to respond with rage and anger. And now, 2 years into this, I realized at first we have to be patient and strategic. We're all playing a chess game here, and we can't let the Kremlin be the only ones playing this game. And we have to realize the optics and the perceptions of people in America, the frustrations and the challenges everyone has in their lives, and reach them where we can. And this is, I think that's the only way we can. We have to show Americans the possibility that freedom can work. And I think Americans are looking for this in our own lives in America. There's a deep frustration with the system, with the food we eat, with everything in America, right? And Americans want to be shown possibility. One of the most popular songs last year that even beat Taylor Swift and everyone on the Billboard charts was the song Richmond, North of Richmond. And it went viral, some sort of unknown guy in Virginia, but it went viral, became #1 on Billboard because it was complaining about the machine and the man and the problems in Washington, the Richmond, north of Richmond, Virginia. And we have to understand why that became so popular, the frustrations people feel. And then the key for those who believe in Ukraine, which means those who believe in freedom, those who believe in the possibility that we can live good lives on this planet, the key is to show the Americans in particular, who we need to reach, because they're the ones that can send the weapons that can turn this around, the possibility that of freedom and how Ukraine can actually inspire the world on a micro level, like the daily stories of inspiration of, people like I have. If you go to our website, UkrainianFreedomNews.com, we just posted a video of my friend Serhiy, a warrior from Nikopol. He was badly wounded in battle, and then he's punching back. He's training. I mean, his arm almost was taken off, and there's some difficult scenes to watch there. Just a 50-second video, but he's been training, and now he's almost back, ready to be in fighting form. These incredible stories of resilience on a micro level, but then on a macro level, on how actually it is possible for the people to control their society and determine their destiny. And if we can show Americans that possibility in the face of all this negativity, and when I saw all the stories of Navalny and his death, I mean, it was extraordinary coup by Russian PR. At a U2 concert in Las Vegas, a few days after Navalny died, people were chanting Navalny's name. And this was extraordinary. I mean, instead of talking about Ukraine, they focused on one guy, Navalny. And what I kept trying to tell Americans, and Ukrainians didn't like it the way I put this, but I'm trying to get the Americans to get them to realize the deeper reality. Ukraine is a nation of Navalny's. Now, that doesn't mean Navalny the guy. It means a nation of the person who we think Navalny is, like someone standing up to tyranny. Okay, we can find maybe one Russian, maybe, who's doing that. But Ukraine is an entire nation of millions of people that have been doing that for 10 years, if not, obviously longer, but especially since 2014, and most especially for these past 2 years. And that, you think of how many Americans, frustrated with the system. I mean, they run to, Robert F. Kennedy or Trump. What I find, I'm not like, they're frustrated with the way things are. They want something totally different. They praise the Ottawa truckers, right? They praise protest movements in Ireland, but somehow they're missing the story of Ukraine. And this is still a puzzle to me, but I think part of it is because we just haven't shown them just how radically free Ukraine is. And, the difficult part of it is freedom is a threat to those in power. So much so that Russia will send billions of dollars in missiles a week to erase the story of freedom here. And so the more, David, we can show Americans the possibility, get them inspired by this story, and show them that this can work, the better chance. That's the only way we have a chance.
Thanks very much.
I mean, that's the key. The key aspect there is also, David and Joe, that what we discussed before, that the sheer existence of a democratic and well-organized and improving and economically successful Ukraine is a clear communications disaster for Russia. It is the existential threat for their argument that only under a cohesive Russian regime, Ukraine and all the other nations they had once subjugated could actually flower. That is the whole point. They need to destroy it in order for their own narrative to have a chance of surviving. And therefore, by the way, Navalny killed on time, right?
Yes.
So that the narrative could actually be floated.
And maybe there's no accident with that. But I think, we should also recognize, I mean, many Western leaders are threatened in a sense by that same idea. I mean, look at, you had the Yellow Vest movement in France. So no wonder President Macron, who's now starting to sound tougher about supporting Ukraine, but you'll never hear Macron talk about the Maidan Revolution because he doesn't want a revolution in Paris. And so this is where, if we can get past the filters of the elites and the powerful people to show the world that Ukraine shows that the people can take control of the society. And I encourage people, I mean, everyone here, I'm sure, is aware of the history of the Maidan Revolution, but they weren't burning down shops. They weren't, destroying, they were only resisting the regime, and they did it in such an incredible way that could inspire the world. But I think, there's a reason why we never hear the White House or Macron or Berlin talk about the Maidan Revolution, which is fascinating because Putin always says that 2014 was the reason for this, and he spins it his own way. But that's the one true thing he said to Tucker Carlson, is that, yeah, 2014 is the reason for this full-scale invasion. Had the Ukrainians not had the revolution of dignity, there would be no reason for this war. And in fact, there very well might be a war throughout Europe, because all of Ukraine would be part of the Russian war machine.
There you go. Now we have two hands up. Let me just, in the meantime, whilst I'm cycling people up, Joe, let me say hi and good evening to Jonathan, who's been avidly listening and probably thinking the whole time, why could you not make this shorter?
No, I wanted to jump in and say something as well. There's a couple of key words there. I think Joseph, hi Joseph, has been talking.
Hey, Jonathan.
There's some key words, and you described this idea that Putin couldn't allow a free and democratic Ukraine to exist. But there's another aspect to this, I think, which is described by a Russian word, zavist, which means envy. And we get this with the troops coming in. They're horrified that these Ukrainians, these peasants, these people who they've been told are inferior to them with an inferior culture, are materially living so much better. So it's not just you can't tolerate an independent Ukraine. You can't tolerate a Ukraine that lives well and benefits from democracy.
Yeah, and we've seen the story. We saw this in the 1930s, the rhetoric, right, in Germany, and this is, Jonathan. I'm glad you point out that idea of envy, because here's part of the cognitive dissonance. To go back to David's question too, is so many of the Americans who decry socialism or communism, but especially socialism now, you would think that they would be the first people to support Ukraine, and it's actually the inverse. So many of them are the ones who, talk about, we're fighting against socialism and totalitarianism, and this ideology of envy. They're missing this fight totally, and or often they're on the wrong side of it. And this is I think part of it is a failure for people who support Ukraine, for all of us to explain this fight in these clear terms as you just defined, Jonathan. But this is, and I mean, after I went to University of Notre Dame, and from my time at university and then the years right after, I was sort of mentored by many of these conservative groups, the Heritage Foundation, Intercollegiate Studies Institute, founded by Bill Buckley, Fund for American Studies, and all of these groups were instilling in us, these young students, this idea of we must stand up against communism and totalitarianism. And I'm grateful they introduced me to freedom fighters in Europe from the times of the Soviets, but yet they're all silent and absent now. When the fight, when the threat is bigger than it's ever been, it's back, and there's actually people willing to literally fight for freedom. And you have all these people in America who make lots of money, calling themselves freedom fighters by talking about this, but when it actually comes to acting, they're not. And so this is for any Americans who are concerned about this ideology of envy. Russia is the epitome of that in our times. Why don't you try to fight that?
Thugs are always envious. That's the whole point of their existence. Now let's go to Fancy, then we go to Terry, and then we go to Saber. Fancy.
Thank you. Great to have you here, Joe. Two things. One, the Ukrainian language you brought up. I very much like it that you strike the difference between Ukrainian and Russian language as when it comes to crime. Very interesting example. Didn't know it. I've seen, like, I'm a student of the Russian language, and I've seen a few more. Like, I think there's plenty full of examples where the Ukrainian language actually is on the more positive side of the etymology of words, right? For instance, also when you take the word hospital, which in Ukrainian is likarnia, which means healing, right? And balnitsa in Russian, which means like the place of pain, right? And you can continue this list endlessly, right? Also, there's more words for love in Ukrainian, and I think that's an interesting weapon against Russian propaganda, because first it underlines the difference of the languages, that it's more than just a mere dialect, right? It's a powerful language by itself, coming from a way more positive angle at language, and that's interesting to stress. And I think we should do that more. And let me jump to the second aspect and second question. You talked about envy now that the Russians have towards Ukraine. Then there's the threat to democracy. And don't you also think that Russians, and especially Putin's war and Russians' war against Ukraine now after Maidan, is eerily reminding us of how mafia reacts when Ukraine, or like when Ukraine wanted to leave this mafia of oligarchy, of corruption? Because before Maidan, right, corruption was even more rampant. Yanukovych was very much like a representative of this corrupt regime, and Ukrainians simply made the big attempt, a successful attempt at leaving that mafia, saying we don't want the oligarchy, this corrupt regime that runs Russia, we don't want them to secretly behind the curtains run our country as well. And opposed to the Russians, who don't manage to stand up against this mafia, Ukrainians managed to stand up. And now this mafia, basically, like we see when, people want to leave the Italian mafia or Russian mafia, usually you don't leave it alive. So that triggered basically this fight for survival.
Indeed, Jonathan, I don't know if you want to take this, but I would just say, I mean, had my small experience escaping Fox, I felt like I was escaping the mafia on the same reason. But I think this is a big part of the story that gets missed. I mean, Ukrainians have been on this project of cleaning up corruption. 2014 gave them a power to begin to do that. We so often hear of this company Burisma, which it frustrates me deeply that Burisma, that oil company, is always called a Ukrainian company. Whether you read it in Reuters or the New York Times, the BBC, it always says Ukrainian company, and that misses the crucial detail that the leadership of Burisma was part of Yanukovych's regime. It was the regime that Ukrainians said, get out of our country. The regime that fled, unlike Zelensky, they fled the country. They were afraid of the people. And Zelensky, faced the missiles. And so Burisma went to Moscow. And since 2014, the CEO of Burisma was in Russia. It was exactly the type of pro-Putin corruption that the Ukrainian people wanted to kick out. And that's their project. And yeah, it hasn't been clean. It's not totally complete. It's hard, but this has been their mission and project. And this is, I think, we have plenty of corruption in America. So the corruption question is something that Russians very easily use. But if you look at the details of the story, you see that Ukraine, actually, there's more hope to fight corruption here than many places in the world. And on the language question, Jonathan, I'll throw it to you because I know you know Russian. But when we talk about the differences in language, it's not a jingoistic thing. I think it's your languages reflect are the words we choose to use, which means the actions we choose to take. And Russians, going back, that after the Bolshevik Revolution, and the time of the czars, an ideology colors the language. And so I think it is a very fair point, and it shows you that deeply different visions for humanity is embedded in the language. And the Ukrainian word for victory, перемога, which means something like overcoming, like being something greater than what your ability is, doing the impossible, which we deeply feel that here. And Jonathan, what is the Russian word for victory?
It's победа, which is basically to get through the misery or pain. Which so there's no triumphalism there. It's like and this is going to be the title of a future episode coming up, which is that defeat and victory for Russians is the same thing, because they go through the same pain and torment, whether they win or whether they lose. They end up with nothing. They have everything taken away from them, from the government that they're not prepared to fight. There is no difference between victory and defeat. Whereas for Ukrainians, there is everything in the world is that difference between victory and defeat.
So this also means that explains why they have to enjoy the short-term flutter of destruction so much, and raping and torturing and destruction is so helpful because the government will take the loot anyway.
You get your jollies wherever you can.
And this is something
Wonderful.
I think we underestimate in the West, and even pro-Ukrainian people underestimate this. We like Putin. It's like we see. He's more feared than ever before, right? All the people afraid of his red lines, and we have to keep that in mind. He likes this hell that he's unleashing, and we can't forget that.
And the so-called Russian opposition, which we see now being hailed and invited to a State of the Union address, which has been besotted with prizes, including Oscars for their life stories and whatnot. That Russian opposition hasn't really done much. They haven't even, and including Mr. Navalny, has at no point in time said that Ukraine must win. And the likes, we could go through a whole list. I think, Jonathan, we've done this once. We went through a whole list of things which they have failed at, and it won't change. But they get the nice press now in the Congress.
Well, they do, and this is going to be quite a tricky debate. The one about, we can talk about the sheer insensitivity of trying to put Yulia Navalny next to Zelensky. So first of all, it's absolutely tone deaf, and whether intentional or through just sheer incompetence, is just awful. But I think the real problem here, and it's quite a nuanced problem, is that there are members either of the Navalny team or those who are closely associated with like Michael Naki, who in their broadcasts call out the war as a criminal act. They actually implore their audience to donate to the Ukrainian army, not to give it to, whatever it is, blah, blah, blah cause. Or Michael Naki specifically said, do not spend it on YouTube ads. This has to go to the Ukrainian army because that's where, that's the only chance the Russian opposition have of winning. It's very pointed that at certain times Navalny himself said, do not give Western aid to Ukraine. Do not give your money to that, because that's not the best way of defeating Putin. So there is a split there. And I think it's really problematic because, of course, Yulia Navalny is very much aligned, I think, with her husband, which is give the money to us and we know what to do with it. But to your point, Axel, they haven't, they're very good at packaging information. They're very good at raising awareness of problems like corruption, but they're not being politically active, really. I mean, Navalny was, but the rest of his team are far more passive. So any money that goes to them, sink it into YouTube ads, but it is not going to defeat Putin and is not going to help Ukraine win. I think this is the fundamental problem. Of course, you won't see that debated in the media.
100%. Let's clear the deck. We have two people with questions, Terry, and then we go to Saber. Terry.
Thanks, Axel. Hi, Joe. Love the energy in your voice for a start. I've been listening to you for a while. And I'd sort of like to tie in what we've just talked about with what you were talking about earlier on when you joined us, which was about the absolute defiance and the resistance that these Ukrainian people had, their determination to stay free. And I didn't really know anything about Ukraine before the 24th of February. I'd started watching the build-up of the troops and was beginning to listen to the United Nations and bits and pieces, but I sat there gobsmacked for about the first month, wondering, why on earth aren't our governments sorting this out? Why aren't they going in and helping? But what inspired me so much was the fact that I realised, because I ended up watching the film about the Maidan as well, that they're such self-organising people and they don't expect others. In a lot of wars, people seem to say, oh, we need help, come and help me. But this lot was saying, you don't need to come, just give us the tools to help and we will do it. And they were all so determined to keep going. To me, that's the difference between, that's what made me really sit up and watch these people and be inspired by these people, because they weren't just sitting around or running. Yes, there were a whole load of evacuees because they were elderly or they were women with young children, etc. But a lot of them stayed, and a lot of them took up arms. A lot of them stood in front of tanks saying, "Go home." So is that something that you feel very much about the people that are out there? And to me, that's one of the things that I think we need to learn from them for the future.
Well, Terry, thank you for that. And at first, I'll say, I think as we all figure out how, in a way, to re-inspire or reawaken people to care about this fight, it could be very useful exercise to remember, as you just shared with us, why you first were inspired. To go back to those great moments and to see how can we recreate that now. And I think, as you asked your question, I think, so often, one thing when I talk with the Americans in Congress and the people who pay for them, as I say, one of the things that they tell me that they're tired. There's one person they never ever want to hear from again, and that's President Zelensky. They're just tired of hearing his name, and okay, fine, that's their reason. And I think President Zelensky's job, which he's done incredibly well, is to ask for help, to get support for his countrymen who are actually at the front lines and fighting. And he's been doing that nonstop for 2 years. And we can't, if anyone, really wants to understand what he's going through, just watch that film Darkest Hour and see that moment between Winston Churchill and King George. And I had the benefit of knowing some people who knew Churchill. I know there's some credibility to that. And Zelensky's going through that now in many ways alone. And so he has to be asking for help. But so that creates a perception in the minds of many in the West, especially Americans, that Ukraine is just asking for help, when this is not true at all. As you say, Terry, I mean, it's Ukrainians are self-sufficient and holding the line and innovating. And by the way, also helping America test our weapons and helping America develop better technology. So and also helping American defense companies profit. So we have to. What the key now is to really show that, yeah, while Ukrainians need, we could put an end to this. We could get victory with more support, but we have to when we say that, we can't ignore the fact of Ukrainian resilience, how Ukrainians are showing us what is possible. And it's always hard to see what things would be otherwise. But if Ukrainians hadn't fought and held on like they have, we'd be like in the 1930s, late 1930s, when country by country fell into Hitler's arms, right? And it was all up to the little United Kingdom. And if some other country back then had said, no, we're going to fight tooth and nail and resist this monster, then things would have been different. And I realized this when President Zelensky went to, I think it was in Estonia, speaking in the parliament, and the parliament made a point of saying thank you to the Ukrainians. And I think we have to kind of get people to think in that mindset. We should be saying thank you to the Ukrainians. Thank you for reminding us that we can believe in freedom. Thank you for reminding us, of what our values are. And thank you for fighting and keeping this enemy away, and without ever asking for a soldier, simply asking for tools. And I think, Terry, if the better we can find a way to share that story, as you say, that's the only chance we have to inspire Americans to actually send the weapons Ukraine needs.
I think that's, to jump in there, and that's one of the most remarkable things I come to realize about Ukraine is they have been occupied for centuries, and there have been repeated attempts to eradicate the language and the culture, and yet there it is, almost to the point of disappearing. It kind of bounces back with every generation, undaunted. And I think one of the challenges we've got in Britain and the US is we were not occupied by the Nazis. I think we find it very difficult to imagine what it is like living under a tyranny. There was quite a good alternative drama a couple of years ago, which imagined if Britain had fallen, and you had people being executed in the streets, you had the king being tortured, you had all sorts of absolute horrors. It's very difficult for us to understand what that's like. For Ukrainians, they just asked their grandparents For Estonians, they ask their grandparents, well, if they can, if their grandparents survived or great-grandparents survived without being deported, tortured, murdered.
They can ask their own parents, Jonathan, because some of them have been tortured still at the end of the 1980s, because people in the West often fail to recognize that until 4 days prior to Estonia having its freedom attained through its singing revolution and its own efforts in conjunction with the many efforts of the West, people were still being terrorized and tortured in what is today a building adjacent to the Interior Ministry on Pick Street here in Tallinn. And there are people who are still alive today, who are happy parents of children or soon to be grandparents, and they are just about here. This is very recent. This is also why you can see that the Baltics are hand in hand with our Finnish friends leading this. And by the way, Joe, when you said it, that countries could have fallen, the good thing is that in the rule of unintended consequences, there's always a saving grace. And this is now that we have Finland and Sweden in NATO.
Indeed, I mean, I spent a lot of time in Sweden before the full scale or before the pandemic, and people in those in the Scandinavian countries were fearful of what Russia could do, and I think that this is we see countries run into the protection of NATO, but the basic protection is if you simply give Ukrainians everything they need to stop this, and we've seen, I mean, Kyiv almost fell, right? They would have, fought to the death there, but it almost happened. And then last winter, again, Ukraine was like living in the Middle Ages. We have to underscore that. It was very difficult. It was cold and dark. People were sick because they were freezing at night, stuck in elevators. It was extremely difficult. And now none of that happened this past winter. This is a triumph. This is a victory. And you need many little victories on the way to the big victory. And Ukrainians show time and time again that you can cross as many Russian red lines as possible. That's the only way to win. You must cross the red lines if you want victory. And Ukrainians show that by using the Storm Shadow missiles from the UK to hit the headquarters of the Russian Black Sea Navy fleet. They've taken now in the sky and the sea, taking out Russian planes and ships. We can cross these red lines. And now, just imagine if in the West, and here's what I think we gotta, like, instead of asking the White House about Navalny and Oreo cookies, let's ask about, like, hey, when you sent when the White House agreed and they had total permission, they had ability to do this without any permission from Congress. When President Zelensky visited in September, the White House said, okay, fine, we'll give you 17 ATACMS as like a going away present as you go back to Ukraine. And 17 ATACMS, long-range systems, as soon as they arrived here in Ukraine, October 2019, this got obscured by the Hamas invasion of Israel. But within a week of those arriving, Ukrainians used them to precise and great effect. They took out 2 Russian air bases on occupied Ukrainian soil. But then there was silence. Like, there was no follow-up. No one in the media said, oh, well, if you sent these 17 ATACMS and they worked really, really well, why not send more? No one even talks about it. And the next we really had a big discussion was when it came to that funding bill, which we discussed before Christmas. With nothing in that bill proposed by the White House and rejected by the Republicans would change the game. It was simply life support for Ukraine. Nothing that would say we need to send long-range weapons and permission to use them. And imagine if, like, in a city like Kharkiv, where the people already refused to leave, more people have come back. The city is more alive now than it was 1 year ago. So the people say we refuse to leave. And if the West, especially Washington and Germany and the countries who have the means, could send the weapons and defense systems, send Patriot missile batteries to Kharkiv and protect that city and say it is absolutely unexcusable to attack this city the way in civilian city, and start protecting it, and at least give people in Kharkiv maybe 5 minutes notice instead of negative 60 seconds notice before a Russian missile hits, and then begin, to send ATACMS and HIMARS at the front line there to push the Russians okay, we don't have to go into Russian territory, but make the Russians go deeper into their territory, so that it's harder for them to attack Ukraine, and start to definitively say, we're not going to accept this. But we don't see that. We don't see that leadership from the White House. Joe Biden gave a great speech 1 year ago with his aviator glasses on. It was really one of the best U.S. presidential speeches I've ever heard. But speeches and actions are different. And, and this is, unfortunately, I understand, why you see Republicans, not inspired about this, because the White House is leading with timidity, and you can't do that. You can't inspire people with timidity. And if we could start to see some action saying, hey, we're going to protect Kharkiv, we're going to protect Odessa, which not only, there were children killed in their beds on Friday night, but then extremely audaciously, I mean, that everything, as I say, everything's audacious what Russia's doing. Everything's a war crime. But today, the Russians attacked Odessa when President Zelensky and the Greek prime minister were due to visit there. Usually the Russians don't attack.
They did. Of course they did. Last week, they had a drone go after. Okay, she's a lower target in many regards, Annalena Baerbock. So what? I mean, of course, with Mitsotakis, who actually gave some proper, solid military support now that the US has given him some feedback so that he can defend himself against Turkey. But the Greeks have given a massive amount of support now, and of course they have to be attacked. I mean, it's just like Jonathan, this is why I said it before. Navalny was killed on time.
Yes, I mean, there's no such
killed
thing.
him any day, but they killed him on time.
There's no such thing as coincidences in a dictatorship. I think we've said that in almost every single episode. You can get serendipity in a democracy. You can have disasters on varying scales, and we tend to sort of take them in our stride. But you cannot allow things not to happen on time, including, the Moscow metro trains, which so grabbed the attention of Tucker Carlson. Nothing is an accident. And the fact that Navalny died before the election, as Joseph said there, to mask some extremely, important news about Ukraine and the anniversaries, and when his widow was at the Munich Security Conference. Yeah, there is no such thing as accidents. Behind the scenes as well, we suspect, this is highly speculative, but various conversations I've been having suggest that Putin has been calling around oligarchs who've been busy stashing their wealth and ill-gotten gains abroad. He's telling them to come back now. And so the death of Navalny isn't just the murder of a political opponent, it is a signal, and a strong signal which everybody in that society, I think, understands.
Come back now or reintegrate into the food chain. Right. Having said this, we really have to move on further. Kevin, you've been waiting patiently. Please. Good evening. Dobry wieczór.
Dobry wieczór всем. So I want to kind of roll back to a previous topic that we touched on, just the differences of language, and I have a little contribution to that one. So you have, marriage as a concept, and there is a Russian word for marriage, brak, which also means waste or defect. So it kind of shows a difference in mentality, and that's the biggest thing in the last 6 years that I've been in Ukraine that I've noticed is the difference in mentality. And I know that the other guests tonight have a solid grounding in Ukrainian history, which I have a question about. I promise I'll get to. But in my favorite book on Ukrainian history, which is called Ukraine, A History, there is a quote from a Syrian Christian named Paul of Aleppo, who was traveling through Ukraine back in 1655. And he commented on how Ukrainians everywhere were very open, very friendly, had nothing but questions for foreigners. They were just completely accepting. And he even noticed that even villagers could read and write. And he said that when, the transition when he moved into Muscovy was, I'm gonna read the quote here. I don't want to be too boring, but it is really significant. And he said that he felt as if his heart was padlocked and all his thoughts repressed, for no one is able to feel free and joyous in Muscovy. And it's that mentality which JP you've well noted that makes the biggest difference. I wasn't before I moved to Europe, I wasn't a big believer in the existence of national character, but my experience in Ukraine has really educated me on that point. And so my question, mainly for you, JP, is because you're the one of the only other foreigners that I've ever encountered, albeit online, who has such a strong grasp of Ukrainian history. And I wanted to know if you had reading recommendations or where you came across all of this knowledge.
Well, Kevin, thank you for that. And I think for reading recommendations, we should turn to you. I didn't know about this insight from Paul. As you said, Paul of Aleppo, but I would say that, I mean, that's extraordinary because we also have sort of historical evidence of that mentality. And for example, so that was, I think you said 1695, and in 1711. Ukrainians, the Cossacks, had a constitution with separation of powers, which is extraordinary. And I studied political theory under some brilliant political theorists and freedom fighters and political philosophers, and I never knew that, until I came here, down in what is now Nikopol and Zaporizhia. The Cossacks were defining they were in this wild east of Europe and wild west of Asia. They said, we want to be free and we need to figure out a way to protect this freedom. And so I'm glad to know, I didn't know about the people were actually seeing that spirit in the society here, but I'm not surprised because we see the fruition of it, even in that attempt at it was a constitution in 1711. And I think this is, it's important to find more and for anecdotes like this so we can understand that this is deeply what defines Ukrainians. And I mean, even in the word Ukraine, Ukraina, in Ukrainian language, Kraina means country. So every country is a Kraina, and this is simply in the country, in our country, you could say, in a way. But I see here in Ukraine, I think what we once thought of as America, and maybe hopefully still do, and Ukrainians say this too, as a melting pot. Like, what defines being Ukrainian? I mean, there's very important things. You can have language and culture and all these traditions, but deeply it is the idea of being free. And that's what has pulled these people together here. That's why you have a Jewish president, a Muslim Crimean Tatar defense secretary in a mainly Christian country. And why Crimean Tatars, who, by the way, some of them are rounded up today by Putin's regime in Crimea, but why they have a totally different ethnicity and idea from what we think of as Ukrainians, but they see themselves as Ukrainian because the deepest identity is to be free. And I remember in the time of the pandemic, I met with a professor. There's a professor from Georgetown University. He's American Spanish, Jose Casanova, and he was fascinated by Ukraine. He was a theologian and a political theorist, because he said when you read Alexis de Tocqueville, his Democracy in America, describing the early days of America, he said, I see Ukraine when I read what Tocqueville was writing about America, with one key difference is that America, we had this idea of freedom, but we weren't totally living up to it because there was slavery. Ukrainians were the slaves themselves. And so if you study Tocqueville, I'd encourage anyone to go back and look at Tocqueville and see how that story is happening here today. And I think there needs to be more written and explored about this. In fact, in my study of political theory as a student, Aristotle had he puts the types of governments in three different categories: the rule of one, the rule of few, and the rule of the many. And each category has a good version and a bad version. And the rule of one, the good version is monarchy, the bad version is tyranny. Rule of the few, The good version is aristocracy, the rule of the excellent, and the bad version is oligarchy, which we know we see that in many of our countries. And then the rule of the many, the good version is democracy. I'm sorry, the bad version is democracy. Just the rule of the mob, the rule of the demos. And the good version is something mysterious that all of my brilliant professors can never define. And it was something called timocracy. And timos meaning honor, the rule of the honorable. And I remember asking all these professors, Alistair McIntyre and Guillermo O'Donnell, and I said, what is timocracy? What was Aristotle talking about? And moreover, Aristotle said that the very best form of government was this mysterious thing called timocracy, which even he really couldn't define. And our founding fathers in America, they purposely designed our Constitution to take the best elements of monarchy, of aristocracy and democracy, but they didn't talk about timocracy. And so this bedeviled me for a while, and then I forgot about it until I was on a train crossing through Ukraine from Kharkiv back to Lviv. And I went to the cafe car to get some coffee. And as I go through the train, I see people I know, Americans and Ukrainians and other foreigners, and you see soldiers and civilians. And I realized that, everyone in their own way is working for victory. In there are difficult moments, but everyone is trying to do something to make this work. And there's such a cohesion here. And that for all the problems, like society is working in an amazing way in the most difficult of circumstances. And it was a light bulb moment for me. I said, whoa, this is that democracy that Aristotle was looking for, the rule of the honorable. And they've been forced to it by circumstances, but also because they've chosen not to quit. And I think that this needs to be, I want the best political theorists in the world to come here and study this and analyze it, because I do believe that there's something, and it's not a belief. It's if this wasn't something spectacular, I wouldn't be talking to you from Ukraine right now. You wouldn't be, because we would have fallen. This country would have fallen a long, long time ago. So certainly something spectacular here, and we need to begin to try to define it. And so I want to go. I look to your recommendations, Kevin. Please, and please send me, if you could share or tweet the name of that book. I would love to read those writings of Philip of Aleppo, Paul of Aleppo.
I'll tweet it out to you right now. But no, it's one of the biggest things, and this is something that I think I just want to take up a little bit more time to mention it, and it's that where in the West we approach freedom and constitutionality, or whatever you want to call it, and democracy, we approach these things with very legalistic means. What I have found in Ukraine, and I think it goes back to mentality, is it seems to be a much more, I don't know what you would call it, but intuitive or innate sense, where people don't typically need to be explained that they should leave each other alone to do what they wish, as long as no one's being harmed. And it just, for me, it just goes back to that mentality, or kind of like I don't know exactly what you call it, the spirit of the place. And you see that it's just been around forever. And you can see you think of sort of the stereotypical image of a Cossack, of a guy smoking his pipe, he's got his pistol and his saber, and he's just riding his horse where he wants to. You can see that in so many ways in modern Ukrainians, where it's it's an armed person, maybe a serviceman or a soldier anyway, moving through the country. Yeah, he's got some grenades, he's got his assault rifle, but he's not bothering anyone. And even if there's some kind of disagreement, maybe even a very strident one, but both parties in the end of the day are probably going to walk away from one another and just think, whatever, leave it at that. But it's something that you mentioned before, like a lot of people just not getting it, and it's something that you need to be here. And this is the advice that I give anyone. We get, of course, we get lots of people asking, how can we help? How can we get out there? And the first advice I give everyone is just get out here. Don't try to overplan it. Figure out something broadly you want to do. Come out here, feel the place, and then with that with that experience in hand, people will really they'll start to get it, and then they can find their niche. But no, it's an amazing thing, the Ukrainian mentality, and we've seen it on display now for 2 years. Just stalwart refusal to submit because it's not in the place, and it's been that way for all of recorded history out here. So no, I'll make those recommendations for you, and one thing I'd love to do is talk with you.
I'll get you, Kevin. I'll get you both in touch. Anyway.
Perfect. All right, then I will.
Right.
Thank you very much,
Kevin. I love that. I love that imagery. I could see that visual, of this, and in a way, the way you described Ukraine, I thought of our, dream of the American West. This sense of independence and sort of, a self-control and self-reliance, and that's that's something that can appeal to Americans if we share it in the right way. And I think that's what we can't rely on the BBC and Reuters to do that. They don't feel that. I know these people, they're brave, they're here, but they don't feel that so deeply. And that's what we need to share with Americans with the right storytelling. And but there's a difference there, is that and I've seen this, especially the way Ukrainians celebrate their holidays. Like we have this idea of total independence in America, but because of our wild sense of freedom, we've lost connection with each other. I mean, we see this also in the idea of the American West, but we see, you don't know your neighbors. This is we always, I mean, so many Americans, both at the philosophical level and then just everyone I know, talks about the social isolation that we feel. You don't have time you don't know your neighbors, you don't see your family, we don't have this community, and we are, I think we're seeing now the deep effects of that. And Ukrainians have both the sense of freedom, but also, and the thing that Tocqueville recognized in America in the early days of America, a sense of community and ability, institutions that bring us together, whether it's church or family, and we've lost so much of that in the U.S. And I think it is the Ukrainians, because they still have these ancient rituals that in America, whether we came from families of immigrants where you forget your traditions after a generation, or your family was brought over in the slave trade, where in that case, you were violently uprooted from all of your thousands of years of tradition. And this is the downside of America, which we have to recognize. And I think it's a thing that is bedeviling us now. And I think to every Ukrainian, like Ukrainian Christmas, for example, even in the wartime, it's you gather around a table. There's always incredible food and drink, and there's a song every 5 minutes. Everyone is singing the song that everyone knows the words to. It's the traditions are lived. People participate in them. You sing the song, you take a shot, you talk for a few minutes, and then you do it again. And at first, it was very strange for me as an American to witness this. But then I realized the absolute difference between our holidays in America, which so often end up in political arguments or debates or just watching television, and this really lived ritual that continues here, that builds these social bonds among people, and that I think is what enables Ukrainians to be so free, to be willing to face ballistic missiles, and Iranian drones every single day in order to be free. It's because they have these rituals and routines that bring them together and give them occasion to be together. And so I think that's something that gets missed. And this is what we talked to Axel and Jonathan about this a lot. But how do we get Americans, 2 years in, especially the Americans, who say they love freedom but don't believe in Ukraine, and people are tired, and we feel like we've lost momentum. How can we get them to see the story that they've been missing? And I think the one thing that's on our side is this another deep part of our American identity, which is we love transformations. We love self-help stories. We love self-improvement. That is the essence of America. Sail the ocean to find something better. And we have this deeply, you could call it this love of transformations. Amazing Grace. I was blind and now I see. Americans love that mentality, and for anyone who believes in Ukraine and freedom, that should be our hope. Is to understand that mentality of Americans and to use that mentality to say, look, you've been lied to about Ukraine. You haven't heard the real story. it's very deeply the American dream that we wanted to have that we feel we're losing. And if we, I have a hope and a goal that one day Joe Rogan on his show will be talking to some amazing Ukrainians, maybe soldiers who lost their legs in battle, just all kinds of incredible people here. And he'll be saying, whoa, wow, I didn't know. I can't believe I missed this for these 2 years. Now I see. And we have to really believe in that possibility and together work for it. And the story is so powerful. I know we can achieve it.
So you want to make sure that we get a Baptist awakening ritual going. All right.
Yeah,
Hold it.
Seriously.
I'm not against it. Don't get me wrong. I'm completely happy. I mean, by the way, in biblical terms, it would be Saulus to Paulus. You see the light. And that's completely fine. So, all right, before we go into Blues Brothers and the likes, we'll go to Oleg, because that is more important. Oleg.
Yeah, thank you. I guess, first of all, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Joe, first of all, thank you for everything you've been doing in Ukraine. I think it's really important and valuable. I'm feeling a little under the weather today, so I'll try to get through my question quickly. I've been following the developments of the U.S. election this morning, just seeing Haley drop out after Super Tuesday. And, with her being the last remnant candidate from the Republican primary that openly supported Ukraine, with maybe Christie and Pence being two notable others that went to Ukraine. And we also saw Dean Phillips dropping out of the kind of pseudo-democratic primary, endorsing Biden, which means, I guess, some sort of like pie-in-the-sky third-party unity ticket is off the table for Haley. What do you think is going to happen with the, I don't know if you'd call them Reagan Republican supporters of her that are also supporters of Ukraine and a strong foreign policy? Do you think Biden will be able to win them over? Do you think that, I don't know, like, is Trump going to try to lobby her to become his VP, which seems out there, but he has held off choosing one for a while. Just what are your thoughts on this with your background? I feel like you might have some connections back to the U.S. and understand the sentiment of the segment of the Republican Party.
Oleg, good to hear from you, man, and thanks for that question. I think, well, first I'll say for next time we talk, no time for it tonight, but I could share the story of how I had in 2019 I had just been in Ukraine for a month. This is when it was the fall of 2019 when the first impeachment of President Trump was starting to begin because of his phone call with President Zelensky. I think that's a detail we cannot miss. And I went to the White House to visit some friends to have a coffee, and I was kicked out of the Trump White House simply because I had been in Ukraine. That story I'll have to save for another time. But as I say with every Ukrainian here who asks me about the election, is that we focus on the election only at our peril. The key thing is to influence the people who will be shaping the policy, and this and we do that by inspiring the most influential American voices to have that transformative moment to say, I've been blind about Ukraine and now I see. Now I see the possibility that freedom can work, that while Ukrainians are showing that everything we've given them, they've been able to use to great effect. So give them a little bit more and we can put an end to this. I've seen that, that there are people who act like they support Ukraine, but simply are afraid to actually stop Russia totally or profit from a long war. And if we can begin to clear this up, then we have a chance to really awaken Americans to say, victory is possible. Let's make it happen, and then that mentality can influence whoever is in the White House. Because there's a insidious narrative now that and the people, the diehard partisans of President Biden will push this, of course, because they want to be reelected. That Trump is the only threat. The Republicans are the only threat to Ukraine, but that's not true. The threat is also the current administration, which refuses to use the word victory, which has every ability. Without further permission from Congress to send weapons here, long-range weapons, and permission to use them, like the United Kingdom has done, and they won't do it. And there's because of everyone's afraid of Trump, there's zero pressure on the White House. The White House can sort of hide in a little bit of timidity. And so we have to step back from being focused on the election and deeply focus on the arguments and showing Americans the possibility of why this matters and why it'd be why not only why it would benefit Americans, but why it's a good investment for us, and why it's possible for freedom to work, for victory to happen. So I think, and I think, I mean, there's a pretty good possibility that, and you hear there's this debate going on behind the scenes if Joe Biden will even be the Democratic nominee. And I mean, just imagine if this could fully easily happen at the Democratic convention. Michelle Obama was made the candidate. This is possible, and people are talking about it. And it's easier for the Democrats with their rules and their superdelegates to achieve that. This could happen. And very easily, I think in that case, Michelle Obama could certainly defeat President Trump. But even then, that doesn't change the situation. You probably still would have Jake Sullivan, who worked for President Obama, as National Security Advisor. And so we'd still be in the same situation. So I think we really cannot get distracted by whoever the person of the president. And on that score, so next
we
time,
can't rely on it.
if we do talk,
Joe, we can't rely on it.
We can't.
That's the whole point, because neither the previous nor the pre-previous, not any of the antecedent governments have actually ever done the right thing. Since Condoleezza Rice and people failed to get Ukraine over the line in 2008, things have gone really, really badly there.
Yeah, and if we talk again, which I hope we will, I'll tell you the story of how I got kicked out of the Trump White House, but also of my very revealing dinner with George and Barbara Bush, former president and first lady, when they were quite old and speaking freely, and what they said about their son and foreign policy, which I think is illuminating for our times. But for now, I have to go here in Lviv, and Axel and Jonathan. And thank you for having me, and thank you to everyone who asked questions. And when I was listening to Tracy in the preceding hour before this, it is, I mean, when we think back, when we think of a history of World War II, we watch about it, there will one day be movies about this time, and there will be great stories about the MriyaReport, and it's so inspiring. This will be the voice that we think of for the 1940s. This is the voices we hear here now will reverberate through the centuries, and this is one of the great resources of resistance against tyranny. So I'm very inspired to being able to join you all tonight. So thank you so much for everything you do.
Joe, it's your home away from home. Don't worry about it. And everybody, please give a big hand to Joe Lindsley, who's been keeping up since the very day of the full-scale invasion and making sure that American audiences have at least every day 10 minutes of clarity from on the ground. Absolutely stunning stuff, Joe. We have to do this again. Let's do something next week when we have the moment. We'll talk about it in the background, and everybody, please, a large round of applause.
Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava.
Slava
You can follow
Nazi.
us at UkrainianFreedomNews.com and on Twitter at JP Lindsley. Our videos every single day. Thank you all. Do побачення from Lviv.
Until victory. There you go. Alrighty. And with that, I can also see that somebody has been sneaking up in the high grass, in the tall grass.
That's where I always am, Axel, in the tall grass. Hello, friend. Good to hear you. What a terrific segment. What a great guy. Another person who's put their life on hold for the cause in Ukraine and delivering us, as you said, 10 minutes of clarity every day, which is what we need.
Absolutely key. Just imagine if we had not done this here, we would not be able to dial it down to 10 minutes a day, but maybe we should do that from time to time. Chuck, I have to introduce you to someone. I don't know to what extent you managed to talk to Kevin before, but our friend Kevin is on the ground. He is Canadian, so please, you have to make allowances, but he is training people. And he's very, very polite about it, by the way, when training people. He trains them to kill people, but that's completely fine. Kevin, meet Chuck.
Hello, Kevin. Great to have you on, sir. I hope you're well.
Kevin? Now you walked away from the phone. Oh, come on.
Oh, well, I think he was wrapping up, I think. Maybe.
No. Kevin is still with us. Kevin, if you can hear us, let me just wave here some hands. So we'll get him back in. Anyway, so Kevin runs Saber Training Advisory, and they've been on site in Ukraine. Not only is he very much engaged on site, and family is there, and he is literally as embedded in Ukraine as you can be, but it's an important feature, and we wanted to talk to him and you about a few things as well, but hopefully he'll be right back in a minute. In the meantime, Chuck, what have we seen? The Russians, very heavy combat activity in the last 48 hours, as I understand. What's it, 70 plus intense, say, battles and skirmishes and the like?
At least that many. And unfortunately, I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but I expect incremental Russian gains, small, a couple hundred meters here, a couple hundred meters there, but I see them continuing expanding offensive actions. And frankly, Axel, I think this is going to go on till the middle of the summer, possibly July. And this is
takes 6 to 8 weeks to get them ammo, right?
Absolutely. That's the reason. This is the time that was wasted over the Christmas holidays. And, you know, as far as I know, there is no deal yet. And as soon as there is a deal, the equipment and the ammunition that Ukraine needs will be proceeding across the Atlantic at 12 knots. So it's going to take a long time to get it to Europe, get it on trains, get it across Eastern Europe, get it across the frontier to Ukraine, and then it enters the magic of a ground line of communication and supply. So we are a long way out from quenching the ammunition thirst that Ukraine has.
Yeah, it's interesting that not only the supply route which you just described, meaning from the United States, as soon as there is an agreement on a package which would allow the United States government to open up and tell the SPO, the Pentagon, that we want XYZ released to the Ukrainians now. I mean, lots of the stuff will almost likely have been, say, in forward positions already, but some of it evidently has to go onto a container ship, respectively on a transporter. But the Czechs have made significant progress in recent days, as we have heard, and people will have listened to it during the day. As to the news that there is now 9 nations having subscribed to, and Poland has shown interest in co-sponsoring, albeit that Poland lacks the funds for it at the moment, as we understand, but has shown interest in supporting the movement by or created by the Czech government in this regard, and led by its president, Petr Pavel, to solicit close to 800,000 shells. We don't know the exact numbers, but the indications seem to hold true, of both 155 overwhelmingly and 122 ammunition from a variety of sources, predominantly African, but some also seem to be Asian. So yet again, Chuck, that means that freedom of navigation acts by the United States Navy are important to make sure that we can actually transport this stuff safely across the ocean. And some of it will probably go by, say, cargo plane, of course, in the interest of time. But then again, it's not really that effective. Yes, in a pinch, you need it. But 800,000 shells is, according to what the augurs have said today, anywhere between 3.5 and 4 months of what Ukraine will be shooting, as they are expending more than 200,000 shells per month on average, if and when they are in a decent combat rhythm. If they were to go for any kind of an offensive, they would definitely need more. So Chuck, it's a nice tiding over, but it doesn't solve the issue, right? I mean, Europe needs to order more, needs to produce more. There's a lot more for us to do, rather than what is very valuable and valiant now as an effort.
Right. So the 800,000 shells, that sounds wonderful, but as Axel just said, 200,000 shells per month those are essentially the adequate volume of fire for dependable defensive fires, as opposed to offensive fire missions, meaning you're calling in strikes on the bad guys and you're doing that as in preparation for ground maneuver operations, right? So the preparatory barrages before you embark on an offensive operation. So this 800,000, it sounds great, but it, Ukraine has had to dig into its strategic reserves of ammunition right now. Russia detected early, 3, 4, 5 weeks ago, Russia could tell that Ukraine was rationing its artillery fire at the front. They took advantage of this by presenting, suboptimal targeting to the Ukrainians. That's war college talk for instead of moving forward with groups of 20, 30, 40, 50 people, they sent 5 or 6 or 7 guys at a time, realizing that that small infiltration party wasn't going to justify the local artillery commander from engaging it. And everybody knew that was a mistake. You don't shoot on a party of 5, but you let 10 parties of 5 come through during the course of a day's operations. You've still got 20 people that you've allowed to approach the zero line. So this was really frustrating to watch. We heard, Axel, you and I talked about this before Avdiivka was evacuated. That's where the original complaints from frontline soldiers came to us, complaining that, they're not getting authorization for defensive fires. So in my estimation, and I am sure in the estimation of whoever writes the book on the Ukrainian War of Liberation, they will point to Avdiivka as the place where Russia first took advantage of Ukraine's shell hunger. It's very frustrating. And, the garden hose that is supposed to be filling up Ukraine's artillery magazines, it's still empty. So the goods aren't going to get there till the middle of summer. And I'm afraid, Axel, in my opinion, we'll see more advances, I think, around Bakhmut, trying to close Chasiv Yar. They're going to press it in Kremenna, trying to get to the Zarabets River. And they're going to press it in Kupiansk, where they're trying desperately to get to the banks of the Oskil River. Bad times ahead, I'm afraid.
Kupiansk, as we heard from our friends, and when we spoke on the 24th, starting with Volodymyr Omelian, whose troops are there, and then we spoke to the chaps from one of the units who also fight in that region. It seems that Kupiansk is very hard to take for the Russians, extremely hard to take. And in Kremenna, we could just get lucky that the Ukrainians can defend in the forests with mortars, of which they seemingly have received substantial support and kit and ammunition from the Bulgarians, that they might actually be able to fight a withdrawal and a slow defensive action. But you're absolutely right. I mean, these are unforced errors by what is essentially the White House not leading communication, because they have 4.2 billion. We've had this discussion. There were a couple of people writing to us, oh no, there is no PDA. Well, there is. The Pentagon just confirmed it last week yet again. So there is another 4.23 or 4. It doesn't bloody matter. There's enough capability. The EDA allocation is still open. There is enough available in terms of DPICM. People have been complaining to us, Chuck, you will remember this in our discussions here, that, oh no, if the Biden administration were to do this, they would circumnavigate or circumvent the Congress. No, they're not. It's the law. It's set there. Up to 500 million, they could deliver DPICM, which is completely, literally down to cents in terms of nominal value. There's so much which can be done, which would already be helpful, which is seemingly phased out in order to make the case that the whole package has to be approved. No, we can't give them this now because then they won't approve the whole package. Well, we've been waiting for Sunday presence since last year, Chuck. Isn't this a little bit insane, but both the administration in its failure to not act with what they have on the one hand, and not lead by clear communication to the US public? Because I think you could, maybe it's an outsider's perspective, and I'm not currently over there, but you can tell me. Don't you think that if the president goes onto television and explains the case clearly, that people will agree?
I have been waiting for that great communicator moment. You know, and I, as you know, I go into pretzel contortions not to delve into U.S. politics. And so, without naming any names, I would say that a brilliant speech by the commander in chief, communicating to the American people, reminding them that a country that is fighting for its freedom in a war that it did not start, it you know, it did nothing to provoke, and it has been invaded by an imperially minded superpower. And it is totally within the American character to help an underdog. And I think you're right. You stop the average person on the United States, in the United States, anywhere, and the vast majority of them are not going to make any excuses for Russia. What excuse is there? You know, this is a guy who's basing his whole imperialistic agenda on, I'm denazifying Ukraine from its Jewish president. It's insane. Nobody has to listen to that nonsense. You know, look at the last 300 years, I don't know, 400 years of Russian relations with Ukraine. Russia has done everything it can to starve, torture, kill, erase the culture and language. They've done everything they can to make Ukraine go away. A little amazing little nugget surfaced in my timeline today about Putin saying the spiritual union of Ukraine and the Russian people, it is inevitable. What the hell does that mean? What does that mean as you shell cathedrals and hospitals and theaters full of old men and women and children hiding there? It's infuriating. But what's really infuriating to me are the men and women that make up the U.S. Congress. I don't know how they're going to explain themselves.
If only there was a State of the Union coming, right?
Oh, God. Well, interestingly enough, the First Lady of Ukraine has declined to find room in her calendar to attend this. For that, I absolutely commend her. There is no reason that she has to show up to be a prop sitting next to the First Lady of the United States. And why should she? To put herself in the room with the people who
Because she
denied her.
didn't want to sit, and she also did not want to be seated right next to her, as seemingly was the proposed seating order next to Yulia Navalny. I mean, that is just insane. Jonathan called it tone deaf. How could anyone? I mean, somebody in this administration will have done this deliberately, and the others are tone deaf. But you can't tell me that you come up with this shit without knowing what you're doing.
You know, I used to like to think as a thought experiment of last resort that it was just ineptitude, that they're just that stupid, that misinformed, that underinformed, that distracted that they make these kind of mistakes. But no, it isn't. And I really commend Mrs. Zelensky for this. Absolutely. There is no way you should show up here and put yourself in a room and receive whatever kind of applause or ovation they give you. Don't clap. Send us what we need to get the Russians out of Ukraine. It's insulting, actually. Anyway, God bless her for sticking to her guns. And you know what? If she'd like to come on the Maria Report during the State of the Union, I think that would be marvelous.
Counter programming. It might be more eventful here, but then again, we always believe, we always hope, we project there is this grand opportunity. Why don't you use it? I somehow tend to be rather skeptical that this time will be used properly. But then again, you never know. But even then, it's only a speech. Because unless he declares in that speech that he's going to do something no matter what, it doesn't really matter.
No, it doesn't. And oh God, I don't know. And again, I want to get personality and especially party out of this for our American listeners. But what is the commander in chief going to say? What is the reason? Why are and the consequences, immediate and long term, of this ammunition interruption? We haven't seen the end of these consequences. And frankly, when the history of this war is written, historians are going to look at this and they are going to draw the conclusion that this hiccup in the US Congress's appropriations, it lengthened the war by at least 18 months. And Axel, I don't think that's so far out of the ballpark. I think we're really looking about, this means 1.5 more years of warfare. 1.5 more years. And even to those who favor Russia, you're killing more of your favorite people as well, because the burn rate for the Russians in Ukraine is about 200,000 dead a year. That's what's getting lost in Ukraine on the side of the invaders. Oh, it's I don't know. It's infuriating. I promised myself I wasn't going to get mad when I got on, but
Let's talk more about the battlefield and likes. And by the way, let's do some swappity do, so I can swap you in. I can stay for another 5 minutes, but then I need to get a rest. Alrighty, let's play that quickly.
While we're doing the switcheroo, there were some hands that went up and went down again, so I don't know if we can still help those people. Fancy Pants and Furious and Ben's dropped to listener again, but if you want to come up, Ben, you're more than welcome. Maybe Lexicon or Fancy Pants, do you have any questions?
No questions now. Just a big thank you to Chuck Farah for his amazing insights that he always presents us with at MriyaReport. It's great that despite the war that's dragging on, Chuck is not getting tired in helping us with understanding the battlefield, and Axel also, and David, and Tracy, and everyone who's running MriyaReport. Thank you so much for keeping the world out there informed. And I understand it's like taking a toll on everyone's lives, right? Because you're hanging out there in Twitter space and dedicating time to Ukraine, which is incredibly important. But I can understand that sometimes one could get tired, but you are not getting tired. Thank you for this.
Well, thank you very much. And I think I do probably get tired sometimes, but I will tell you this: I am never going to quit until we're having a beach party in Crimea. This is, there is so much I would like to do for Ukraine, but can't do. So I am going to do this, and forever. And you know what? I'm doing it along with 85,000 of the greatest people in the world who follow the MriyaReport. I am doing it with the family of the MriyaReport on both sides of the microphone, because we've got the greatest listeners, the greatest, some of the world's greatest experts in diplomacy, military science, people like General Hodges, General McRyan, Admiral Stavridis. We've had just wonderful people on here. And not the least of those wonderful people are the very brave men and women who join us from the front line. In the case of Scruff, War Doggo, They come on the Maria Report at night, and they do that instead of sleeping. And they're on the front lines, and I'm always very humbled to hear from them. And we're very, very happy and proud. So we could share with our listeners what exactly is going on at the front line. Because I look at it this way, there is so much disinformation. There is so much that so many Russians, with using so many state resources, they do so much to affect and inflect the information space. And what we put out on the Maria Report, it is designed to help you inflect your information space, your dinner table, your friends at the bar, your people at the party, so that when you hear those Russian talking points, you can say, hey, that isn't exactly what's going on. So we're all in this together, and we're never going to quit.
Fancy, you've got your hand up again.
And why would we? What could possibly be a good
We
reason
won't.
to quit?
Yeah, David, if I just may briefly answer to Chuck, you said 80,000 that Maria Report. I did an analysis on NAFO because we're currently working with Mark Savchuk in helping them to get the words out on sanctions and effective measures, how to help Ukraine, how anyone else can help Ukraine by just doing the best in their respective countries. And like we are about more than 100,000 people alone active on Twitter. That's an impressive size, and I think that's an incredible force of voluntary work that got together. And I think Axel, you mentioned it earlier together with JP, that will go into history, right? How a grassroots force got together, help Ukraine with their spare time. And I agree with Chuck. There is no alternative until victory. Do перемоги.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, I never get tired, but I do get angry and I do get frustrated and I get depressed for sure. So I think managing your mental health is also an important thing to keep in mind. But yeah, Alexa, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I apologize for having an open mic. I've told you're probably tired of the story I am
No
of this
worries.
damn wand. So when I get my mic open and I think you're about to call on me, I keep it there. But anyway, I had wanted to toss in something back when people were talking about this tremendous, I think people even use the word spiritual difference between Ukraine's sense of freedom and victory. I guess Jonathan was talking about it and Joe. And the Ukrainian, the Russian notion of going through the pain or whatever. But someone had asked about history, and I just want to say for Maria Report Book Club that we're about to start in one more week. We're finishing the Zelensky Effect, but we are reading a history by a Ukrainian professor of history from Joe's territory there, from Lviv area and the Ukrainian Catholic University, Yaroslav Hrytsak, Hrytsak, Ukraine, the Forging of a Nation. So there's a new history, just became available in English the end of 2023, published in Ukrainian that year, I think. Excellent translation. Hrytsak, the author, says he thinks it reads better in English than in his original. I was just, gee, what was the name of that? I'll say it when I remember it. James Thurber, record I had when I was a kid. He's having all his works translated into French. They lose something in the original. But no, at some point, what is thrilling about this history, I mean, he's a great writer, a wonderful historian, and in the tradition, the long tradition of Mikhailo Hrushevsky, the father of Ukrainian history, real Ukrainian history, but at some point talks about the choice to take up Byzantine Orthodoxy dropped, I'm paraphrasing, can't remember how he said it, but dropped a sort of a black night of darkness on Russia on that world, Ruski Mir, for 1,000 years. And a bit of evidence that he gives, for example, is when the printing press was, after the invention of the printing press, I don't know how many score years he's talking about this first period in Western Christendom, some 2 million, what do we call them, items, books, works, were published in that same period, something like a handful, 20 maybe. I will look that up to have it on hand. But, and of course, in that time, the part of Ukraine under Tsardom having publication in Ukrainian banned repeatedly, over and over again throughout 300-400 years, was getting works published precisely in Western Ukraine, what we'd call Western Ukraine today. So that book, Ukraine, The Forging of a Nation, by Professor Yaroslav Ritsak, is a really wonderful read. I should have the translator's name, but she did an excellent job, and we will be taking it up 2 weeks from now, I guess, 2 Sundays from now, on the MriyaReport Book Club, which takes place Sunday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It's about to go to Eastern Daylight Time on the 10th. Thank you for that. A bit of a cheveux sur la soupe, dropped in out of nowhere, but thank you for the opportunity. And thanks, guys. I second all the thanks that everybody's been expressing. Thanks, Chuck.
We're on it. Tune into the book club, folks. You can learn something, and I need to learn a lot. David, I don't know about you, but I'm always trying to learn something. So
absolutely, and thanks very much for your patience, Lexicon, because I know you had your hand up for a long time during the call with Joe and Jonathan, and you normally contribute with Jonathan on the space. So hopefully you managed to get some questions answered anyway. And you've got your hand back up. So what can we help you with?
Sorry, it's very hard to manage this thing. No, I don't know why it popped back up, but thank you very much. I'm just trying to mute my mic. If it doesn't work, feel free to mute me.
No problem. Chuck, we were talking yesterday about European politics a little bit, and we had the conversation, and then it was one of those situations where basically I was trying to go to sleep, and it suddenly occurred to me that we were, two people speaking the same language, but talking past each other slightly. So, two things in particular. We were talking, I think, about why Scholz is behaving the way he is, and I was talking about socialism. We were talking about, and I think there's a big difference in, I think, what you were talking about when you were saying socialism and what I would understand by socialism. So the same thing applies to liberalism. So there's
absolutely, and I was only socialism is this smokescreen, this incense that Marxist would, spread in front of them. They didn't want to say, please join us so you may be crushed in the dictatorship of the proletariat. But yeah, I'm glad we're getting to continue that, David. Yes, I know exactly what was going on. You had been up for like 24 hours. And I came on bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, for 1 hour. So I'd love to pick up where we left off. I think you and Pete, we talk about a lot about American politics. It only gets me angry. And European politics are absolutely as vital, because the EU is giving as much, and in fact, in many cases, more in terms of aid to Ukraine than the United States. Little known fact. But what do you see ahead in German politics? You bring a unique perspective to that.
Very kind of you to say so. But things are shifting clearly, and people have a certain opinion of French presidents, and in particular of Mr. Macron. But nevertheless, I think that it's a very significant shift in rhetoric and shift in tone across the European Union, basically. And Macron, at the end of the day, is just repeating what people like Kaja Kallas and Radek Sikorski said already. But he's saying it in a very clear way, very unambiguous, and all we can say is we hope it's backed up with action. But certainly looks like that is the case. I hesitate to be 100% certain, but it does look like a very significant shift, I would say, in the political landscape, and makes Scholz look extremely kind of out of kilter with the rest of the well, not the White House maybe, but the rest of the European Union.
That's no that's no justification. What do you make of President Macron's intimation that he might put French boots on the ground in Ukraine? I mean, I have my own opinions, but I try to shed the first reaction I had to that statement. What do you think that statement was aimed to do vis-a-vis Mr. Putin, and maybe even throwing Mr. Scholz in there, who often seems like he is sometimes between Mr. Putin and Europe sometimes?
Yeah, I think that as I was saying, the French repositioning, which is all you can say it is really, because at the beginning Macron was the one holding phone calls with Putin for hours at a time. So it's a significant change in what he's saying, and the fact that he said boots on the ground, I don't think that's really too much to be. It's not so much a change of position, it's just a statement of the obvious, which in a way is exactly how you should behave in the face of Russia. So it's the strategic ambiguity that he's brought back into the toolbox, which has been absent completely. And Constanza Stelzermüller, columnist and commentator on European politics in the Financial Times, said the day before.
Stegmüller.
Yeah, isn't it Stelzermüller?
I was
Anyway.
joking.
Oh, sorry.
You called her Müller. So I said Stegmüller. It's Stelzmüller, of course.
Yeah.
We have to be fair to her. She is one of the most senior outside, say, critical reviewers of the lack of German strategic culture there is.
Yes, she's very good.
The fact that she has not given up yet is a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, she wrote a piece the day before Macron came out and said that basically Macron and Scholz are giving us an object lesson in how not to. How to do self-defeating, and a number of people have also said this. Ulrich Speck from the Zürcher Zeitung has also said similar things in the last few days, and so Macron's repositioning is both timely and in line with what they're saying. So,
but it's okay. But it's a verbal repositioning. Let's go back to facts. Let's be a little bit more, shrewd Anglo-American about it. None of the stuff Macron says matters because he simply doesn't provide the aid. Yes, they provide information. They do a lot of under the curtain stuff and behind the curtain and under the pillow stuff. So they do a lot of stuff, but they are not helping with full-scale, large-scale ammunition. They want to oblige everybody to, in future, only acquire European ammunition. They are now finally coming around to supporting the Czechs. And Macron is now saying the things out loud, which we've been preaching here from day bloody one.
But I couldn't agree.
Many other people have been saying. So there's literally no gain from this other than that he's now saying it. That's very French communication. You say it, but you don't do anything.
I agree, and the focus definitely has to be on pressure on holding his feet to the fire to make sure he does what he says he's going to do. But I've got a feeling that, certainly Radek Sikorski and Kaja Kallas will be there, and Gabrielas Landsbergis from Lithuania will be there doing that job.
From countries which barely have the same amount of GDP as the city of Hamburg. So therefore, they will never be carrying that vote. As much as I love my Baltic friends, but that's exactly the point. The French have a still significant wealth and economic advantage towards anyone else on the Eastern Front. Therefore, they will, carry their weight and throw their weight around. Chuck has seen the people. Their military is extremely well trained. But their generals, by the way, don't necessarily believe that fighting Russia is a good idea. There is loads of French generals who are on the side of, bipolarity and Mackinder, the stuff which we've heard earlier today, which we have been criticizing. It's a very, very important feature that there is no homogeneous political strategic idea which is actually European. It's a French idea for Europe, which doesn't mean it's a European idea of freedom. That's the whole point. That's what our British friends have been highlighting for ages, and that's what people in Northern Europe always criticize. The French push their own as opposed to what is European.
Well, that's always been the case. French has the French viewpoint of history is, of course, very Franco-centric. And remember, some of us are old enough, although I was quite a young person at the time, and France left NATO on its own. So to me, it sounded like I didn't even know what it meant. I didn't see French divisions being sent into Ukraine. I didn't feel ever like the French military was going to commit to something like this. And oddly, as Axel said, I have worked with the French military throughout my career, and they are extraordinarily professional, incredible, a very squared away military, and especially the Foreign Legion, which was an amazing outfit to work with. But I just didn't see France doing this. It seemed like a very immature thing for President Macron to say. But again, these are almost my sort of visceral reactions to it. And, David, what did you think?
What I'd say is that what he actually said was that he wouldn't rule it out, that he wouldn't take it off the table as something that could happen in future. But he also said the day after, despite basically doubling down on the rhetoric side of things, he did say that there are absolutely no concrete plans to do anything about it right now. So like I say, I think all it is a slight change of tone, but I think it's an important slight change of tone.
In terms of focusing Mr. Putin's attention, I think it I hope served that regard. And as Axel said, he's gone from 3-hour teenager phone calls with Putin to bowing up a little bit.
Yeah, listen, the French trying to outflank the Germans in European diplomacy is not really a bad thing to be complaining about, I don't think. My opinion.
Oh, not at all. But Ukraine has never asked for NATO intervention. They have never asked. They need the tools to do the job, and I am thoroughly convinced, given the tools, they absolutely will do the job.
Yeah, no, I think it's actually important not to read. Let's say because they're French, it's quite easy to misinterpret what they're saying as patronizing.
Well, how about this? It's hard not to take it as being patronizing.
Something like that. So
something like that. Yeah.
So, but what I'm
Name any war the French have won since their last pre-revolutionary conflict with Britain.
Mm. Well, you know, and at the same time, I will always say this: were it not for the French Navy, my accent would be a little bit different right now. We would have lost the Revolutionary War, or at least it would have gone on for 5 or 6 more years, and who knows how it would have come out. So I was not one of those guys who started calling French fries freedom fries because I remember the Battle of Yorktown. But,
as I say,
So the French were then paying other people to fight and win, right?
sometimes, yes. But you just, you know, Ukraine needs the material. They, you know, they've never asked for anything else, and it just is so infuriating to me that you know, America has dived headfirst into other wars all over the globe, uh, to, you know, putting boots on the ground. Now we have a friend in need who wants nothing to do with American troops. Just give us the tools. Just give us the vehicles. Just give us the artillery shells. Just give us the precision strike munitions. We'll do everything else. And at the same time, this is a country that has revolutionized naval warfare, ground warfare, changed the complexion of the electronic warfare, its impact on both sea and land battles, that American military tacticians and strategists are looking at this war, the war of Ukrainian liberation, and they are seeing what the rest of the conflicts in the 21st century are going to look like. It really just bugs the hell out of me. It just
Yeah, so I don't think Macron's suggesting that the Ukrainians can't do it, or that not the best way to support the victory of Ukraine as quickly as possible is to get them the weapons they need as quickly as possible. So I don't think that's what he's saying at all. What I think he's saying is that in response to constant actions of war against the West, for want of a better way of saying it, or liberal democracies, if you like, constant war on the part of Russia in the sense of kinetic actions like destroying pipelines and cutting undersea cables, and threats on mainstream television of blowing up Paris or destroying all the bridges in Germany. In response to that, there needs to be a change of tone, and I think that's all this is. I don't think there's anything else to it, and as I said, I think it's a significant shift. If it's not followed up with much stronger weapons deliveries, then, well, first of all, I'd be surprised, and second of all, I'd be extremely disappointed. And I don't see any reason at the moment to suspect that there's another agenda, apart from anything else. In the French political landscape, you've got Marine Le Pen on his right, who is his strongest contender for the next elections, which I think
that should never be taken as an excuse, David, because the thing is to say that just because you have someone who's there on the right or on the left and therefore you can't move, that's stupid.
No.
Actually, I'm not saying that you're saying this, but I have heard it from a number of Macron close advisors and a couple of editorials in Figaro and the likes over the past 2 years that, oh, he can't move as much because he has to worry about what happens on the right, and he also has the massive left, and he is at the center. Well, yes, but he has the top job. He has until 2027, and nothing is more attractive than a winner.
Exactly. That's what I was coming to, is that I think he's spotted a stretch of clear blue water in which to dive into, and a high chance that he'll be on the winning side if he does that. And that would separate him very, very clearly from Marine Le Pen, who is deeply compromised from from the Russian side. So it gives him a huge amount of mud to throw completely legitimately at his greatest domestic rival, as well as let's say regaining the initiative in the overall balance in Europe between France and Germany. I think, you know,
Yeah, but
clearly...
that's a long way off. I'm sorry, I hear you, David. Please, can we just military balance in Europe? France military commitment to Ukraine 0.64 billion, 640 million euros. All right. 800 million euros in terms of financial aid. That's it. Germany alone, and Germany could do more, should do more. I'm not happy with it. Military aid committed 17.7 billion. All right, financial aid 1.41 plus whatever else flows through the EU. So this is not even a competition or anything. This is just France not doing what it should be doing. I mean, it's a sick joke to have a French president go out there and call others to order without doing any of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Well, it's not that they're doing nothing. They've just, they have just committed to supplying a fairly potent and capable guided bomb, the Hammer, which has just been used in the last week. Two conspicuous airstrikes, one against a Russian observation post in Avdiivka, and one against a South Bank position south of Kherson.
So they delivered the tools for a perfect amuse-gueule, and they're giving you the fork which you need for course number 7. Well done, France.
And don't use your shellfish fork necessarily on the oysters. We'll get to that later. And you can pick up asparagus with your fingers, believe it or not. That's all I know about table manners, gentlemen.
Okay, and I have to be fair. Of course, they have now pledged 3 billion of aid for 2024, and that's all fine. But pledging is not doing. It's not enough. They could do a lot more. And the French army doesn't want to do it. Otherwise, they'd be doing
it. Absolutely. But, and to me, the big, I don't know, I keep circling back to the failures of my own country, which has fallen so short in my estimation. Just abysmal to take a domestic problem in the United States and chain that anvil around the neck of Ukraine in the middle of a war to take out their own petty frustrations against the people of Ukraine. They don't take them out against each other. They don't chop each other's bills to pieces. No, they've latched on to one of the most important foreign policy areas that the United States has dealt with in the last 25 years, probably. And excluding Afghanistan, which was going on under the radar in the United States. Nobody paid attention in the press to Afghanistan in the United States. Look, I know they didn't pay attention to the press because I was a correspondent in Afghanistan. Nobody cared. At least in terms of the war in Ukraine, there are American people who understand there's a war going on, that it's a terrible war, that Russia claims to be fighting NATO, but they are actually fighting civilians in cities in Ukraine, targeting apartment buildings, targeting energy infrastructure, telecommunications, targeting these things. Two Russian general and flag officers just got charged in the International Criminal Court for war crimes due to exactly what I just said, targeting civilians deliberately and targeting energy infrastructure, both of them war crimes. And still, we have the American people who understand right from wrong for the most part and understand a way forward, but our leaders, they're not only are they not leading, they're getting between the American people, their will, and the solution to the problem. So sometimes I wonder if no matter how dysfunctional European politics is, it could never be as dysfunctional as American politics, at least right now.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of Ukrainians who are looking very down in the dumps about the state of play in American politics. Of course, you know, it's dreadful, and I really just can't understand it.
Put yourself in my I got to look myself in the mirror every day. I know I'm not in Washington, but what can I do? I have never been ashamed of being an American, but I have been ashamed of my government a couple of times, and this probably being the most egregious time.
Do you get the feeling that people in America are going to understand the seriousness of the situation? Because I mean, and is the situation that serious? I always got quite a high opinion of the American people. I don't think they're all daft. I mean, some of them sure are, but it seems to me that the American system's pretty robust, and Donald Trump caused a lot of trouble the last time, but he didn't really do that much damage, I would argue. Coming back a second time, people seem to think that it would be almost tantamount to, it's almost like Hitler coming to power in the Chancellery in 1939. I don't know if that's an overreaction or if that's really a realistic assessment of.
No, it's we're talking about the critical path. This is the reasoning as to why people are really worried about it. Not the media hype. The critical path can be if you veer off it enough by 1 millimeter on the left or 1 millimeter on the right, you may lose the logistics battle in Ukraine, and that's the whole point. And at this point in time, Mr. Trump and his surroundings have not indicated in any shape or form that they are smart enough to understand national security policy. They already failed to support the US Navy throughout his administration enough. The discussion which was hung up in Congress, thanks to Obama and his stupid administration before, and about the United States Navy, was supposed to be solved with a new Republican president coming in, as Mitt Romney couldn't attain that title thanks to the media. That didn't work, and the Trump administration completely messed it up. Chuck can tell you stories about this. It's a disaster in that regard. The US Navy is literally the only force guarantor for free commercial trade on this planet. People need to get that. It's the only way you project sufficient amount of power that those nations who would otherwise not be able to trade freely, who would have to compromise with adjacent larger oppressive neighbors, and there's a number of them worldwide, would have to cater to the vices of the other side and would not be able to trade freely. The US Navy projects the power which is needed, that there is freedom of navigation, and that the cost for cargo traffic on this planet are where they are. At this point in time, the costs have gone significantly upwards because we have tolerated, or the West has tolerated, the maritime democracies, as Rear Admiral Chris Perry calls it, have tolerated an upsurge of provocations, and they have not declared the law completely, and they have not enforced the law, respectively deterred the other side. Now we're in a defense situation. That's a different one. That is why it matters, and that was the failure of the previous administrations. And these are strategic failures from which you cannot recover easily. So it's not about the small failures. It's not about small mistakes. It's about the big strategic mistakes from which you cannot recover.
Yeah, but they're continuing to do that, as far as I'm concerned. So that we're still seeing, the Houthis have just cut the cables between that go under the Red Sea between Egypt and the Middle East, and the Houthis have also just struck a cargo vessel, I think, today. I don't know how many people died there, but that's having a massive effect on the cost of transport and the volume of transport going through the Suez Canal. And frankly speaking, this can't be tolerated. But I don't really see a measured reaction. And when I say a measured reaction, I mean enforcement of
any reaction.
David, Chuck and I would immediately, I presume, argument that measured is not correct. What you need to do is to come up with a disproportionately harsh reaction right at the get-go.
That's what I mean.
All right, sorry. Okay, carry on.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, and that's it. The U.S. Navy exists to provide the freedom of navigation to all nations, of the earth. That includes the bad guys. But the Houthis, and face it, look, when I love it when the press will say, or a lot of people, that the Houthi militants, let's call it like it is. You mean the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Force, the rocket forces of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's who is inflicting pain and suffering on the shipping in the Black Sea. It is not a bunch of guys who previously their most advanced weapon system was a dish cake 51 caliber machine gun on the back of a Hilux truck. It is Iranian weapons fired by Iranian technicians and officers targeting the world's commerce. And I agree, disproportional response. It could even be a proportional response for the United States to close off the Straits of Hormuz to all Iranian shipping. I mean, there are proportional responses here. They're just not happening. And again, I don't know what's going on 6 stories below the White House in the Situation Room. I don't know, but I have a hunch they're watching afternoon television and game shows down there instead of what's actually going on in the world. Again, I'm a little frustrated.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. We were having the discussion. I can't remember whether you were in the discussion, Chuck, but we were having the discussion that basically there's this doctrine on the Russian side of escalate to de-escalate, which means basically we're always going to be on the back foot if we just respond to an act of aggression from their side, and their motivation is clear. It's to basically scare people, right? So I mean, it's kind of the lizard with the flappy skin around its neck that puffs itself up to look much bigger than it really is, and that's what they're doing. And the only way to win that game is disproportionate and thorough, overwhelming response to any incursion, and that's what needs to happen, in my view.
Well, there was that Putin growling and intimating that direct conflict with NATO is going to happen. Don't make me come up there, sort of thing. To which I'd like to point out, I was one of the people who didn't think Russia would invade Ukraine, and my commitment to that, that assessment, it grew stronger in the days before the invasion, and I'll tell you why. I completely misapprehended when I saw a 20-mile-long convoy of Russian vehicles parked bumper to bumper in Belarus, all of them pointed south. I drew this conclusion: no one could be that stupid to park their vehicles like that. If they were really going to invade, those vehicles would all be scattered out like a competent military commander would do. There would be dispersed marshaling areas and all of these other things that real soldiers would do. Because I looked at that and I thought, if Vladimir Putin thinks that an army that presents targets like that was ever going to fight it out with NATO, he was out of his mind. He wasn't watching. Yeah, he wasn't watching the Highway of Death footage from Kuwait, was he?
No, or Market Garden. I mean,
precisely
to give you some comfort there. Chuck, I had exactly the same reaction.
Gotten all the heads of Europe and in the United States saying the sky is falling. We have to prevent this war. We can't let the Russians crush Ukraine. Let's give them fill in the blank, Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, and nobody said
exactly.
Russia is entering a quagmire that they're never going to win. And I still feel that way. They're never going to win this war. Not the way they're fighting it now. Not with 400,000 dead in 2 years. I mean, and I hate war. Look, you see the red lines going back and forth on the map. That doesn't express in any way the misery, the suffering, the filth, the barbarity. War sucks. But you just scale it up from kindergarten bullies. Putin only understands the language of violence. That's all he understands. And his butt needs to be kicked out of Ukraine so it may embrace Western democracy, freedom of commerce, and march happily into the 21st century. While Russia is going to shrink back into that sort of post-Soviet whatever. I don't know, David, just my opinions.
No, I agree, and that's definitely the way it's heading. And I think the thing you need to understand kind of what Russia's thinking is that it doesn't really matter from the people who take the decisions about how things are going to go. Jonathan said this a bit earlier. It doesn't matter whether they win or lose, as long as they're still in power and to still creaming a little bit of money off the top. And they don't need that much money because there aren't that many of them at the top who need their lavish lifestyles. So for the regime, it's quite acceptable for this to end. Ideally with some land left in Ukraine. I suppose that's something that they would ideally like to see. But even if they are pushed back to the 1991 borders, these people are only concerned that they'll still be able to sell their oil to India and China and get some revenue that way, because that's more than enough revenue for the people at the top. The rest of the people can basically be robbed and fleeced and forced to work. The normal people don't matter, and that's the thinking that they have. As long as they're okay, then sod everyone else. And frankly, a forever war for Putin is the ideal outcome. So even if he were to win in Ukraine, let's say win in the sense of let's say in summer of 2023, if he'd have declared victory after the sham referenda, that would be an completely acceptable solution from his point of view. And I don't know, honestly, I don't know why they didn't do that, because I think that would have really caused the Western Alliance significant problems, to say No, you've got to get out of all of Ukraine to 1991 borders. I think that positioning would have been challenging because there'd be too many voices in the West saying no, let's stop the war now and let's make peace with Mr. Putin. But they haven't done that. So having said that, I mean, even now, I mean, from my point of view, they could still kind of declare victory and say, well, now we're at war with NATO, as if they weren't saying that already. As long as it's NATO they're losing to, that it doesn't matter from the internal messaging point of view, because that just gives them a way of justifying the fact why they've lost, and justifying why children have to go into school and learn how to fly drones and build drones and learn how to disassemble and assemble Kalashnikovs. So it just provides a justification for the further repression within Russia itself.
But and again, I'm not an economist, but I look at this. I look at the war. I see the tactical ineptitude of Russian commanders. I see, as you know, I follow the battlefields very closely, or at least 7 or 8 really critical places on the zero line. I see Russian forces often with 5, 8, sometimes 10-to-1 superiority over Ukrainian forces. I see, these attacks that constantly fail. They repeat the same mistakes again and again. On the handful of occasions that the Russians have tried to put together larger scale combined arms efforts, for example, like they did in the battles of Vuhledar 1 and 2. During the Battle of Vuhledar 1, they lost 120 tanks in the course of 12 hours of fighting on 2 days, and several hundred armored personnel vehicles. They wiped out a brigade of naval infantry, their own. They repeated almost the same battle, piece for piece, mistake for mistake, 2 months later. They haven't. They've shown me that they just can't do it. And I've said this, before. To me, this is like the United States in Vietnam in 1970. And the brighter minds, the brighter bulbs at the Pentagon figured out we don't have the army to win this war. It doesn't matter how much we bomb North Vietnam, because no country in the history of military aviation has been bombed into submission. It has never happened. They've been grievously punished, wounded. Their quality of life has been smashed, but no one ever gets bombed into submission.
See, I mean, the point is that winning the war in those terms doesn't matter to the regime, really.
But they're doing such harm. Putin has already, some sociologist, Russian sociologist, has whispered in Putin's ear, you've killed 400,000 of the people who were going to be the breadwinners for 400,000 families. In that traditionalist Russian society that Putin himself bangs his chest about, the little lady will be in the kitchen and the man is going to go out and win the bread, even though there is this faux post-communist sexual equality, supposed economic equality, but it isn't the case. And I'm one of those people that think this war is very likely to go on for 4 more years. If Russia is losing 200,000 people a year, 4 more years, So that's 400,000 people dead. That's 800,000 more dead in addition to the 400,000 dead they have now. I mean, David, doesn't that strike you as sort of almost a mortal wound to a generation of Russian young men?
Absolutely, but that's kind of normal for Russia.
Right, he doesn't care.
I mean, honestly, the people in control don't care. Not one bit. I mean, the whole mentality is you've got oil coming out of the ground, and you sell that oil, and you live well off that, and people below you, they really don't matter as long as they can still dig up stuff out of the ground that you can then sell and get dollars for. Everything's great, and the thing is that there's so much of it that they have no idea that there's a bottom somewhere that they might hit someday. So we've seen this with the A50s. So we were talking about the A50s yesterday, right? And they've got what six left. They'll continue putting them at risk until they've got one left.
Yeah, it's right, and it's not the children of the oligarchs who are in Z Storm units.
No,
they are at Oxford, they are at Harvard, they're at Dartmouth, they're mincing down runways at fashion shows throughout Europe. And you're right, Russia is still making close to $1 billion a day trading energy. And there are ostensibly allied nations. I'm looking at you, Greece, who daily facilitate the offshore transfers, the shell games of tanker ownership that allow Russia to trade oil despite and around the sanctions. And where you're right. And this doesn't surprise me. It doesn't make me bitter. Where there is money, there will be people who are willing to do anything to get it. That's just, and I say as somebody who worked for 15 years in Hollywood, so look, I know what they'll do.
Chuck, it's been a pleasure speaking to you again. That's the end of my shift, and we've run over, but great conversation, and I'll rejoin as a speaker in a second, but Forrest's up here to replace me, so I'll drop down now and let Forrest up and rejoin as a speaker in a few moments.
David, thank you. It's always a pleasure to work with you, and I always I enjoy your insights. So yeah, I hope we'll talk soon. Thank you. Forrest, are you out there?
Run, Forrest, run.
I just laughed. I forgot to push the button here.
Don't worry. He
Forrest,
hasn't heard that joke ever in his life.
I bet he hasn't. Exactly. That's like when people.
Hey, I'm
people
on
have
the
a joke
host
to make
account
fun.
and my own account. I'm trying to figure this out.
You need, Forrest, you can't run it on the same phone. You need two phones for that.
Oh.
Let me help you. I'll be right back.
Okay, let's see what we've got. In the meantime, while we figure this out, we have what do we have today? A little post that I pinned to the top of the stream today. That Putin is right now, as we all know, he is conducting a hard-fought political campaign as the underdog to be reelected as the leader of Russia. That election is due to take place from the 15th to the 17th of March, and I can see some of the classically educated eyebrows out there in MriyaReport listener land going up. And yes, without the least sense of history or irony, Putin has scheduled his election the 15th of March on the date that Julius Caesar was stabbed to death by 60 Roman senators led by Brutus and Cassius, who felt that Julius Caesar was setting himself up to be the permanent and hereditary dictator of the Roman Republic. So I can only hope that maybe some good things like that are waiting for Putin. I can certainly hope if I don't even think it might happen. So
The Ides of March?
the Ides of March.
Ah, you people, you need to learn Latin the right way.
Now, you know that the kind of Latin education that I might get over here would come wrapped in a certain faith of which I am what did we say? A recovering uh, Catholic, which every Catholic I know is a recovering Catholic. So my own Latin is sketchy at best.
Timeo Danao, Dona Ferentes. We had a Greek person today missing an attack by exactly 180 meters more than, as I understand, President Zelensky, right? Mitsotakis had to be dancing a bit because some kind of a missile went down in the desert.
And I would, the means is the message. An Iskander is a precision strike weapon, not the best one they have, but it is it's a ballistic missile, short-range ballistic missile. I think its circular error probable is what, Axel? It's like 100 meters or so.
Yeah, it's fast.
So both of these gentlemen should be aware that this was very likely aimed at them. So I hope both heads of state took the message that they're not making much of this, but I see this as practically an assassination attempt.
About as close to Title 5. What's the word I'm looking for? Article 5. About as close to
Article 5
as you could get there. And Chuck, can you hear me? Am I all good? Uh-oh, I lost all audio. Someone wave at me if you can hear me. All right. I seem to have lost audio and I cannot bring up speakers, Chuck. So I'm going to recycle myself and I will be right back.
Okay, brother. All right. Live radio, folks. It is a good thing.
We can chant, run, Forrest, run.
We had another interesting event today, Axel, the collaborationist organizer of the Russian pseudo elections in occupied Berdyansk, of course, which is the resort on the Sea of Azov. Svetlana Shmamalenko succumbed to wounds today after a explosive charge was placed under her car. This is a signature operational technique of Ukrainian partisans, and these are very focused. Explosive charge is placed in the automobiles of those Ukrainians who have collaborated with Russian security services and made themselves available as participants in Russia's forced governmental functions in the occupied territories. So this is another case where the means is the message, and I appreciate that the Ukrainian partisans conduct these operations and that they are specifically targeted against the offending individuals. They are not targeted in marketplaces. These are not vehicle bombs that go off in crowded urban areas. The other part of their operational technique is to make sure this car or this explosion occurs far out into the countryside or on isolated stretches of highway where no one else will be killed. Just a message to the occupiers that there's no place that they're going to be safe. And that's a good thing, I believe.
So let's see whether our friend Forrest is now in full shrimp mode.
Come on now.
Forrest,
What?
I
Come
I
on.
see your
You're not
microphone
gonna get
opening.
off the shovel.
I believe I have audio. Still can't move speakers. We're working on that back end, but audio is here.
Okay, we can hear you loud and clear. So
Which gives me the possibility to say good night and good luck. Carry on, Chuck.
you good. Axel, please do get some sleep. You've been here for only 18 hours, and that might be enough. Although I love working with you, friend, and whenever we can,
But I couldn't dedicate
we
the
will.
whole
It
18
certainly
hours
is
to us
great.
here.
Okay, well, get some sleep. My second favorite guy to work with is Forrest, and I am glad you're up, Forrest. I hope we can fix these problems.
I hope so too. I'll keep trying. But yeah, I got no add
Okay.
button on there. So I don't know if you're able to add speakers, but might be worth checking that out.
Yeah, let me try that. I will go under the hood here, Forrest, and you entertain the crowd. I'll be right back here.
Sounds good. Sounds good. This is Forrest. It's been a week for me. I'm having a hard time because I can hear my host phone. It is, what is it? We're March 6th, 5:23 Eastern Standard Time here in the U.S. We have been live 24/7 since the day of the full-scale invasion here at MriyaReport. We are currently running a fundraiser for some drones for our good friends in the 95th Air Assault Brigade, specifically some thermal drones, which happen to be good for hunting. And if you have some disposable income to shoot our way, please consider doing so. In the background, you hear a little mini co-host Olive. She's my bargain, so I get to co-host on Wednesday nights. She gets to stay with me. Open to any topics this evening. Hopefully, we can start bringing some people up so we can chat. I see Lexicon's up here. Lexicon, I feel like I haven't talked to you in like a year. If you're able, turn on your mic and say hello. And Karen and Terry and Ukraine war update.
Hello. Has it been a year? Where have you been?
It's been a long time. I feel like I didn't hear from you for a while. Maybe our times have just kind of not passed each other.
I've had an awful time with Twitter, and I had reinstalled, and then that just didn't install at all. And I ended up spending $1.29. I think that's Canadian. Plus a month for some storage so that I clean up. I don't know, got rid of junk and so on. Got back on, but got the wand problem, the famous wand. I put out a plaintiff plea. If anybody knows how to deal with the wand, but it seems to move kind of fraction of a millimeter every day. But maybe I'll reinstall. Anyway, hello, and how you doing? And good to hear from you folks.
Awesome.
I
enjoy your contributions to book club on, was that Sunday nights?
How kind of you. Well, we're finishing up Zelensky Effect the coming Sunday, and we're starting a new history of Ukraine, which has just been translated into English. It's Yaroslav Ritsak. So he's a history prof in the great tradition of Ukrainian history and historiography of Mikhailo Hrushevsky, the author of like the definitive work back in the 20s, I guess. And anyway, yeah, Rizak's book is tremendous, and it's an really interesting breath of fresh air to read a truly Ukrainian historian in that tradition, who you want to see the ins and outs of the long 19th century for Ukraine, and then because the 19th century for Ukraine started like 10 years before and went up to the end of World War One. And then Ukraine, 1919 to 2040 to 1945, a very interesting chapter, the ins and outs of the Ukrainian national movement and the emergence of the Ukrainian state project. I just, you've never read it before till you've read it through the eyes of a man like this. So yeah, I recommend that book to anybody, and do join us Sunday nights at 8 p.m. Eastern time, which by the time we start this book will probably be Eastern Daylight Time. Spring forward 1 hour. Anyway, really kind of thrilling. Imagine thrilling history. It truly is. Thank you.
Yeah, I've taken to. Oop, can you turn off your mic there, Lexicon?
Well, I
Yeah.
I don't know if I can, and if I don't.
Looks like maybe we got it.
Yep, she might have got it.
Thank you.
Well, Forrest, I went in under the hood and came back out, and you're on as co-host. Boy, don't ask me. I am the chimp driving the bus, guys.
Do you have any requests showing up for you?
Let me check. Yes, I've got. I have a couple.
See if they have a plus next to their name, so you can pop them up. I still have not gained access. This happens every now and then, and we like to blame it on Elmo, and eventually it comes back. I see Beelzebub. I see you waving at us. We are trying to get you, man.
Yeah, we are. We are definitely trying. Let me see if I can do that. Wow. This is an odd one, folks. Beelzebub, I am trying to get you up right now. You don't have. Yes, Beelzebub. I think you get to ask a question here. I think we may have actually filled that. So let's hear it.
Oh, did you guys just call on me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we did. We did, sir. Thank you for joining us and being so patient. Thank you.
No problem. Sorry to be so annoying. I was just trying to get. Sometimes I get ignored because I've had Stealth and Yehuda both be like, I don't know, your name's scary. I don't want to talk. Like, I'm a crazy person. No, I'm just a metalhead. Man, it's great to talk to you, Chuck. I'm a huge fan of yours. And I've been listening to more since, yeah, for sure, man. Since day one. Forrest, I really appreciate what you do. I mean, everybody on this forum, there's so many there's so many hardworking people. I actually tracked down Yehuda, like I don't want to get off topic, but I actually tracked down Yehuda last night on a different forum because I hadn't heard from him in so long. But anyway, I just wanted to comment. I took a few notes. The partisan car bombings, I think, are amazing. It's definitely reminds me, like we were talking about the French lack of like big talk, but lack of action. But then it also brings me to like think about French resistance and like, you know, just even the inspiration that Russians and the you know the anti-Putin Russians and the Ukrainians and the other people in occupied territories, you know, that they have this thing to look back to. And I mean, and they have their own great history of partisan warfare. I mean, from, you know, all the way back to their Civil War to World War I to World War II. But yeah, it's really interesting. And then to pivot, I mean, if you guys want to comment, just stop me. But Then I was going to say to pivot to the Greek and the Ukrainian. Zelensky and the Greek parliamentary leader, yeah,
Prime Minister.
Prime Minister being, that is, like Forrest said, almost Article 5. I mean, is it an attack unless they kill them? I mean, that's so close. That's like throwing a knife at a person's head. You know what I mean? And yeah, we're getting into some crazy waters. I don't think Putin and his people know what they're messing with. I really hope that both America and Europe has the backbones. I'm here in California. I cast my vote yesterday in the primaries. I really am really scared of what this future election holds for Ukraine and just for our national security. I'm sure Chuck's along with me there. And then the last thing I just wanted to say, and I'll get off and you guys can all comment. My band played last Saturday night, my new band, which I won't even say the name because I don't care to promote. You can figure it out.
You can say the name of your band. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's Vermidax. It's my new band. I've been in lots of bands. I have 12 vinyl records out, but you don't go into music. It doesn't pay. But anyway, we on Saturday night we played our song "Close the Sky," which was one of the first songs we wrote about a year and a half ago. Not long after Zelensky said we must close the sky. And I had two separate people come up to me after the show. And this is the fourth or fifth time this has happened. But the only time that two different people have, we've only played 4 shows. So, and they both were like, I'm Ukrainian. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The second one was a little more difficult because I live in the Bay Area. So there's a lot of weird confusion about activism. You'll have people who are completely anti-Russian, pro-Ukraine, but totally pro-Palestinian, Hamas, and they can't see the connections. And I don't want to veer us off course. But so the second one just said, I really appreciate that, but I want you to know that, Israel is Russia. And I didn't even bother because I was just done playing a show and everybody, I had a lot of people to talk to. But that's a narrative that, at least in this country, I don't know about all you guys listening in Europe and guys and gals listening in Europe and the rest of the world. And I know the great thing about the MriyaReport is we're international. We get great voices from all over the world. It's a problem that I'm confronting more and more here with more and more of my intelligent friends. They cannot seem to see the collusion between Russia, Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, whatever line you want to go, of violence and coercion. And it's incredibly stressfully frustrating. It's a very hard topic to approach here. And I'm assuming from what I see on the news, it's the same in Europe. I mean, you see what's going on in France and Britain, protest-wise and all that. And I can only imagine, I haven't heard a Ukrainian voice on it yet. I wish I would have got on with JP because, man, he's so good and he's in Ukraine. He sounded great earlier, by the way. But yeah, I wish I would have asked him what kind of optics they're receiving there about that. And with that,
really, yeah.
Oh no, go ahead, Chuck. I'm sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. I was just going to comment there, but you brought up really good points. There is just there is no question that Russia benefits from. I hate to call it a distraction because it is a tragedy of the war in Gaza. I go beyond the fact that Russia benefits from it. It is, in my estimation, there is Russian collusion there. Russia suddenly Hamas went from being a very leaky organization, of whom Israeli intelligence had a really good idea of their day-to-day functionings and what they were going to do next. And all of a sudden, over the last 18 months before the October incidents, all of a sudden Hamas can go totally dark. All of a sudden their operational security became airtight. All of a sudden they had the resources and the manpower and the planning bandwidth and everything else to pull off the horrendous spree of murder and rape and rapine and bloodlust that we saw in October. And in my estimation, it was the deadly triangle of Russia, Iran, and Hamas who are so bloodthirsty. They had no conception that if they murdered 2,000 Israelis in cold blood, desecrated their corpses, raped the hostages continuously, that they would reap the whirlwind. In the old days of asymmetrical warfare, we called that the limiting factor, that asymmetrical opponents fighting large military powers would do everything they could not to provoke the large-scale conventional response. But encouraged by Iran, encouraged by Russia, Hamas went ahead and did it. Because the major victim of the Hamas attack were the people of Gaza, right?
100%.
Palestinian terror organizations throughout the last 4 decades have never cared a whit about what happens to the Palestinian people they claim to act for. So, and look, I lived in California most of my life, actually. I went to school in LA, and on and on. I was out in Hollywood for, I don't know, too long. And so I know the uphill battle you're fighting in order to convince people of the facts that are contrary to their perceptions. But stay with it. Just calm. You know how to do it. Just calmly meet those objectives, objections, and that's the biggest thing that MR does here. We want to clear the information space. We want to give our listeners the tools to face this Russian disinformation. Just
I
tell it
agree with
like it
you.
is.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's exactly it.
Yeah, disabuse these individuals of these false notions, and that's all we can do. But Bill's above it. Listen, thanks for coming up, and
Thank you.
Good luck on the music thing, brother. That's good on you. Got 12 records. You're cranking it out, and you're a working musician, and that's a tough gig in itself. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. You guys have a great evening. I really appreciate it.
Back at you, brother. Come up anytime, man. Thanks. And Forrest, who might we have out there that we can
I'm seeing requests from Karen, Terry, Ukraine War Update, and Skamata T. There's probably some more letters there. I did send you a back channel message on where you might be able to find that if you want.
Thank you. Why don't you pick someone coming up next, and I'll go to that back channel here.
I can't bring anyone up, but
you can't. Oh,
that's what I was.
Folks, this is a marvelous conundrum I find myself in here.
You got to be the guy with the thumbs right now.
Yeah, let me see. Boy, this is how low we have fallen. So let me see here. Let's see. You know what? Ukraine War Update. I think I can bring you up here. I'm hoping. Let's see.
Hey, it's working.
Is it working? Can you hear me?
I can still hear you. It looks like they're still
Okay.
connecting.
Okay. All right. Well, Ukraine War update. If you can get to us, we're happy to have you.
Hi, Chuck. Hi, Forrest. Thank you very much for bringing me up to the speaker panel. Despite
Absolutely.
despite all the difficulties.
Well, they left me driving the bus, and that's not a good
I
idea.
know
But I'm so glad you're
it
up.
was scary, but you did it, Chuck. It's so awesome. I'm just excited to see you in the host as a co-host. It's just so amazing. Thank you for everything you guys do. It's just as always, awesome discussions. There's so many different topics, really interesting topics and analysis to dive into. I was in and out because I did have also my own Twitter adventures, but looks like I have pretty stable connection. But I don't know if there was a already ongoing topic or not. So I do have an interesting video I wanted to discuss that I recently watched, but I don't want to change over to topic if you guys still discussing something else.
You're all good, man.
No, we're free to go.
All right.
We got you, and that's good.
Hey, so it was I saw the video today, right? It's in Russian, and I can't remember who published it, right? But it was basically this conscript who was mobilized talks about, and so he was attached to some kind of medical unit, basically like not even a medevac, more like a Kazovac guy, right? Like a first level responder who would bring people back after, the Russians back after they get wounded. And, he was sharing some of his firsthand experiences, dealing with, these situations where Russian soldiers would get wounded. And, yeah, I suspect based on what he said, he's not going to last very long. But basically what he said is that commanders would often basically depart Russians themselves in order to, the ones that were wounded, in order to avoid getting them back for treatments and recovery. There was one specific example that he was referencing, and that was, like three Russian soldiers were hit by probably a mortar, maybe an artillery from Ukraine, and one of them was, heavily wounded. The other two were kind of, ambulatory, I think. So, they were able to move around. But commanders decided not to move them back because they were trying to evacuate the area as fast as possible. And, one of the leaders basically, pulled out the, personal weapon and shot the three soldiers, the Russians. So this way they didn't have to be slowed down by him. And then they exfilled out. But that's coming from a medical, basically like aid and litter team, Chuck. You know what I mean? Like, again, I know there's a lot of different misinformation. It's just so many different anecdotes and stories floating around. But some of them you kind of wonder, right? Especially when you see how the Russians behave and how they perform on the battlefield. Like, I wouldn't be surprised that's the case. But the more I listen to stuff like this and some of the things that you mentioned earlier, right? When you were talking about how they just basically throwing meat waves, I'm wondering, is there some kind of incentive for Russians behave this way that we just, don't quite seem to understand? Because it just goes against any type of logic or sense, right? And again, I know I'm repeating the same stuff. Everybody's like, yeah, it's Russia for you. But there's got to be some kind of incentive for them to behave this way. And I can't quite figure out what it is. The only incentive, again, like the story that I mentioned is like the commander wanted to live. So he's like, okay, we got to pop smoke, get out of here. You dudes are not going to make it. This is my professional opinion. So off you go. And everybody else, let's exfil. I don't know. What do you think?
Wow. It's one of those horror stories, right? Officer pulls out his pistol and dispatches his own wounded. There used to be, before this was called information warfare, there was, of course, propaganda. And a term of art was for certain stories like this, and I don't think this was a story, and I'll tell you why, but this would be an item of what was called black propaganda. You make up an outrageous story designed to shock, offend, uh, cast aspersions. You make it up and you hang it on the enemy, right? So this would fit that bill, black propaganda, which meant some Ukrainian thought this up and said, look, the Russians are shooting their own wounded. But this doesn't seem out of the ballpark. It is outrageous. It's a crime. As you know, you don't, in the United States military, you don't have the option to shoot your wounded. That's murder. You don't have the option to shoot the enemy's wounded. That's murder as well. Those are war crimes. But why I think this information, because I don't want to say this story, this information you've presented, it is very likely to be true. I've seen dozens of videos of Russian forces shooting Ukrainian wounded on the battlefield. I've seen dozens of videos of them shooting and killing Ukrainians who have run out of ammunition, have surrendered, have been captured. They're executed out of hand by the Russian forces. Why is that? I think in the ethos of the Russian military, there is no governor, right? They never get taught, as American soldiers do, beginning in boot camp, what things you do and cannot do on a battlefield. What the Uniform Code of Military Justice in the American military, what does that, what conduct are supported in the Uniform Code of Military Justice, what conduct is proscribed, what you can and cannot do on the battlefield. I think Russian soldiers have a history of brutality on the battlefield. Certainly in World War I, especially in World War II, in Afghanistan, this is the manner in which they wage war. And it almost, and here I am as a guy who dropped out of graduate school in psychology, the Russian soldiers are traumatized themselves by the command structure in which they function, right? You show up as a young recruit in a unit, the older soldiers beat you up and take all your gear. That's the way it is. You soon find yourself, if you are unfortunate enough to have find yourself in a Russian unit in in Ukraine, you find out very quickly that you are a consumable, right? You are like bullets. You're in there and nobody gives a damn whether you live or die in an engagement, right? Russian officers do not get fired because they've killed everybody in their battalion. They get a medal. If you're a company commander in a Western army, you lead your company into contact with the enemy and they're all dead in 2 days. You know this, you're going to Leavenworth. But it just isn't the way the Russian military mind functions. And the roots of that dysfunction, psychopathy, I would even say, they're in the roots of the Russian Imperial Army, where the foot soldiers were literally serfs, right? They were people without rights. They were working units. They were just the people that the nobility and the czar just scooped off the farm. You give them something that looks like a uniform and a musket, and in you go, lad. And in the Soviet system, the whole root of Marxism is the benefit of society, not the individual, right? It's a society. It's a process by which society is lifted up and the economy is lifted up. There is nothing about human rights in Marxism, right? And those of us who had to study dialectical materialism, the beginning of Marxism is this thing called the dictatorship of the proletariat, where your betters those smarter than you, those at the vanguard of the party, they're going to tell you what to do, what job you're going to have, what thoughts you're going to have. You're going to sing from this sheet of music that we give you, or you're going to the gulag, or perhaps you just don't have a job, or perhaps you are going to have a miserable job. This is all dictated to you. So the Soviet Union, of course, has flown apart, but that Soviet military ethos, that imperial military ethos, it is still there. There is a separation between officer and enlisted, and the military commanders, they don't measure success or failure by the number of tanks that have been destroyed, the number of vehicles they lose, and they don't care if they kill everybody in every assault that they launch. And unfortunately, that's still going on, right? I see these attacks in Avdiivka, in Bakhmut. Anytime you look at the drone footage from one of these Russian attacks, I see it. There's a tank in the lead. There's 3 armored personnel vehicles. There's a tank in the rear. They're charging perpendicular to the zero line. The lead tank hits a mine. FPV drones converge on the convoy, and it's over sometimes in a matter of minutes. And you just rewind and ask yourself, you're looking at this, it's daylight. You look at the terrain around, it's covered with shell holes. You tell yourself they're attacking in broad daylight in a place they've obviously attacked before, because I see hundreds of artillery craters all around them. And more often than not, you'll see dozens of wrecked tanks, vehicles, armored personnel carriers upside down. It tells me that they have attacked in the same place again and again and again, and they care so little for their soldiers that they do it in broad daylight. Not even under the cover of darkness. You've got no chance of living, but we're sending you anyway. So, that's it in more than a nutshell. That's the long version, but it's one of the reasons why I am certain that Russia is never going to win this war. Not fighting like that. If they're trying to subdue a nation the size of Texas, they haven't even gotten to Houston yet. And they're not going to get there, bud. I just don't think so.
Chuck, I've finally been able to bring up some people. So if you were out there,
you did it.
If you were out there and you couldn't get requested up, I saw a few people that dropped down. Feel free to jump back up, put your hand back up, and we'll see. I believe next we have Terry, and then Karen, and then Booyah with questions.
Forrest, I'm so proud of you, buddy. You fixed it. Thank you. Bye. I didn't have real controls here. Yes, but thank you. We're working now.
I think Karen arrived up before me, so I'm quite happy to wait.
Sounds good. Karen, go ahead.
Well, earlier there was a discussion about Macron in France, and I just wanted to respond to that. I think that Axel was being a bit hasty. Macron has come a long way. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago that he was sitting across a very long table from Putin, trying to negotiate anything. And he has done an about face verbally. Now, as far as actions go, it's true that France does not contribute 2% of their GDP to NATO, but they do come closer to many other countries. Their contribution, I'm looking at a graph from ABC News in front of me. That's American ABC News, not Australian. And France is at 1.90, so close to 2%. You go down the list and you see Germany, which is a very prosperous country, and they're only at 1.57% of their GDP. And Norway and Denmark are are do better than that, but they're still, you know, of the countries who are not doing the full 2%, France is getting there. So what I would recommend, now this is just my personal opinion, I'm nobody special. I would give France a month or less, but give them a little bit of time because you know, they're singing the right tune. Uh, let's see if they start marching to it. Uh, it took them a while to get this far, but I'm unwilling to discard the progress and trash their potential at this time. The other thing that I wanted to say is I caught a comment by David, oh gosh, David Bailey about Trump and don't and that he didn't think he did that much damage in the U.S. I am going to say this as it relates to Ukraine's situation. We are helping defend democracy in Ukraine, but our democracy here at home is deteriorating. And I'm talking about the rule of law. We have a presidential contender who has multiple criminal indictments. We have a Supreme Court that he appointed that cannot be depended upon to be impartial. Also, too, another thing that deeply disturbs me as far as our commitment to democracy goes is the separation of church and state used to be a tenet of American values, of many American people. Trump does not support the separation of church and state. And so you have got Christofascism rearing its head. And what I'm trying to say is if we cannot maintain democracy within our own country, how can we go and help another country maintain their democracy? Eventually, the desire to help is going to fade. And we're going to see Trump possibly behaving like he did in 2018 at Helsinki. And we don't want that.
No, we certainly do not.
Yeah. So that's my rant, and I will get off. But don't underestimate the danger that American democracy is in. You know, right now it's frightening. It is just frightening.
I'm right there with you. I share the same concerns you do, and I tend to agree with everything you said. I think at the moment, with our esteemed colleague Chuck Farr up with us, we're going to try and stay slightly away from American politics, but fully.
And I only do that because I have no solutions. I have no answers. You know, I just stay in my lane. But I do have great faith in the American people who really know right from wrong and know a bully when they see it. So
I share the
I'm
same. It's just
yeah.
You don't always get the right results, even with that good faith. But
No, that's true. That's true. I know that's often seems to be a naive hope, but I'm also hoping this. You know, in terms of what Congress does, remember your congressman is only there for 24 months, right? And if we are not getting the results you want out of him or her, let's throw those rascals out. You know, let's remind them of who they work for. And there were, at least at one time, some pretty good politicians in the United States. They set up a pretty good government with checks and balances. And I know that system is not always perfect, but I will say this: the United States is the longest standing revolutionary government in the history of the world.
Hell yeah, we are.
So, hell yeah, we are. So, you know, we'll make the system work. But I just, I just have so much more faith in the will of the American people. And again, perhaps my hopes are misplaced, but everyone listening here today, sharing your time with us, which we're always appreciative. There's a million things you could be doing, and lending us your ears here on MriyaReport. Look, that's a privilege for us, and I know that I say something that is reflected in every heart and every set of ears that are listening. And I'm here until the war in Ukraine ends, and Ukraine is once again a free and self-determining sovereign nation. And we are in it, Forrest, to win it. And we're not, when I was a kid, our family dogs were fox terriers. There's this kind of dog, they look kind of like a furry crocodile. And once they grab a hold of something, they never let go. And that's what I am about this. We're terriers. We got our teeth in this, and we're never letting go. We're never letting go until Russia goes back where they belong.
100%, sir. 100%. Before I go to Terry, I noticed, David, you popped up. I assumed you wanted to respond. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I didn't know, and it was a question. I wasn't saying that he definitely didn't do too much damage. I was just saying that I wasn't sure how serious the damage he did was. I think he definitely did some damage, but I think, as I said, the checks and balances in the system seem to be fairly robust and seem to pretty much work to a certain extent. The question I have is, I'm kind of reassessing my position mainly because of Moscow Mike. That situation just seems to me to be a big red flag. That in fact, there's a minority of the people, and a minority of the Republican Party even wagging the whole dog, and that's sort of sends shivers down my spine, really.
We're all right there with you. And I will maybe not push back, but provide some clarity. Although the vocal MAGA minority, the furthest right members of that particular crew, may be a minority in terms of there's not very many of them. They have more or less consolidated power, and if you're voting with it, it's hard to say that it's a minority of the party at this moment. But I'm with you, and my guy Chuck's is gonna throw me to the wolves if we go down. I've become a little bit notorious for bringing up politics around here, and I'm working on doing a segment.
It's okay. It's okay. It's look, it half of this is a political struggle, right? It just it's just my own thing. I just try to stay in my own lane, but and I also honor everyone's political opinions. And I speak ex cathedra as a former military officer, and I am absolutely used to submerging my own political opinions and staying away from them, like everyone in the military does, and it's served me well, because you're never going to convince anyone to change their politics. You're never going to charm anybody into your position, right? So, but I am. This is going to sound corny, but look, I laid my life on the line. And I do that for the personal liberties we all enjoy, principle among them, right? The First Amendment is your right to express your own opinion. Absolutely. In every case. I may not agree with you, but it's your right, and no one has the right to cut off other people's freedom of expression. I believe that good ideas will prosper in the free market of ideas, and stupid, bigoted, hateful ideas, they should wither on the vine. We can all just turn our backs on the knuckleheads in our lives and those people with extremist positions, with virulent sort of positions, with radical violent solutions. I mean, that's just not, that ain't going to contribute to it. So, of course, the problem is me, not the not the political discussions.
No worries. Well, here's to this fall being an end to some of that extremism in November. Here's to that. But let's go back to Hands. Terry's been up for a minute and we kind of bumped around a little bit. Let's hear what she has to say.
Thanks, Forrest. You have got the right name to say "Run, Forrest, Run."
Terry, come on.
And lovely to hear you being a co-host, Chuck. It's really good. I was actually going to ask a slightly American political question, but I'll put that to one side for now.
No, please do. Forrest is here. And yeah, please do.
It's not actually either sideism. I've got something light-hearted afterwards, relatively. But a while ago, I think it might have been at the very beginning of this invasion, where I came across people on Twitter talking about we've got to save democracy. And a lot of people kept coming up from America saying, we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic. And amazingly, just now, I have just seen a tweet saying exactly that. And I just, because we're in the UK and we just consider ourselves a democracy and we've got this king that doesn't do very much. It's not terms, I know it's to do with the Constitution, but you don't call yourself the Republic of America. You're the United States. So I just don't quite understand what they mean by a constitutional republic. We're not a democracy. Any ideas?
So it's a semantic argument used by a distinct few people to try and promote their fascism agenda that they've got, because we are a democratic republic. We're both things. We are a representative government. We've got the Senate who does things one way with 6 years and 2 for everyone, and then you've got your house where it operates off of different rules. We're a hodgepodge, but some people like to say that just to sound edgy and be cool. Is the vibe I get from it.
Right. I also, I have noticed which side of the fence a lot of these people make that comment on. But so I think I will just, they're being pedantic, aren't they? And I think they sound a bit wacky from the bits that I've seen. But anyway, I'll leave that. I'd also quickly like to comment on what Karen said about Macron doing an about turn. And I agree. I think it's actually a good sign in lots of ways. But I'm wondering, he did this about turn fairly recently. And I know there's been an upturn in the amount of hybrid attacks on, particularly in the States, but also in Germany with that thing that happened with the generals that were chattering away. But there has also been people tampering with the internet access and various bits and pieces. I wondered if we knew of anything that had happened, particularly in France, that maybe made, because Macron was one of the ones, we've got to keep blinds open, we've got to keep talking to Putin. Has he now realised, I wonder? what's all going on, and that it is an existential threat, not just to Ukraine, but to Europe as well? Or is he just trying to play at being the big guy?
I wonder. I think some of it is to show that everything's on the table, although it may not be. We've all been glad to see that France has conspicuously upped its arms contributions to Ukraine. This may be a way of signaling to Mr. Putin that whatever honeymoon they previously enjoyed, and remember those long, soulful 3-hour conversations that Macron would have with Putin, that maybe that's all over now. I mean, I don't know. And, frankly, I welcome anyone who wants to renew and underscore and reinforce their commitment to Ukraine. But yeah, I think Axel just, he summed it up, I think, earlier. I just don't see the French military engaging in combat in Ukraine. And in terms of are there NATO troops in Ukraine? I won't go very far in answering that question, but I will say there are very complicated systems in Ukraine. There are a lot of technicians, and a lot of knowledge is necessary to make sure systems are operated correctly. And I would say, what we were taught to say, I can neither confirm nor deny the presence of NATO troops in Ukraine at this time. But the Russians know that as well. They know what's going on. We just all need to, I really mean this. I said it earlier in the broadcast. Historians are going to look, who write the history of this war, and they're going to talk about what happened at the end of 2023. And this hiccup in American supply to Ukraine, it is going to be noted. This was what added 1.5 more years to this war. It's going to take until the middle of the summer to get Ukraine back up and equipped at the levels it needs to push the war forward, right? There was no winter offensive out of Ukraine. I'm always happy to remind people when I have mispredicted, that didn't happen.